Hello, beautiful people.
Hey, hey,
Woo,
hey,
woo.
we are live.
We are live. Welcome to the Power Partnership Summit. My name is A Faith, and this is Devin. We are your co-hosts for the event. And as you begin to tune in, definitely let us know where you are tuning in from.
Yep.
Let us know where you're tuning in from. And you know, just even right before this event, we were just like, oh my gosh, this moment is here. We're doing it. We're going live. And this has just been a journey. And the reason why we put on this event is because as entrepreneurs, hi
Hey,
Sophie.
Sophie.
As entrepreneurs, it's literally for the way up until now, the way things have always been is we go from a structured a structured plan with our lives, right? When we're in school systems, like there's an agenda, you know exactly what to do. You show up, you do your work, you go home. And then if you've ever had a regular job, you just go, you have SOPs and you leave. But whenever you step into entrepreneurship, it really is it's something special, but it's definitely something that it's a journey. It's a journey. And so we love working with entrepreneurs. We're entrepreneurs. And so on our journey, we were like, you know what? How about we open up our experience to connect with other entrepreneurs and figure out like how can we come together as a community to learn, especially in today's day and age, because with technology and AI and just the way the culture of the world is changing, things are not the same. And so we definitely wanted to invite you on this journey with us to really learn how can we grow as a community. you know um how can we really figure out how can we scale? You know what I mean? There's so many people in this world doing incredible things, and the only issue is we just don't know who they are. And so really taking the opportunity to learn together, to grow together, and figure out like how are these experts growing and scaling their business, especially in like this time and day. And I see you, Bridget. Hello. It's so great to meet you and see you all. And again, let us know where you are watching from. Hey, Katie, let us know where
Okay.
you're watching from, because also this is not a regular summit, right? This is not going to be a regular summit. We really want to, again, this is our project as a community. We really want you to engage, so that way, even if you have a question, we want to be able to ask these experts on the spot, like, the questions that you genuinely have. We have people from New York, people from Canada. This is so exciting. And again, the main theme around this summit is how to leverage with partnerships, with collaborations, to be more efficient, to be more productive, to be more profitable in our business. And so if you hear anything from either myself or the band, or even if you hear something from the host and you have a question, definitely drop it in the comments, because I don't know if you know, but we're also going to allow you to ask the all of the host, I mean, all of the experts. You have the opportunity to ask them questions. You can ask them real life. So we do have a portion of their interviews where they are, telling you more about their topic, but then also if you're live, that's why it's always great to show up. You can ask them real time questions. And we have Bridget from Florida. What's up? So, Devin, do you have any words, introductions?
Yeah, so it's surreal right now. I'm telling you, like going live with everyone right now is just amazing. And one thing is that what's interesting about what's going to be interesting about today's event is that this event is for every type of entrepreneur, business owner. And why do I say that? Is because we get to get clear, we get to get certain, and we get to push the needle forward. Because we're in a world where there's like so much uncertainty, there's so much disconnection, right? And so, of course, Zay and I, we realized that collaboration is currency. Unity is purity. So like whenever there's something going wrong within the economy, it's an entrepreneurship problem oftentimes, right?
Well, they solve the problems.
They solve the problem, you know, and so we get to solve our problems. We get to really elevate that. And like for example, there's gonna be you're probably if you're watching this, you probably let's say for example you have a house, right? But you want to make that skyscraper. You might get that here. You know, you might so you might have you might be unclear. You might not be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel, but you're gonna see some light today. Okay, yeah. Each entrepreneur, wherever it may be, you're gonna find that, right? You're gonna find that one thing, and I want you guys to really get a pen and paper and really take notes as we move across this day, and find joy in the journey. I have a there's plaque behind me. Find joy in the journey, and so I want you to really take that to heart and really soak in information and really engage, because the more you engage and the more you seek understanding is the more you're gonna actually get from this event. So guys, buckle up. It's gonna be great.
And as we, we're opening up this event, definitely if you know an entrepreneur, or somebody who is thinking about starting a business, or just anybody who wants to change their life, y'all, we're in a recession. So anybody who who wants to change their life, they can take one idea from this event, from these speakers. I mean, we're hitting on all type of topics, how to automate your business, through collaborative events. And I got my notes right here, through a collaborative events, and how to, what is the power of, having cross-cultural teamwork, you know what I mean, being able to work with other business partners. But also, whenever we learn business intelligence, it also is it's something that's all over our lives, in every area of our life. We're dealing with people, even if it's our family member, our significant others, I don't have kids yet, but we're dealing with people in every aspect of our life. So it may be one thing that somebody can get from this, and they're like, you know what, because I showed up, because my friend, or because this person shared this free event with me, it really helped me in our life. And now that I'm going over the different topics, I'm going to go over some of the topics, and we're curious, what do you want to get out of this event? Because I'm gonna be transparent with y'all. When we started to see people signing up for this event, and even just the upgrades, the Business Insider, I mean, wow, we have some incredible surprises coming with that as well. But we're like, oh my gosh, like we're not the only ones, because again, so often on our journey, we, as entrepreneurs, we do everything by ourselves. And that's where Devan and myself, that's where we noticed that we weren't being efficient or as productive as we know that we could have been. Like, we just felt like there are all the things, and I'm the only one who can do it because I know how I can do it right. And we were like, there has to be another way, like, and then when we start looking at our mentors, and we're like looking like, how is this person doing this, and how is this person doing that? And we're also just paying attention to the market, like, these two people are on projects together, that's interesting. And you just start asking questions and digging. I'm like, oh, okay, as a business owner, we know, we have to market our business, right? So what are some creative ways that we can leverage our marketing, where we are expanding our reach? We're expanding our reach, but it's giving me space and time, and I can open up space not only for myself, because as entrepreneurs, a lot of times we put ourselves last, right? And it's not okay. You know what I'm saying? So we were like, what if we just interview these people to know what they're doing? And just even this has been a journey, but even the speakers that we have on this event, like, we've been talking to them in a chat, and there's been some emails, and it's just like, oh my gosh, like, everything always works out. But going back to what I was originally saying, we're really curious, when you saw this event, when you saw whether it was on social media or whether you was on someone's email list and they said, hey, join this free event, what about the title or the messaging, what was about it that you were like, I need to be there? And we're across like 5 different platforms right now. And so again, like we just really want to know, like, what was it? Because as you put those comments and those questions inside of the chat, we could literally ask these experts, about why you're here, so you can get your questions answered. This is your event. And so some of the topics that we as you saw on the opt-in page, but then also that we're going to be going deep on today are how to automate collaborative events, how to automate collaborative events. So imagine, and a lot of us, we are using AI. So how many people are using, different types of artificial intelligence? This isn't really an artificial AI summit, but I'm just curious. But imagine, and we have some geniuses, and I'm not saying this. I have one speaker I'm super excited to interview because she's literally a genius. We are actually working with her, and how she automates her business. What if there were some things that we do, every day or every week, that it's like, oh my gosh, I know I should be delegating this, but I gotta hire. It's like a whole process. But what if we automate our business, right? And then to take it a step further, what if we automate the collaborative events, the online marketing? And then, like I was saying earlier, learning how to be in relationship with not only potential partners, but then also within our team, within our family, within the culture of our companies, right? The legal side, y'all,
that's gonna be exciting.
This is a treat. You definitely want to stay on all day, because we're gonna have a speaker, and she's literally going to talk to us about the legal side of joint venture partners. So what should you look for in a partner? What should you avoid in a partner? How do you know if it's a good deal? So isn't that important, right? Because I don't know about you. Oh, did y'all see that? That is so cool. So Bridget made a comment, but isn't that so cool to have a lawyer for business owners? She's a lawyer for business owner, and she's gonna come today, and she's gonna talk to us about how to have a successful joint venture where you are protected as the business owner. Isn't that great, where we can just have somebody who specializes in all the legal and the lawyer stuff, and we can focus on serving our audience and on the things that we're good at in our business. And also, we're going to have a speaker come on talking about, how to start and scale an affiliate program. Even Demanda and I, we have affiliates in our company, and that was actually, I think, a part of this journey too, of putting this event, because we were like, man, it's really great to be able to offer our audience, different products or services, or even just referring to them. And sometimes we're not even affiliated with them, but it's really about serving our audience, right? And so having affiliate programs, what we have found, it really opens up space in our life, because if someone else who's in alignment, and the products and the service are in alignment with what we're already doing, us just recommending it to our audience, it really is supportive to the customer. It definitely creates a partnership, and then also it gives us, we're continuing to grow and deepen that relationship with our audience. But again, it's not like, oh, I have to create this course, right? Or I have to, show up to another workshop, because our schedule gets full. And I see some comments coming in. I want to go back and read them. So let me show it. Let me see if I can show it again. So Devan, you want to read?
Yeah. So Bridget says, I am here because I know that community and or collaborations are so vital to our growth and success. We can all share our gifts and ideas and support one another. AI is awesome. Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
yes, ma'am.
Yes,
And honestly, it makes me think about, the saying, for instance, it takes a village, right? And that's just what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier. In school, or the way we were raised, and or even if you ever had a job, some people are entrepreneurs, like from a teenage. I had a job before I became an entrepreneur, but I was in an environment, I was in a container, right? And so much of our life, I was talking to, I know I was talking to my coach, but I think I was also talking to another entrepreneur. And, I was saying it's interesting how all the pressure that we put on ourselves, right?
Oh wow.
Because entrepreneurship is a journey, right? And so sometimes we just need that community to just make sure, not only to just talk it out, but
Hmm.
to just make sure, am I crazy?
Yeah.
Because, when we were in school, if we did a project, it had to get approved or it had to get graded by our teacher, right? But when you're an entrepreneur, you literally have an idea and you're like, I think this is good. Let me test it in the market. But sometimes, we don't have to do that trial and error. So whenever we're in community with other entrepreneurs, and we can be at different levels because everybody brings, a different mindset. Everybody brings a different experience or a different background, or you know what I mean. So but obviously I would say always seek advice from people who that you admire their position. That's my opinion. But just being in community and to be able to bounce ideas off of other entrepreneurs, it is so important. So yes, I definitely agree,
Katie.
Bridget. Do you see anything else? Were you going to say something, Devin?
Katie says partnerships is the new currency.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so Bridget
Yeah.
said,
Bridget is super excited about the legal side and affiliate. Yep. The affiliates, I'm super excited because the title of it is how to make $1 million in a month with affiliate programs. So that is, I'm really excited for that topic with just affiliates alone. Imagine, having that type of passive income, or having, just that cash injection in your business, of again, something that, I mean, maybe you can create your own, but even just joint venturing, or just becoming a partner with another company and just saying, hey, my audience, we do this, and this would be a great product or service that I could share with them. It's complementary to the audience, or it's supplementary to something that I haven't launched yet, or I need to pause on right now. So yeah, definitely affiliates. I'm super excited for that. And
yeah,
accountability. Bridget said accountability. So accountability, that is interesting. Who who um who feels like they need accountability? Thank you for bringing that up, Bridget. Who else feels like they need accountability in their business? But that's what I'm saying, Bridget. Exactly, because you know when we are in school, or if we are in a job, we have that container, so to speak.
mm,
But as entrepreneurs, most of the times we are solopreneur, we're doing everything ourselves, and we're figuring things out, and there's not that accountability, there's not that like, I know it's like, oh, it's your business, it's your idea, but sometimes it's just like, I just need to get this out. Can I just talk this out, with somebody, who may not be friends or family, because they friends and family, they not, on the same journey. So, did you have anything?
yeah, it's beautiful as well because like with when it comes to like entrepreneurship, we get to learn ourselves. We not only get to learn ourselves, we get to learn like
Mm-hmm.
what do we value. And so like even getting into certain collaborations is like we get to really see, oh, is is this what I want? Is this really what I want? And we get to go deeper on what we want and what we value. So like if you value trust, if you value integrity, if you value empowerment, if you value abundance, if you value all, if you value it could be real estate, if you value healthy products, if you value uh, you know I don't know what. automations, if you value tech, anything, if you value marketing, like there is something for you where you can partner with, you can collaborate, and then you can build upon that. And
Mhm.
so and that could be a strength for you. And one area that you might be even interested in, you might be weak in that area, but now you can find someone else
Mhm.
that can
Mhm.
match that energy and really bring that unison together. So because I literally, like last year, Zay and I, we was in a rut. Like, let me be honest with you guys. We was
Yeah.
like, okay, we got all these skills, like all these things we love to do, but it's like we can't do all them at once, right?
Mhm.
So we felt restricted because it's like, okay, now we're in our ego, right? Always like, oh, I don't want to ask this person, I don't want to ask them. No, we held ourselves back so much, like earlier on, and we had to learn ourselves and learn, okay, what do we actually value? What we are actually about. And so we jotted that down. We said, okay, no, excellence has to be involved. Personal development, integrity has to be involved. Um, there has to be like fun involved. It has to be like a really like a communication as well. Is so key, because we want businesses. We want like collaborations that will last as well.
Mhm.
Not just a 1 month fling. It wants to be when it get a collaboration gets to be a marriage. A marriage between two entrepreneurs, two businesses, bringing that one idea and like really taking it to the moon. Or not, or even to beyond the moon. But but that's why we realize, like, these three things: profitability, efficiency, and productivity. Like, once those areas are addressed, and we get to go deeper on that today as well. Once those areas are addressed, I'm telling you, we get to those blind spots that you might be having, that probably brought you here right now today in this event. That's gonna get cleared up. Okay, you know these things that you didn't see, you're gonna get to see that. And so that's what happened with Zay and I, where we got to really see what was working for us and what wasn't working for us,
Mhm.
and then move beyond that, and we get to grow. So
Yep. And then we're actually going to have a few different speakers, but talking about like how to make time work for us. Is it
mm,
just me, or does anybody else feel like there's so many more tasks than there is time in the day? So really learning how to maximize our time to be more productive, right? How to make time work for us. And how about like even just with this event right here, we're inviting all of these speakers, and this is part of like the collaborative marketing that we'll go deeper in today, but literally leveraging other people's stages. So by us putting on this event, and us bringing other experts on our stage, it gives you the opportunity to be able to see how other people are growing in that specific area that you may or may not be looking for. You know what I'm saying? So you can, and I know the man said something, sometimes we want long relationships or business, but then again, going back to the legal side, she's going to tell us like what doesn't work in partnerships. And
yeah,
definitely want to making sure that we stay in alignment with our core values, and we're not just doing it to make money, right? We want to make sure that we're doing it and it really creates a peace of mind in our business, right?
exactly,
And so
exactly.
that's why having the conversations about how to communicate in a partnership, or making sure the contract is great before we even get into this partnership. And
Mm,
it can be short, it can be long, but to take it a step further, sometimes we just need to clean up our own home, right? Have y'all
mm,
heard that heard that saying before? I'm from the South. You want to make sure your own yard is mowed, and you want to make sure everything's cleaned up. I mean, you want to make sure like, all of your systems are optimized. For example, you want to make sure that your personal schedule, so you are living a very productive um life. You know what I'm saying? So after you're taken care of, and then definitely consider partnerships and collaborations. Don't just think like, oh, I don't want to do this. and let me just put my mess on somebody else, because that's not fair, and that's not probably not ethical either, depending on your beliefs. But definitely us talking about their the productivity and being efficient in our own company first, then to leverage. So learning how to maximize our time, definitely learning how to leverage with collaborative marketing. I'm super excited about that. But getting on other people's stages, letting other people on our stages uh, is super effective. Definitely works. Also, getting daily leads. Who would just love to have daily leads coming in? You just wake up and then you got new people who want to buy your products and services. Am I the only one? I just want to wake up and just have a whole bunch of potential people that I can serve, that I can support with our products and services,
Drop
right?
a one in the chat.
And then, how about who's already doing evergreen content? Again, I know I kind of hit on it earlier as far as automating our business, but creating evergreen content. Like, who's already doing that with the VSLs, and who's already doing that? Definitely let us know. And again, just the we and again, as we're doing this, and again, do not be shy. I see Bridget, she's posted something else. She said it's necessary to talk about those blind spots. Time management is huge. We need to tell our time and what you're doing, and what you're yes, do not let time pass us by, because time is our greatest asset, right? Time is our greatest asset. It's the only thing we can't make back up. But yeah, so as you are in this event, we're actually going to introduce our speaker, well, our first speaker of the day, here in a moment. But as you're in this event, y'all, please, I'm telling you, do not treat this as just another, do not treat this as, oh, I had to attend that event, so I couldn't do my business today, but you're not willing to implement anything. I would say, because we're going until 6 p.m. tonight, so I hope you're prepared. I hope you got all your snacks and everything. Like, I'm telling you, don't want to miss not a single speaker, but I really want you to set your intention right now. We have a few more minutes. Set your intention, whether you want to put it in your heart, whether you want to write it, write it on, a piece of paper real quick. What is your intention? What do you want to get out of this event? There's a reason why you opted in to watch this today, right?
Yeah,
And really set your attention, be present here, because what these speakers are going to share, it really could change your life. It could really be just one thing. Don't this is what I would recommend. Set your intention and seek for that intention, throughout the entire event. Or, if you have a little bit more space, have your intention and get one nugget from each speaker. Don't try to do all the things. And that's another thing. We're like, oh, I need to do all of this. And then we end up, and it's 6 months, a year later, and we haven't implemented anything that we learned from that one event that we spent an entire day on. Right? Let's not do that. Let's move after this moment. We're going into the second quarter. I'm always talking about the quarters of like, here she go. We're going into the second quarter of 2023. What was your intention coming into 2023? Back in December 2022, what did you say that you were going to do? And put it in the comments. This is an opportunity for us to be real with each other. We're all entrepreneurs, right? This is a I wouldn't say safe space, but again, like we're on 5 different platforms. I don't know who watching, but allow yourself to be open and to really get what you need. This is your event. This is your time, and so. Let's just make this a great event. Come as things are coming up for you. You can really support, and this is part of that collaborative, partnerships. As things are coming up for you, share your nuggets in the comments, because you can support somebody else, right? And I would just say be present. And Devan, do you want to introduce the next guest?
I would love to. So, oh, sorry, my camera. So, guys, we're gonna get into it. The first speaker of today's event, guys, you're in for a treat. I'm about to bring the lovely guest on. Hey. So, guys,
Oh,
hey,
it's
Michelle.
me.
I was gonna bring you on manually, but that's okay.
All right. I was waiting for a beep or a bell or
Yeah,
something.
I know, right? But no worries. So, guys, let me introduce this amazing woman. Okay, Michelle Bell, guys, the CEO of Virtual Work Wife, a marketing agency that is anything but typical, with a specialty in workflow and process automation. Um, Michelle's agency is providing personalized solutions for any size business seeking to create more balance, and founded to help busy entrepreneurs like herself find those creative solutions so that they can work around their family schedule, rather than scheduling family around work, right? And Michelle's core values: work less, make more, and do the things you love. And she says that by focusing on strategic solutions, holistically balanced campaigns, and the belief that authentic marketing will win over formulas, allows the agency to provide a one-stop shop for clients to care for them and their jobs, where talent is fostered and growth is encouraged. She is dedicated to lifting people up into their own success stories, and that's what gets her out of bed in the morning. Being of service and surrounding herself with clients and friends who share in her core values is the true measure of accomplishment for her. So today we're going to be speaking about how to create an efficient and profitable partnership. Michelle, how are you feeling?
It's early. Oh
Yeah.
my God, it's so early. But here I am. I'm doing this.
It's great to see you. It's great to see you. So we're gonna get straight into it. What does an efficient and profitable partnership look like?
Oh, well, that depends on what you're trying to accomplish and what you want to do. But for me and for in my business and what I teach a lot of my clients to do, it has a lot to do with um, looking at your surroundings. Who are you working with? Who are your clients? What are they doing that you can work together with? So strategically partnering with clients. If you've built something that's really amazing, like, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to think off the top of my head of something that could be collaborative, but I mean, for lack of a better, in marketing, I've built so many different systems for clients who, when we looked at it together, we went, every other person who is also a hairdresser could do this, who is also a business coach could also benefit from the system. How can we sell this together? Because yes, I've built the system, but I am not a hairdresser, so I can't
Yeah.
speak authoritatively on that, but the hairdresser can, and together we can sell something to their industry. So it has a lot to do with also understanding that not everybody is your competition, right? It is safe. You can say, I built this amazing thing to systemize my business as a hairdresser, and I want to share that with this other hairdresser. And some people go, what? Why would you do that? You're helping your competition. No, you're not. Not everybody's your competition. There's 10 million people in this world. More, they all have hair. You can't cut them all, right?
Super
Not
facts.
everybody is your competition. They are
Mm.
your collaborators. They are your peers. They are somebody who does a style that you don't want to do, but you can make money by selling them a system.
Yeah, no, that's amazing, and I hope you guys are hearing this because that's really key. Like literally, collaboration over competition. There's no like as long as there's value in place, as long as everyone shares that common goal, like there shouldn't be any conflicts involved, so that's crazy. And I love your process in terms of how you help you walk your clients through the automations as well. I want to ask you, like, for businesses, what are the first areas in business that entrepreneurs should automate?
Discovery calls right off the bat. Just get the discovery calls out of the way. Anything that has anything to do with connecting your website to your CRM or the tool that you're using to collect your list.
Yeah.
Um, because you can either be collecting it automatically or you can be doing that stuff manually. And who likes manual work? Not this
Mm,
girl. Not
fact.
doing it.
Yeah.
So your contact us, your newsletter, any of your call to action, those things need to be automated so that every time And everything is an opportunity. And because I know somebody's going, well, my contact us, never get anything, never get any work off of that. How do you know? If it's not connected to an automation, and if you're not sending out something that's a follow-up that says, hey, hope we solved that problem for you. Did you know we also do free discovery calls? We have this ebook, we have this video. Follow up automatically. If you're not doing that, then you would never know if you're getting a lead off of that contact us. So everything needs from your website, it needs to be connected in your CRM. As far as just being efficient in doing your business, that discovery call, because I promise you, you're doing it wrong. 90% of people are. Put some sort of questionnaire in front of it so you can get to know them before they ever get to book a call with you. Have them fill out a questionnaire. Who are you? How long has the thing been bothering you? What have you tried to fix it before? How invested are you in actually fixing it if I can help you? What is your budget? Questions. Because how they answer those determines whether or not they should see your booking link. Because if they answer, I've been doing this forever, it sucks all day long, I hate it, I can't fix it, I've tried everything, and I have no money, and they're not a good client for you and should not see your calendar. They should not be booking a call with you because they're tire kickers. Get rid of them. Send them somewhere else. Send them to something that educates them instead. But if they say, it's been bothering me a long time, I'm desperate, I will do anything, and I have all the money in the world, that person needs to see your calendar. And it needs to be something they can do themselves and not something that you're sending them an email. Hey, I read this stuff. It looks great. Can we meet at 2? And they're like, no, not 2. How about 3? And then you go, no, not 3. How about 7, Sunday? No, we don't do that. It takes too long. Give them an automatic booking link. If you fix that process, you will close more deals.
Wow. How many of us have faced that problem in the past of not automating our follow-ups and just saying, oh yeah, I'm free this time? No, I've been guilty of that in the past. Of course, we automate now, of course, but like that's a big deal. That's a big deal because if it's really efficient as well, because if we don't really get the questions, get the data, we won't be able to even be intimate with our clients or be intimate with anyone that we're partnered with. So where it's not doing that is wasting time in a sense,
It definitely saves you time if you get the questions ahead of time. Because think about it, if you're doing it right now, you're doing a discovery call, I'm going to guess, without asking anything before you even get on the phone with them, I'm going to guess your call takes an hour, maybe an hour and a half, because first you got to go through all the questions. What are you doing? How's it doing? And then they're taking however long they want to answer that. And you're like being nice because you want to make some money, right? And they're telling you their whole tale of woe from the time they were 2 until now because their elbow hurts and you're going to fix it for them, right? Or you can give them a form. They can fill it out. They can spend all the time in the world they want filling out that form and telling you their tale without you sitting there listening. So now when you get on the call and you are able to read that form and it takes you 2 minutes to read it instead of an hour listening to it, right? Then when you get on the call, your call is going to be like maybe half an hour because you're empowered already. You know what their problem is. You know if they're a talker or not by how many 1,000 words they put in the box. And you know what your plan is, right? You know what you have to offer that can help them so you can keep them on track with receiving that message and getting them to the point of making that sale. And it'll take you half or more, at least half as less time, right, to get it done.
Yeah. Oof. Guys, put some fire in the chats if your devices are working right now. Put the fire in it because I'm telling you, it's simple but very, very powerful. Simple, very powerful. So I wanna ask you, like, what are some examples of strategic solutions and holistically balanced campaigns? Because that's a very interesting holistically balanced campaigns.
Holistic and balanced, yeah, it's important. So I am not one of those marketers that sells lifestyle. I make $20,000 this month by sending one email. Want to know how? That is a lie. Anybody who tells you they made $20,000 in a month by doing one thing or with their secret message, it's bullshit. Sorry, language. You can't. They're not telling you the rest of the story. They're not telling you the 20 hours they put into, writing those emails. They're not telling you how long it took them to or how much money they spent on ads. Like anybody who says I made $20,000 a month and I did just one thing isn't telling you that they have a CRM in the background that's running it. They're not telling you how automated it is, and they're not telling you that they spent $25,000 to make $26,000, because that's generally the rule when you're doing Facebook ads for those kind of things, and they're preaching it as, this low ticket offer is going to make you life millions. Yeah, no, it's not. It's BS. So I don't do that. We don't do that. Marketing is hard. Life is hard. Work is hard, but you do it anyway, and you try and make fun out of it, right? Yeah. And so one of the main things that you have to understand is people can see through all the BS now. We are more savvy as buyers. We are more savvy as researchers. We have the internet, for crying out loud, right? We can look up anything. So whatever you say, they're going to research it. Whatever you're offering, they're going to look to see if somebody else bought it. They're going to look to see if they can talk to somebody else or read a review or do something that tells them that you are a safe person to buy from. So why not start there? Yeah. Authentic and real. Tell your real truth. Tell your real story. Be honest about what you're doing. If you're going to sell something, say you're going to sell something. Yeah. Right? When I say, let's do a free webinar, it says right in it, you're going to get sold something. We're not trying to hide that from you, but we are going to give you something really cool in the process. Be honest, be real. So that's strategic and authentic, right? Be strategic about what you're doing. If you're going to sell something, tell them you're going to sell something. Don't try and hide it.
Yeah, because it's interesting, because a lot of people like to say, oh, I don't like to be sold to. I don't like sales. I don't like this. We do love it. We just don't like the way people approach it, because it's really inauthentic most of the time, So, and so it's so key what you said, because just why can't we just open up and just say, yeah, okay, this is what's happening? Because if the people are on there because they want it, so we get to say what they want, and we get to say the value we get to provide. Because often we forget the value that we get to provide for people, and so now we bring our own egos into the place and stuff like that. So that's crazy. So one thing I wanted to ask you as well is about balance, because I know that's a really big thing for you. So what do you recommend for entrepreneurs who are struggling to be at work when at work and home at home and get all the things done? So when at the workplace, when at the home.
You know what? The real truth on that is you can't get all the things done. You have to be okay with looking at your day and going, there's 3 more things that need to be done today, and I didn't get them done. And I'm going to check out now because it's time for me to be with my kids. Or I want to go and travel, or I have something that I want to do that is self-care. Like, you have to get to that place where it's, am I going to die if I don't do these 3 things today? No, because they're going to be there tomorrow. Work will always be there tomorrow. People might not, right? So we have to prioritize. And I learned a lesson from a friend of mine the other day, because I do say work-life balance all the time. And she's like, it's not balance, it's harmony, right? And I'm like, excuse me? What are you talking about, girl? And she said, balance is incorrect, because balance means that things are equal, right? They're both here. You're spending an equal time at work and you're spending an equal time at home. And that might not be your mix, right? So harmony is more in the correct answer to that. If you look at how an orchestra plays, not every instrument is playing all the time, but you come out with this gorgeous music. So harmony just means finding that space where you're okay with spending 80% of your time at home and 20% of your time at work, because that's my mix. And I do work at home, and yeah, there's a green screen on right now, because if you could see the shit show behind me, you would be like, girl, how do you get anything done? There's a lot of people's chores back there that they haven't done yet, and I'm not doing them.
There's a lot of orchestra going on.
Lots, right? I'm not doing it. So yeah, you have to find those things, understand what you're willing to live with and what you're not. Me, I'm willing to live with the mess because I want my kids to learn to do their chores. I am not willing to live with being in this chair at 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night when I should be spending time with my kids. And so I've set really good boundaries with my clients. And it was a lesson I had to learn from my kids, because one summer I wasn't doing that. And we missed like the whole summer vacation. We were supposed to do all these things and everything kept getting postponed. And they had a week left of school and they're like, you haven't spent any time with us. You suck. And I was like, ooh, Yeah, I kind of do. So I wrote a letter to all my clients, email. I'm old. I wrote a letter. I wrote an email to all my clients. This is the new rules. These are the boundaries. Unless you're literally on fire, do not contact me in the next 7 days because I'm out. And I thought, if I lose a client or two, I lose a client or two. I will survive and it will be fine. I lost no clients and everybody had better boundaries. And it was a real lesson in this is what I need, and that has to be in the equation too, not just what the client needs. And that's also harmony. It has to be about what you want too, not just what the client wants.
Yeah.
And
You don't want to lose
forgive him.
yourself. Yeah. You don't want to lose yourself in the process. That's powerful.
No.
So Michelle, this is amazing. We were gonna get into some Q&A right now. Are you up for it? 10 minutes
Yeah, sure.
Q&A. Let's go.
I see Bridget's question there. She said,
Okay, let's bring it up.
how do you implement the questionnaire? Super easy. So that is in your automation tool, whatever you're going to use. I personally use Keep. I use Keep with all my clients. It is the best automation tool out there that I have found that is an all-inclusive tool. Has every single thing you need. One of the things it has is how to build a form. So within that form, depends on your audience, how many questions you want to put in there. I try to hit right around 5 to 7 because I don't want it to be too long, but I need enough information. And there's a couple of things I'm looking for. I need them to have a space, like a safe space where they can just tell their tale of woe and I don't have to be listening the whole time. I need quantifiable questions. Like, how long has something been bothering you? What are you particularly interested in? What have you tried before is a really good one. So if you're somebody who, like, let's call it health coaching, these questions work great. What have you tried before that hasn't worked? And they list every single diet on the internet, right? What that tells me when I go to quantify all that data later is where people's attention span is running. Like, if everybody's doing South Beach diet and keto diet and all those things, I know I'm going to use that in the marketing. Like, if you've already done this, and it hasn't worked, that's because you're missing this step that we do, right? Or it's going to help drive your marketing, not just that call. So keep that in mind. Some of your questions have to be looking for where you should be focused, as well as helping that person. So implementing a form, if you don't have a form builder in your CRM, you can use SurveyMonkey, Formaloo. There's like a million of them out there. I highly recommend AppSumo. You can find everything in the world on there for like $49 and you never pay again. So I'm a big believer in don't pay every single month for every single damn tool because you'll just run out of money. Go find the ones that you can get for a lifetime. Build your form and then connect that to your CRM. And your thank you page is not, thank you for filling out my form. Your thank you page is, great, now book your call. And you go right into your booking link. Google Forms works too. Super good. And you can integrate Google Forms with just about every CRM using Zapier. So remember, sometimes our favorite tools don't connect to the tools we need for business, but we have things like Zapier to get there.
Yeah, that's so important.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions? Let's see. So I actually wanted a question. So in terms of let's say what's like a true, like I know you mentioned like your core values are a true measure of accomplishment, but when it comes to really like automating your business, like what is a accomplishment for you?
Oh, I've automated everything. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've automated everything. And whatever you're thinking, and this is what I a lot of times so I've been brought in by Keep a few times to save a client who's like, I've done it, I've tried it, the automation doesn't work, I'm done, I'm gonna quit, right? They get all and they're like, can you help them just kind of figure this out? And I like that. To me, that's like a great puzzle. I love doing that. And you can't do this with automation. You can't do that with automation. You can. You just have to be creative. So for me, like everything is a giant puzzle. Like, okay, cool. Tell me your process and I will tell you how we're going to automate that. Because literally everything can. Actually, that's not true. Not literally everything. There is a couple of things that an automation can't figure out yet. One in particular has to do with that discovery call, is what actually happened on the call. Because you can automate right up to that point. You can send them a form, they can fill it out. You can send them reminders if they don't finish it. You can send them to your booking link right after. And if they don't book it 4 hours later because, they had to pick up the kids or cook dinner or whatever, you can send them a reminder. Hey, don't forget that last step of booking your call. You can remind them automatically to show up to the call. What happens on that actual call? That's the thing you can't automate. But you can give a person a simple task that says, choose one of these 5 options, because that's how many there are. There's 5 options when you have a discovery call. They didn't show up, and you need to send them an automatic reminder to reschedule. They showed up, they was crazy cakes, and you don't want to work with them, so you're sending them a thank you next letter. Hi. They bought during the call, so there's nothing left for that piece of automation to do. Or you need to send them one of your offers. And I say one of your offers. We do not send people the kitchen sink. Do not send them, hey, it was nice meeting you. Go to my website and find something. Bye. We don't do that. Hey, it was nice talking to you. We talked about X, don't forget, and here's how you're going to sign up. We send them one thing. So if you have 3 different offers that you do, small, medium, large, because that's usually what I teach coaches to do, have a package of small, medium, large. Send offer small, send offer medium, or send offer large. That's all you're sending them. One thing to keep them on target and focused.
Yeah.
So that one little slice in there is the not automated thing is you need to follow up on your task and close it and say, this is what needs to happen next. Send this thing. The automation can pick back up and move forward. So pretty much anything other than when you need a human intervention can be automated. Yeah.
So, guys,
like everything.
the goal, automate everything, guys. That's
everything.
I'm telling you. I mental notes are taken. I'm gonna be so many notes in my head right now.
I see this. There's AI tools now that record and create meeting notes for you. Yes, I use that all the time. I use MeetGeek, found it on AppSumo. Got into that deal before they took it off AppSumo, and now I'm on their like beta team. Like I help them test those AI tools and make sure that they're going to work with the automations and things. And it is incredible. And do you know what? It also improves sales. When you're done with a call and that AI note taker automatically sends the recap to your client, you look so efficient. You look so smart. Like you look like you know what you're doing. And then when you've branded everything that you're sending to them and you look put together and expensive, right? They're like, oh, damn, I have to work with this girl. She's got it together. Let me do it. Yeah.
Guys, Michelle just gave us a bonus there, I don't miss that one. Don't miss that.
Yeah, perception is a big deal.
Wow.
Perceived value. Do you have a good perceived value? You guys do. Look at how you showed up here today, all dressed and nice. I didn't have my earrings on when I sat down here and I saw you and I was like, oh no, I'm not done yet. Let me get my frosting on. Put all my shit together. Right? It matters.
It does.
So because I work, most of us work from home. Like I kind of love doing these events because it gives me an excuse to like hire somebody to do my makeup because I never do it. Like, and honestly, if I wouldn't have hired her, I would have not looked like this. So shout out to everybody being really great at their job. But the reason why I popped on, Michelle, is because, and I know you kind of answered this as far as like where to start in your business, with discovery calls. It's one of the first things. But of course, we have different people at different levels in their business. So I definitely want to kind of hone in. So what about the entrepreneur who feels like overwhelmed and they are still trying to figure out like what to prioritize with their automation and they're not tech savvy and they're like, I know I need to do this, but I'm going to avoid it some more because I don't know tech. It sounds like she's saying forms. I have no idea what she's talking. I don't even have my SOP set up, So where would that person start? Or what would you recommend for that person? What is like one tip you would recommend for that person?
Seek help. Really, it is seek help. Find somebody. I don't know how to do everything. Okay. I fought with my own website for 2 years because I was like, I should know this. I know how to log into WordPress. I know how to do this. Meanwhile, one of my strategic partners builds websites all day, every day. Why was I not reaching out to him to have him help me? Because I help him with his automation. Like, hello, right? So finally I had to be like, I'm done. I give up. Throw my hands in the air. Jesus, take the wheel, or Vince, take the wheel, and let him do it. And in the time span of his lunch hour, he fixed everything that I had been fighting with for a year and a half.
Oh my gosh, that is so good.
Seek help. Seek somebody like me who is an automation expert, who has everything templated, because whatever you're selling, whatever your process is, I guarantee you there is some template that's already been built that can help you kickstart your automation. We all do certain things that are foundationally the same, right? I work with companies as big as Pepsi, Hormel, Tyson Foods, Progressive Insurance. I mean, we're talking big companies, right? All the way down to brand new baby coaches who just got certified in coaching and want to start a business. There are things that both levels of company do that are the same when it comes to automation, right? They're the same. Business foundation is the same. You need to hire people, you need to fire people, you need to book calls, you need to sell products, right? Everybody wants money. Those things are the same no matter who you are. So everything that I've built at that level of bigness, I have also templated so I can hand it to other people and get them started. So if you're wondering about the form and the questions, I've already built it. And if you want it, I actually give it away. I have a monthly mastermind, automation mastermind. Once a month, we pick something and we build it, and I give that template to everybody. And then we can do Q&A calls so that everybody can learn from it. Like you try and do it yourself, because I've learned the hard way. Don't just hand people something that's already done, because they don't really buy into it as well. They don't invest in it as well. So everything now is like 80% done, and you have to learn how to do the rest so that you own your program, you own your system, you own your marketing.
Oh my gosh, I have so many questions now, but we're going to respect your time. And I know since you talked about free gifts, can we get that? Can we get that and share that with the audience?
Yeah. I positive. I gave you
okay.
The
okay. So that's the free gift that you're giving away today.
I think that one was the grow your audience, wasn't it?
Let me look.
I think I gave you the I think it. Sorry, I'm like tongue tied. What was it? I'm trying to remember the name of it now.
Oh yeah, okay.
Audience Accelerator, I think, is what I gave you.
There we go. Okay, so let me I'm gonna post it into the chat right now.
Post it there. There you go. We'll all click on it and see where it goes. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that one actually goes to Audience Accelerator, which is a really great 20-day help you build your audience.
Okay.
Now, from there, you will get information about the discovery call. Yes, it is all connected, because guess what? I'm automated and everything is connected, because you always need to keep people moving. Get started somewhere, grab something, do one automation, but one automation has to lead to the next, to the next, to the next. So for your, overwhelmed person who's like, I don't know where to start, and I'm also going to put my head in the sand because I know I need to do it, but I don't want to. Just pick one thing, do one thing, and then whatever that thing is, make sure you move your people off of it when you're done, right? Get them to go somewhere else. My people will go through that Audience Accelerator. From there, they will get another offer of something else, and they will also get more free things. And then from there, they're going to get on my newsletter, and they're going to see all the other things I do. And then they're going to get into a My Story so you can learn who I am. It's a crazy place to be. And now I have a TV show, so they're going to see, hey, go watch the TV show. There's always something. That's what automation's kind of key feature is, right? Is that you can just keep moving people from pile to pile to pile to pile to pile and just keep them going. Because if you had to talk to every single person and keep them moving, man, you would never get anything done.
Yeah.
Wow. Can we drop some fires for Michelle? Like, honestly, I feel like we
fire in the chat, please.
Like we were like this, like I think this was so good. Drop some. What was your biggest nugget from Michelle? Go ahead and drop it in the comments. And as you're dropping it, and show her some love, y'all. She came here early. She was the first speaker of the day. Y'all get to love on her. Seriously, love on her. She was the first speaker of the day. She's waking everybody up. And so, as we're wrapping up with you, Michelle, are there any last words for the audience? Oh, and by the way, y'all, make sure you get this free gift. She's giving you tools so you can leverage and you don't have to start from scratch, right?
Yeah, no starting from scratch. We hate that. do something. Like I was listening to you this morning, waiting to come on, and you said pick one thing, right? And I'm pretty sure I talked about 27 things, because this is what I do. I work at 1.5 times speed. Nobody ever needs to speed up my video. Most of the time, they got to slow it down, because I'm just like, pick one thing and do one thing from each person if you can. But if you try and do all the things from all the people, you're just gonna sink. And that's a hard lesson to learn, because because we're entrepreneurs and we can do it all. And you get on fire, and it's great. But yeah, just pick a thing, focus on it, one thing. Think about one thing that you could automate in your business, either collecting of money, doing doing the discovery call. Here's a thing I want you to do, because if you have ebooks, if you're sending ebooks to people, or you got videos you're asking them to watch, look at how many times you're talking to them after they after they opt in for it. Because most people I meet, it's like, here's your download, and it's a single email. Here's your download. Guess what people don't do? Open your email. They don't. People don't do the thing you tell them to do the first time you tell them to do it. You got to tell them 27 times. So if you're only sending one email, make that your one thing. Go fix that. Send 2 or 3.
Wow, hey, that is fire.
Don't forget, open my email. 3rd time. Hey, this isn't going to be free forever. You better go open it, right? Light a fire under their butt. Get them to do it.
Urgency is key right now.
It is.
Yep.
Michelle, let's go.
Thank you. I'm like, I want a part 2. This is so good.
Absolutely. And somebody said, how do they find me? It's at Virtual Workwife. My social media is consistency and branding, right? My social media is at Virtual Workwife on every channel.
Yep. And then also, if you download the link that we put, we'll post it again. You'll have access to her email community, so she'll be sending you all the juicy stuff. So make sure you download her free gift. Thank you so much, Michelle. We will talk to you soon, because we definitely have to do something. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Bye.
All right, y'all. That was fire, right?
Yo.
Remember, definitely comment your biggest takeaway in the comments. We're going to go straight into our next speaker. And y'all, this is my girl. Actually, as we bring her on, we have to show her so much gratitude, because this event would not be as efficient as it is right now, because Devin and I, we are still learning tech. We're still learning tech, right? So our next speaker, like, honestly, I just see us doing so many beautiful things together. I'm super excited to have source this beautiful lady into my life. Everybody say hello to Sophie. And
I'm so excited. I have to say, I love the heart.
Yes, welcome, Sophie. Again, y'all, can we just take a moment and say, everybody, y'all probably don't know what we're talking about, but I'm telling you, Sophie is a tech genius. She is the one who set up everything for this event. I'm not even joking. Devin and I, we did nothing on the tech side. We just focus on the content, and we just send her stuff. She's so amazing. And I just want to take this moment and say thank you so much for being great at what you do. She came and she rescued us. Like, I'm just like, I just feel like I want to hug her, right? So hi, Sophie. Everybody's like, what is this? Sophie she set us up. We're good. So everybody say thank you, Sophie, because she's the reason why you got your link. Okay. Hi, Sophie.
You are the absolute sweetest. I'm really, really excited to be here.
Okay. So I kind of gave a hint, like you are an automations geek, very tech savvy, but tell the audience a little bit about yourself in your words.
That's a really, really good question. Hi, I am a nerd. I am a lazy nerd. I hate when I have to work harder than I want to. And I often see problems in the online space where we do a whole lot of work that we don't have to, which is why I became sort of, I believe it's an obsession. It might be a problem. It might not. I'm okay with it. So it's okay. But I love using tech, and I love redoing system to be more efficient, just like a system like a summit and saving 100 hours, and a system that makes us more consistent so that we have the daily leads and sales that we want. The systems that allows me to do barely anything into the summer because I've done the work ahead. I'm trying to push my cat. This is not a good time.
He wants to say good morning. Let us say good morning.
Yes. So I am the co-founder of the VIP Hub, which is an all-in-one marketing platform. And I have one passion, and it's to make tech less stressful for everyone, to make it easier for everyone, but also to show everyone the basics, the ABCs of the business, so that if I can paint a really good picture for you today, you'll finally understand how you can grow your business without the burnout, without the overwhelm. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that this is not hard or time consuming, but we're going to break it down today, and I'm really excited.
Let's jump right in. So I know you said a lot, and if Sophie is speaking to your heart right now, I'm like saving hundreds of hours. Being lazy in the tech for me, like, you know what I'm saying, like. That is like, I don't want to do no tech, right? And kind of like what Michelle was saying, sometimes we get to hire out areas of our business that we're not good at. Devan and I, like, we knew like it would have been a plan for failure had we tried to do this entire live event by ourselves. So we were like, let's hire Sophie, and I'm telling you, Sophie is the GOAT, greatest of all time. First question, right? And again, we are going to have the Q&A, so make sure you are dropping your questions for Sophie, because you may ask it in a different way that you need to hear that I may not ask it. So start dropping your questions in the comments for Sophie. Okay, so I know part of what you do, it also helps us get daily leads. So what is the first step for a business to explode their daily leads?
My TV turned on. This cat is going to kill me today. Okay, so this is the business foundation. So keep in mind that when you build your business foundation, you need to have a vision, okay? You need to have the future you. Okay, what does that even mean? She's over caffeinated, people. So if I talk too fast, just let me know. Okay, you need to build a business on your own term, not a business that you were told to do XYZ, that you were told to hold this summit, that you were told to do one-on-one. No, a business on your own term. And what does that mean? It means that you need to consider yourself and your life in order to build the business of your dream. Okay, sometimes people come and they want to take an entire summer off, or they want to make $1 million business. And I'll say, okay, girl, what are you selling? Well, I'm selling one-on-one. Okay, how much is your one-on-one coaching? It's this much. Could be $1,000, could be $2,000 a month. Awesome. How many clients can you take at the same time? It's a simple question, but sometimes we don't really take this in consideration because we were just told to do this one thing. So we're just trusting the process and going for it. And I get it. But if you don't have the space on your calendar to make that goal a reality, or you burn yourself off in the process, it's not going to be a business that you enjoy. So I'm going to take myself for an example. In the summer, I am the least productive person you will ever meet. You see the skin? The skin needs the sun, okay? It's like snowpocalypse here in beautiful Ottawa, Canada. And I'm going to need to be outside. My husband is deployed at the moment. He's coming back in July. I will not pass my entire summer in front of the computer. Okay, so I know that one-on-one coaching is not for me. I mean, I love talking, obviously. I'm French. I talk all day, okay? But having a one-on-one business model is not for me. So I want you to take in consideration you, your life, your future you, your vision. What is that going to be? And then for the foundation of your business, I'm going to put it really, really simply, and Michelle talked about it, so we're going to build a little bit on it. You have a lead magnet that is so powerful. It's the unicorn of all horses online that everybody wants. It does not have to be something that you spend, 365 days creating. It's something simple, but it's something flashy that's going to get me a result immediately. And it's something that when it hits my inbox, Girl, I'm having a happy dance. Okay, well, I can't wait for this to hit my inbox. All right, and I can't wait to open it. So I'm creating some excitement. Then right after that, I'm gonna have an upsell. I highly recommend an upsell. Having an upsell and a welcome sequence can increase your sales by 89%. I'm gonna say that again because I feel like it's an important thing. Having an upsell, even $27 offer, and a welcome sequence can increase your sales by 29%. For me, that is a basic foundation of an evergreen business. This means that I have the ability to build a business that can make money for me every single day. And it does not always involve me in the process. Because if I have a business foundation that always involves me in the process, I don't have a business, I have a person. Now, we can already feel that this can have some problems because I can be sick. I can have family issues, family emergencies. All sorts of things can come to mind. So your business foundation, it is literally a lead magnet, a freebie where we exchange. We do this exchange together. I'm going to give you something. You give me your beautiful details at this in exchange, an immediate upsell, and then a welcome sequence. So this is the foundation of your business, but it's something that we tend to procrastinate on for the longest time. Guilty. It took me 5 years. I'm not even going to lie about it. So we procrastinate on this. And for all the people that this might make you a little bit overwhelmed, I want to say it's better to have one. Increase your sales by 89%. So not 29.
Wow, 89.
89. So for
Wow.
all the people that are like overwhelmed, I don't know what to do, I don't know if it's going to be good, it is better to have a place to start and to look at the stats. So remove your emotions from it, get going. Okay. And then every single month, I'm going to look at the stats and I'm going to let the stats talk to me. And every single month or every 2 weeks, however your business is going, right? So if it's growing a little slower, then you want to take the stats every month. But if it's growing fast, go ahead and check it every week, every 2 weeks. And improve according to what the stats are telling you. So it's a lot better to have that implemented and take the time and slow down a little bit to implement that. Yeah, I hope I answered your question.
You did. And do y'all see why I'm like, okay, let us take some time before this interview? Because her actually, and I'm not gonna lie, like I'm kind of embarrassed of how I probably showed up. Like I'm like, Sophie, I don't know what I'm doing. Sophie, and I was like literally freaking out because we set the event. We knew we had to commit and follow through and be live today, but we just knew we couldn't do it. So but literally she called herself a geek, right? But at the same time, she's saying words I understand. Now, I still have to listen to her boxer a couple times just because I have this. I'm calling myself out, y'all. I'm not the only one. If I'm not the only one who have this tech block, please let me know in the comments. But she says it so simple, and after like the third time, I'm like, oh, maybe tech isn't so bad. But the thing I love about Sophie is that she literally explains it in words that I understand, and it's simple language. Oh, and by the way, she literally will walk you through the process and allow you to do it as she's watching you. Like I need that type of support in tech. So I do want to plug this just because I'm not just saying this. I know earlier Michelle mentioned like having a CRM. That's part of the VIP hub. And so the thing I love about working with Sophie is I literally showed up and all of this automation tech stuff is in one spot, right? It's in one hub. So I just want to say thank you again. But yes, you did answer the question. So let's go to the next question. How have you seen collaboration marketing work for different levels of businesses?
I mean, collaboration is everything. So I'm going to say something very important here. Your network is your net worth. Okay, so I'm going to say this again. Your network is your net worth. Listen, I understand that if you, especially in the corporate world, you sort of feel alone, you're in competition with everything, and the Entrepreneurship is completely the opposite. You're not meant to figure this out by yourself. You're not meant to be here by yourself. And I know that, especially when we first started this entrepreneur thing, it's lonely. It is lonely. And it's not like you can turn around and go talk to anybody else about it, because they look at you like you have like six heads, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go now. So let me just break down collaboration to every level. Okay, so when you first get started, one of the best thing that you can create, right, is your email list. Your email list is your best asset of your business, hands down. So one of the things that you can start to create is evergreen content. So yes, evergreen content is going to have some of your genius sprinkled all over it, but it's a beautiful place to start collaborating. Now, what is evergreen content? It's a podcast, it's a blog, it's YouTube. If I was to rank them in order of how well they convert and bring leads, it would be YouTube, podcast, and blog, but it all depends on you and your audience. Okay. So now I know that instead of vomiting all over TikTok and Reels and Instagram, I know that the most important content to create is to, one, show up with value and create a weekly content that's unique to me. Now, I didn't say go and be like, create this 1 hour content every week. Guys, your content can be 5 minutes of gold and value, and that's amazing. Okay. So you could take 20 minutes a month and set up, 5-minute content on these platforms. It would be beautiful. But this allows you to show up as the expert, to show up with authority. And this is a platform where you can leverage the power of collaboration. And I can say, hey, you guys want to come on the podcast? I'd love to interview you on XYZ. Okay, now they have access to my audience. I now have access to their audience, and I've just doubled my effort. I have just doubled the value. I have just double how I show up. Now, this allows you to show up on my podcast as an expert, and my podcast, if it was a podcast, allows me to show up as an expert. Okay, this is key. Evergreen content is also searchable. So we call it SEO, but it's content that doesn't die like a reel might, or a post on Instagram. And it's content that you can repurpose on all of your other platforms. Now, there's a ripple effect that starts to happen when you're on a podcast and when you're invited to podcasts, right? There's a ripple effect, okay? Your inbox is going to start to flood with all of these beautiful invitations. I love to take this as a base, because though a little bit overwhelming to get started, I'm not going to lie, it's actually not that much work. It's not too hard. And it's the perfect opportunity to start showing up online, because a lot of the things that I've seen that we do wrong is sometimes starts with a summit, and it's such a big job. OMG, it can be so overwhelming. And yes, absolutely, it's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But a podcast or YouTube and collaborating within those platforms can be key to you having constant leads and sales. Now, there's other ways that we can collaborate together. Listen, we can collaborate like together. You and I could get on a Zoom every single week and keep yourself accountable and help each other. Listen, you show up online with absolute pure fire. I am an absolute nerd behind the scene. I bet we can create beautiful things together, and we can keep each other accountable. Sometimes, instead of creating an event by yourself, you can create an event with someone else. You have the same audience, but you do two things completely different. And you're going to bring two complete different personalities to the table. Now you have half the work with the same result, and probably less tired. You can collaborate through affiliated marketing. People that love the platform always bring people, because I'm a people person. I love to teach people. I love to be hands-on. I'm never meant to have this platform with millions of people on it, because I love to teach individual how to do their tech step by step. right? So take the collaboration that fits best for you. But my biggest advice to you right now today is stop doing it by yourself. We even have like a little mastermind we created just because we want to keep each other accountable. There's 4 of us. We get on Zoom once a week, and I will get Voxer say, "Hey, Soph, I see that you're getting distracted this week because ADHD is real and I get excited with every friggin' shiny things there is." And, they bring me right back. Collaboration does not have to be an entire summit with 50 speakers and hundreds of hours. But collaboration, accountability, affiliate marketing, that evergreen content can truly be the key to you building a business that is exciting, a business that always moves forward, a business that brings you daily leads, and a business that is going to be sustainable. When we have a foundation, right? Lead magnet, upsell, welcome sequence. When we have that evergreen content, this is not about just a business that is going to bring you sales today. This is about a business that is going to be sustainable. We always start to work so much on the right now that we never stop to think, what can I do so that in the long term, I stop working so damn hard? So what do I do? Okay, I just want to say this. This is how I plan right now, because Sophie's going to be outside drinking margaritas all damn summer long, okay? So right now I plan for this. So right now I have interviews on my calendar for my podcast. That's going to bring me, I'm all the way till August. I'm going to push it to September. I'm also going to do an inventory, guys, of all of the interviews that I've had over like hosting summits. I have a few hundreds. I can make this content go a few months, okay? But the first thing that I do after making sure that I have a lead magnet, an upsell, and a killer welcome sequence is set up my content for the entire summer. So you can schedule podcasts, you can schedule blogs, you can schedule email, you can schedule YouTube. So yes, for 2 weeks, I'm going to work a little hard, but for an entire 6 months, I know exactly what I'm selling. I know the sales sequence I'm going to go to. I know the 4 weeks during the summer, I'm going to have some huge sales. I'm going to set all of this up. So yes, 2 weeks, I'm going to go hard. But for the entire summer, I have people that are going to promote my podcast because they've been interviewed. I am going to have emails and nurture sequence all set up for my summer because I know exactly what I'm doing and know where I'm going. So when you get to start, that clarity is so easy, right? And then I'm also have a sequence that I pitch myself to other podcasts. So on top of that, I'm going to double my effort and I'm going to have daily leads, daily sales without being in front of my computer all summer long.
So now do y'all see why we hire her and we love her? Because again, and she hits it again, so you hear it. Well, what's the sequence? Free league magnet, an upsell, and then a welcome sequence. That's the process to getting this thing started. I have so much I want to unpack. I do have one question inside of the chat. Someone asked, they I can't see her name, but she was saying, she has been on multiple podcasts, but she have yet to gain clients from one. And so she's considering starting her own podcast. What do you recommend for people who are like, man, I'm doing the summits, I'm doing the podcast, but it's not working for me?
Okay, so that is an amazing question. So I would love to know what kind of podcast that you've been on. Are they podcasts where people are just starting, or are you pitching yourself to podcasts that are getting 500 downloads, 1,000 downloads? So I'd be curious to see as to where you're pitching yourself on podcasts as well. When you're on podcasts, are they properly promoting you into the show notes? Do you have a freebie that you're giving into the show notes? So I want to make sure that we have a few of those steps first to get started, because you can also choose to purposely pitch yourself on podcasts that have a lot more views and content. Because if you've been on multiple podcasts, you should be gaining leads. So I have a lot of questions about it. So when you say you have no clients, are you getting leads but no clients? Do you have a sequence set up for when people come through? Because sometimes one of the mistakes that we do is just book a call. Our call to action is just book a call. And that's not the best call to action, because you're not going to get as many leads as you normally would. One of the best way to get clients sometimes is a lead magnet, and then you can lead them, depending on what your offer is. If it's a higher offer, a video series does beautiful thing, because we get to know each other face to face even a little bit more. So I definitely look at, are you getting leads and not sales? So is that a problem that you have to look and you have to make better? Or are you not getting leads at all? Then maybe let's go for a bigger podcast that has more views. So go look into the type of podcast. No leads. I need to change my lead magnet, although I thought a guided grief journal was a good one. So let's finish the first question, and then let's talk about that a little bit more. So starting your own podcast is also amazing. It is amazing. It's going to show you as an expert right off the bat. I love it. I absolutely love it. There's no word that can describe how much I love interviewing people on my podcast. We get to have a conversation, and then one thing leads to another. They're like, oh my gosh, I've had such an awesome conversation. Can you create something for my membership? Okay, well, now I'm on this person's membership. I'm invited to also talk on her podcast. So it does work. Both work. You hosting a podcast, having your content and interviewing people, and being interviewed on podcasts, on YouTube, on summits, on all of this, it does work. So if we look at my list and my stats from last year, my list grew since I pivoted from working a lot behind the scenes to owning my own platform and starting to sell some courses. My list grew 12,000 in 14 months. Right? And I can say that I can see how many I've grown from those collaboration, and just collaboration with others in 1 year has gained 3,000 leads. So it does work. Let's just have a look as to which podcast you're showing up, and let's pitch yourself strategically to podcasts that are maybe in the top 100 or top 200 of your category. Now, if you're thinking your lead magnet might not be working, it's really, really, really important that you throw yourself out there and you vomit that lead magnet everywhere. Okay, everywhere. Facebook group, podcasts, other people's Facebook group, I don't care. But you need at least 100 people to opt into your lead magnet and your sequence to see if it's truly effective. So let's make sure that we build those numbers. And if we're not getting any views on that lead magnet, it's not that it's not working. We need to get the views on that lead magnet to know if it's working first. I talked a whole lot there, right?
No, that is beautiful. But do y'all see why we love Sophie? Because not only does she tell you what to do, she helps you process and how to break it down so it makes sense on why you're doing what you're doing, right? That's why we love Sophie. I see another question. I'll ask this question right here. How has building systems and collaborations created time and mental space for you?
Okay, so that is an amazing question. Listen, I build my business and I go really hard for a week or two, and I will schedule automation and system, right? I will schedule about 3 months, 6 months right now, because there's a lot of things happening. My husband is deployed, then he's coming home for 8 days, and then there's the summer, and my toddler may be going for surgery. Anyways, life is happening. So I'm going to do 6 months, but I highly recommend 3 months is perfect. Okay. If you can automate your business for 3 months, here's what the freedom looks like. Okay. So my podcasts are going to be scheduled. My emails are scheduled. My 2 sales to create a peak of income, my 2 sales sequence, so it's 2 week, they're all scheduled. You can schedule your Facebook group content. You can schedule so many things. I have a strategy call sequence, right? I have a sequence for my lead magnet. I have sales sequence. All of the sequence that I have that I need are set up. Now, what does that mean in terms of freedom? It means that I can work for 10 minutes a day to get people on sales calls, to grab those conversation, because we never want to stop those conversation and having chat with people. We never. It is so important, so, like market research, knowing what's happening, knowing what people need. It is so important, but I can work for 10 minutes and not necessarily have to worry about anything else. I now have the time to learn a new skills. That skill could be, I need to work on my sales. I need to work on my sales strategy. You know what? I'm going to spend 3 months and I'm going to learn and master my sales strategy. It can be that you're going to learn how to use Pinterest. It can be that you're going to master YouTube. You have 3 months to learn a new skill, and you can also put on your calendar 15 minutes a day or a week to improve one of your sequence, to improve one of your automation. Yes, it's a lot of work to set up, but there's no words to explain how worth it is to me to have it set up, and my business is always growing.
Y'all, don't we need a masterclass with Sophie? I feel like we needed a masterclass. I definitely foresee something happening very, very soon. But wow, that Sophie, tell us about your free gift. Tell us about your free gift that you're offering.
So I'm gifting you with 29 summit email swipe files that I use, and I want you to use your imagination, because you can use these in many different way. Okay, so you can turn this into a bundle, but this has all the emails where I invite people to collaborate, so you can use this and transform this to invite people to collaborate you in so many ways. Come chat in my Facebook group. Let's chat, go live together on Instagram. Let's go on my podcast. You can reuse all of these sequence in so many other ways. So definitely don't be afraid to use your imagination on that, because it has everything you need for any type of events.
Yes, Sophie, I want to say thank you so much. And I do want to say she's really genuine and compassionate. And I'm not just saying that because I'm in front of her. I'm telling y'all, if it was not for Sophie, like, I don't know if y'all would have got y'all's link. Like, I would probably be flustered today. But because, we hired and we're only 2 speakers in, and we're beginning to see like how this is coming together, because they're saying the same thing. Even how I just want to hit on this. Oh, do you mind? Do you have a moment, Sophie? I know we're like,
I have lots of time.
Okay, everything's automated. She's like, girl, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, how Michelle said earlier, a lot of people aren't authentic in their marketing, and they're saying, oh, you can do this off this one thing. But Sophie is literally telling you the reason why she can do it is because she's telling you the background of what these people aren't telling you, and she's also teaching you how to do it. So if you want to go deeper with Sophie, definitely y'all download her free swipe files, because literally, of course, you can literally copy and paste. Of course, you have to make it your own and make it your voice, but she's giving you the swipe files. Oh, and by the way, her emails are A1. Like, you learn so much, and she's keeping you up to date on different ways to be automated, on different ways to collaborate and create bundles so you can leverage in your marketing. Yo, I'm like, this show is fire. Can we drop some fire, some hearts in the chats for Sophie?
Fire in the chat, please. Let's go.
Sophie, do you have any last words for the audience? Any recommendations, anything that's coming up for you?
Being an entrepreneur is overwhelming. If you do anything today, is find yourself an accountability partner and stop being by yourself. Even if it's one thing that you do today, is get an accountability partner where you can learn together, where you can use each other's skills. That alone will move your business forward.
Yes, ma'am. Accountability partner. And again, all the same things. So it's things that we just need to be reminded of, or that it was on our to-do list, but we never got around, or we didn't realize how much accountability, like you said, even at your level, you are meeting with people, for people every single week to hold you accountable, and you're a freaking genius. Like literally, y'all, she's a genius. Like it's like Edison in the flesh.
I'm gonna
That's
blush.
fact. That's fact.
I'm serious, y'all. If y'all see her work, like there would be tasks that we needed to do. It would take her like 2 minutes, and it took me like 8 hours. And I'm like, just give it to her. But yeah, this again, like I
That's
just
real
want to
talk.
say
That's
thank
real
you.
talk.
Devin, do you have anything to add?
No, I was just saying that's real talk. Like we'll be like this, oh, and then Sophie's like this.
Everything's all good. The
Yeah,
same, the
done.
same.
Very
You
chill.
know,
Like I don't think everything's good.
Uh,
Wow. Thank you so much, Sophie. I'm really excited to what we do next. And again, y'all, make sure you contact her, download her free gift. And again, she says she has communities for you to be a part of. So definitely, if you want to automate, learn how to have 3 to 6 months off in your business, by automation, because everything's set up to repurpose your content. I'm telling you, Sophie, like she did this event. I mean, it's a miracle what she did and what she's continuing to do. So we want to say thank you and enjoy the rest of your day, lady.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always a blast. I love sharing. I'm a no bullshit type of person, so if you have a question, honestly just ask and I'm going to give you the answer, because I love when people ask questions. I know that it's hard to ask the questions, but I'm not going to give you a fake answer or a fluff answer. I'm just going to tell you how it is, and it's just going to be up to you to implement.
Very much so. Thank you so much. We will see
Sophie.
you soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow. Y'all, I was literally over here like taking notes because I'm like, Sophie, like
Crazy,
I'm
right?
telling you, and y'all, this is like what she's telling you. She's literally telling you the process. You know what I'm saying? And when we tell you that she's super transparent, like we can't make it up. Like she has literally put this event on for us, and we're just super grateful to have collaborated with her. And she did all the behind the scenes. So we want to know, like, from the first two speakers, what was your biggest takeaway? What were some things that really stood out to you? And just where are you? Like, what's coming up for you? You know what I mean? Do you have any like questions right now? Do you want us to process with you? Again, we don't want this to just be another I showed up to this thing to get more information. Like, we understand, right? And that's why we wanted to do this, is because entrepreneurship, it's a journey. But the people who are at their next level of freedom, the people who are like she said, her business is automated. She comes in 10 minutes of work, and she moves on with her life. It's because they're doing things differently. And even again at Sophie's level, she has accountability, she has community. And I know that this was super fast. Oh, and by the way, I did see that earlier. Make sure you look at the comment section, the chat, to get the links. And what we can do right now, we can highlight both, again, Michelle's and Sophie's free gifts. But after this event, what we'll do, we'll go ahead. Well, Sophie is going to go ahead. It's probably already set up, to be honest. Like, everything was already set up like a week ago. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when I tell you this girl, she's such a blessing to see her work. But you will get an email of all the speakers, and how you can a little bit more information about them, but then also their free gift. I mean, definitely take opportunity to connect with these people if they resonate with you. Devin, what are some things that you learned in the past hour?
Oof. Oh, so for me, it was the evergreen content. So literally, evergreen content being content that doesn't die, content that can be repurposed, but also the platforms like YouTube, the podcasting. It's like we get to really establish authority and establish credibility and provide value in a way where it's going to get the most reach, right? But not only that, creating evergreen content that's authentic to us and collaborating with other people that share that common goal, that share that authenticity as well, and then make something even bigger. It's just genius. It's just genius. That's for me. That's and also the question I asked about the mental freedom and time freedom. I really wanted to get inside Sophie's mind around how she operates on that, and that's refreshing to hear.
But another thing I do want to say about Sophie is that the way she processed, like we literally saw in real time, and that's the thing, when we're in the room, with people who are operating at a level that we want to, and maybe not exactly. I'm gonna be real. I love hiring Sophie. I don't want to do no tech. I love hiring her, and I love the fact that she has set up our foundation in our system already. But she literally, when there was a question about, how somebody in the comments said that, they, what did she say? Let me look at it. I have so many thoughts in my head right now, but she said that, she has been on different platforms, but it wasn't working for her. We saw how Sophie was processing. She literally was like, well, is it this? Is it this? I have more questions. It wasn't just like, oh, do this thing. I'm so cool because I'm the guru. It was literally like, well, and I mean, just to see her mastermind going to work. And so it's really incredible to be in a room and to be inside of a container with people who are at the level that you want, or they just have a skill or they have a strength that you can leverage. Another thing that I think Michelle said earlier is, there was an area of her business where she was like, I don't know how to do this. It was taking her so long. She was procrastinating, even though she's really good at, tech and automations. It was that area that she was like, I don't know how to do this. And so it was delaying and holding her back in her business, and when she literally, and it was a different type of partnership. I want to, because a lot of times, when we create these business relationships in our business with each other, right? We can leverage, like she said, she hit up her friend who was really good at this area where she was procrastinating on, and they switch. I mean, so all partnerships, all collaborations don't have to be we pay each other. Sometimes it's like, hey, I need this, you need this, let's do this, right? And so did you have something about that?
Yeah, no, literally, it was funny. Like when Michelle said, she's good at automation. They're good at this. Like she's like, Vince, take the wheel. You know what I mean? And so one thing that came up for me was like, how many of you are, let's say your business is a car, like how many of you are trying to drive this car with a shattered wheel or punctured wheel? Who needs to take that wheel and replace it? Who needs to take that wheel? What is that? What does that wheel even look like for you? Is it the automation area? Is it the scheduling of calendars? Is it the discovery calls? What is it? What is that wheel that is is stopping you from actually driving as fast as you can and more efficient as you can? And we get to do some brain dumping later on, because this is gonna be this is powerful. So what came up for me as well when about sales strategies, sales strategies, and really getting intimate with the process. Like we even if it's not a strong point, we get to be aware of it. We get to at least have a base understanding, because it's our business and we get to understand the foundation, because both speakers mentioned business foundation, and automations come at the back end of that, right? And also, but not only that, is like the vision of your business is going to allow for the foundation. Like I love what even Sophie said about the vision. Like, what are you trying to build? Like, do you even know, right? Like, because if you don't know what you're trying to build, you can't really bring that into a conversation. You can't really bring that into the market, and you can't bring that into the content you're creating if you don't even know that, So,
that just makes me think, a couple of things like that you just said. Most of the time we are seeking more information And sometimes we do need to take time and learn that skill, right? Which is, why we put this event on is for you to be able to open up space in your life as an entrepreneur, so you can have time to hone in on your skills and your strengths, right? But a lot of other times we have, and I don't know if you're spiritual. I'm spiritual. And so I just want to say, I deeply believe that we are all gifted beautifully and unique with things that are for us and only we can do. Right. And then, and oh my gosh, I have so many things. So a lot of times it's not the new information that we need. Right. But again, being an entrepreneur, we grew up in a system where it was like every year we're just learning new things, but we never actually, had time to make those new things that we learn knowledge or wisdom. And when I say wisdom, I mean from, okay, I learned this new thing, I implemented it in my life. It was either a learning lesson or my next level up, right? We're not winners or losers. We either learning or we leveling up, right? And then it became my wisdom. There's so many times, where we just are. And I wish I had the statistics now that this is coming up, but they said that there are different levels of learning, and when you hear something, you retain it a small percentage, but then you have to, you know what I mean? So we all know what I'm talking about. But a lot of times, y'all, what I'm trying to say is, it's not the new information we need. Sometimes we just need space. We just need accountability. We just need community where we can process. And when I say process, like really take time to think, right? Really take time to like, okay, I learned this, because I don't know about you, but like I ain't got no shame. Sophie was sending me them boxer messages. I had to listen to her about 2-3 times because I heard her and she's saying words that I know, but I'm trying to I'm putting the puzzle together in my brain, right? Because again, the way she speaks, she just kept like processing with me, and I'm like, oh, that link goes this, like something simple. When I'm like, okay, if we do the restream, how does it show up here? Simple, but I was just in my head. So what I'm saying is, I want to say this one more time. Sometimes, right? Sometimes, in order to be more productive, in order to be more efficient, in order to be more profitable in our companies, we get to slow down. We get to process and implement what we already know. We can trust ourselves. We can trust ourselves. Everything that you have, been through, all of your experiences, even if you're pivoting, for Devin and myself, for us to pivot, to say, you know what, we come from the health community, but we had to literally say, you know what, we're trying to build a business. We were just building a business, but we weren't creating a life. Both speakers talked about that, creating a business around my life. I don't want to create. I literally left my job, and I mean, if you American, if you are in the Air Force, like that's the best for me. That's the best job you can have. Like the plan is there. You just show up, and you get paid. It ain't no delay. It's hard for them to lay you off. I mean, they do lay off, but it's harder than a regular job. I had the best job, but I was trying to fit all this stuff inside of my life. So why would I leave that to create a job for myself doing the same thing? It doesn't make sense. So what we get to do, we get to slow down. We get to process everything up in our life. And just listen to our intuition. Listen, what is my vision? Ask ourselves. We're always doing all these things for our clients and our customers and our audience. But are we taking a moment to do that for ourselves?
Yeah, we don't want to suffer from information overload, right? And one thing, literally, we get to just reflect on is this. Like, here's something like the speed of information that the rate in which we process information is a direct correlation to the results we get to create. So if we're not processing the information we're taking in to implement or towards something that is specific, we don't get to create what we want. We don't get to be productive. We don't get to be efficient. We don't get to be profitable. We don't get to align with partnerships and businesses that share our same values if we're not taking that time to even process what is happening within us and outside of us as well. So yeah, as Sophie said, that is gold. Like she said, so I think that sometimes we just need to bounce. We need people to bounce ideas off. I get my best ideas when I'm talking. That's
me too. I'm always talking to Van's ear off. And sometimes I'm still enrolling myself after we've already made a decision. So yeah, y'all, what we want to say is, you know, before we bring the next speaker, we get to be in community. We get to give ourselves grace. We get to give ourselves compassion and treat ourselves like humans. Like we treat everybody else around us, whether they're our customers, our family, you know, whomever, strangers, better than ourselves. And it's like we're holding, you know, ourselves to the super high standard, which is amazing, right? But also we are creating chaos and restrictions and blockages in our life, which is another reason why we're not being as productive or efficient, because we're creating all this junk where we can't process or we can't, really, and I'm saying process. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Let me, am I just like using my words? I want to make sure that
drop in the comments.
y'all understand what I'm saying. Like literally, I'm on the Zoom today, or I'm on this call today. So I want to take a couple days to really just think, just thinking time. I just want to think and let it just rumble around my brain, because that's where our creative genius come from. But when we literally create space, that's why, you know, being more productive, you know, we there's definitely so many resources out there, and we know and we can trust ourselves. When were we most productive, and when did we most have the best peace of mind? It's whenever we literally gave our time to be in routine, to be in rhythm, where we had that time where we were like, you know what, I don't have to worry about this task right now. I do this with Devan all the time. I'm like, Devan, this task is on our priority list. Are we doing this today? Or, you know what I mean? Are we doing it this week whenever we're playing? I'm like, are we doing this? Because if not, I need to move it to priority B. Because if it's on my priority A list, we need to do it. But if you saying this other task is more important than this, then okay, I'll put, you know, let's not focus on that, because we put too much pressure on ourselves, is what I'm saying. I do want to, because we do have some people who are in the VIP insiders for this event. So I do want to, I don't know if you saw it on your email, but I want to open up the opportunity, because these speakers, you know, I mean, we've had 2 speakers this morning. They're dropping a lot of knowledge. And again, I don't know if you're like me, and I hope I'm not the only one, but I have to listen to things over and over and over to understand. I'm not one of those people who can hear something one time, especially if it's foreign to me. Like if you're like talking about like productivity, if you're talking about, you know, things that I know, things that, you know, are from my experience, or that from, you know, my realm, right? I can flow with you. But if it's something new or something that I'm intimidated by, like tech or automations, please, you know, I need to hear it over and over. So we definitely want to let you know that if you want lifetime recordings of this entire day, also what we added to the business, the VIP upgrade of this. So this event is free, but we did make an option to where it's called Business Insider for VIPs. and also you get a discovery call.
Mhm.
And we've had a couple discovery calls with people who already upgraded, and what we realize, again, people just need space. People just need space with each other to process.
Most definitely.
People just need space. And so a lot of times I get on discovery calls, like Devan and I, we open up, we have, a link for our audience, but then we also have a link just for people who we want to connect with. And we call it discovery calls because we don't know what's going to come out of it. But a lot of times on those calls, people are saying, I've literally had people say, Zay, you sent me the link on my email and I clicked it, and that's why I'm here, because I just need to talk. Like Sophie said, sometimes we just need to bounce ideas off of each other, because as entrepreneurs, if you're not seeking it, you're doing this business by yourself, and that's not how business has to be. If you want to be like that and be all hard and do everything by yourself, have fun at you. But I'm gonna tell you, for me, I love being in community. I love saying, you know what? I know on this day, I have this accountability. I love, or you know what? I know this person. I like their character. I like what they're doing. I feel like, they have strengths, and I have a strength that hopefully I can support them with. And I just want to build relationship with them.
Yeah.
Right. And so lifetime recordings, discovery call with Devan and myself. And we can, whatever that discovery call, and I'm gonna just be transparent. We're all entrepreneurs, right? We all make offers. On the discovery call, we don't make offers on those calls. Typically, what we have done, if you needed something, we'll be like, oh, there's this person doing this, if you want to. But a lot of times those calls are literally like, I just want to talk to another entrepreneur who understand my pain, who know where I'm at. Those what those discovery calls are for. So definitely feel free to upgrade to the VIP. We also, how Sophie was talking about, part of your process should be having a lead magnet. We also created a lead magnet just for this event, where it is 15 ways to be more productive, efficient, and effective, and profitable. Sorry, productive, efficient, and profitable with joint ventures. So you get that free ebook from us. And also, we threw in a masterclass. So we're going to have a masterclass we're not going to tell you who, but I'm telling you, you don't want to miss that masterclass. And honestly, I mean, the way these interviews are going, I think we need a couple of more masterclasses, but we'll definitely create something for you. And since we have just 2 more minutes, we're thinking about, and y'all let us know in the chat, because if y'all don't want it for the VIP insiders, this is exclusively for the people who are in the business insider. I can't talk. We're thinking about next week, I done said it now. We're thinking about next week holding accountability calls Monday through Friday. So if that's something you are open to or you want, and you don't have to come every day, but literally just holding we can do it 2 ways. This is your event. This is not a regular summit. We can do it where we hold space, and we can bounce ideas off each other, or it could be where you guys start to let us know what you do, and you can start creating collaborations with other VIP insiders. Like, would that be cool? If you think that would be cool, definitely let us know. So we can definitely add that to the VIP insider. We definitely want this to be your event, and we don't want this to be just, oh, I showed up to another training. Woo-hoo. Like, we want people to walk away and feel like I got something from that. And because I took one thing, my business leveled up. Y'all know that song? Leveled up, right? Because of that one thing, right? And to take it a step further, the reason why we did the VIP insider is because, definitely intimacy, but we also want to make sure we're not talking about all these strategies and you just go home. We want to say, you know what? This is an opportunity for you to collaborate with other people who were on this event. Oh, and by the way, here's the discovery call. Here's the lifetime access, so you can literally process what the other speakers are saying. Oh, and here's an example of this and that. Because these free gifts, I'm telling you, take them. And if you want that VIP offer, we'll drop the link. Okay, yep, I will drop that. I see people asking for the link. Okay.
Take the
Our
wheel.
next speaker is here. I'm gonna hop off.
Should we get the link first? Yeah, you get the link. Okay. So, guys, prepare yourself and for the next speaker, we get to. Let me just lay out the foundation before I bring on this amazing speaker. Okay, so we'll be creating a connecting advantage. What works, what doesn't work, and why it matters more than ever. And we are gonna be graced with the presence of Joyce Layman. Now, let me introduce you to Joyce Layman. You may find it hard to believe, but Joyce Layman is a former wallflower in the world of business networking. She's being referred to as a walking LinkedIn and Bob Berg, best-selling author of The Go-Giver, the author of Go-Giver calls Joyce the greatest networker in the world in his endorsement of her book, Your Connected Advantage. She shows coaches how to attract and connect with their ideal clients online using simple social systems so that they can generate more leads and make a bigger impact without the overwhelm. Joyce is here to help you make the most of your connections you already have and the ones you are yet to make. Joyce, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you feeling?
Fantastic.
Oh, it's great to see you. It's great to see you. So we want to get into this. So I want to really, I think the audience wants to know this as well. Like, what is one of the biggest mistakes that people make before they actually begin to reach out about partnerships?
The biggest thing that people make a mistake doing, and by the way, I have to point out, we literally rescued a cat Sunday, and he's still trying to get the lay of the land in the house. So if you hear meowing, that is Vader trying to get it figured out.
Shout out
So
to Vader.
you know, because you go live regularly that stuff happens. Well, there might be a large black cat. Anyway, so Vader just made his presence known. Anyway, all right, back to the biggest mistake. I saw this happen back. I wrote my book back in 2015. I've updated it multiple times. But if your brand isn't ready to connect, it doesn't matter if you meet somebody in person, if you meet them online, there's a really good chance they're going to Google you. And it depends on what shows up. So too often we want to market our business. We want to go sell something. We just want to go to a networking event. And then you go to somebody's LinkedIn profile or Facebook or whatever social media platform. But you got to go Google yourself to see what platforms show up first, because it may not necessarily be where you're spending time building your brand. So if you want your clients, if you want amazing power partnerships, get your brand positioned well.
Wow. Sorry, did everyone hear this? This is Joyce is playing no games right now. Can we get your paper and your pen? I'm not joking. I'm serious. That's big, because imagine, guys, let's paint a picture. Imagine marketing in a certain area of social media. Let's say you're on YouTube, but your audience is not there. What are you doing? That's big. That's big, because you won't even be able to connect. You won't even be able to partner if your ideal partners are not even in the area. So I wanna ask you as well. So how can you spot opportunities in the least likely places?
So my training back with the Pacific Institute from 2005 to 2008, so think cognitive psychology, performance mindset in essence. So I went through training and I worked with companies, leaders, and teams. So you have what's built into your brain. It's called your reticular activating system. So what happens is when you get clear and specific on the person you want to meet, the company that you want to, so I used to do a lot in corporate. Now I work with all, business, single solopreneur business owners. but it didn't matter if it was a company, a person, maybe it's a resource that you need. So what happens is we have millions of bits of information flying through our brain every second. So when you get very clear on what it is that you want, then your reticular activating system acts like a filter, so you can literally spot it and it starts to pop out. So some people say it's law of attraction. This is not law of attraction. This is cognitive science. This is how your brain works at the subconscious level. So that's why when they talk about, writing your goals down, yes, it's important, but more importantly, you got to tell your brain what it is that you're looking for. And that's how I got the nickname Walking LinkedIn. I know how to use my reticular activating system. I don't care if I'm at an in-person networking event, if I'm online, and it's just one of those things of it's a muscle. And once you realize what it is, then you start to notice it everywhere in that color or that person or that particular, it's kind of like keyword research. That's a great way to think about it, right? So if somebody's going on to YouTube, they're putting in specific keywords that they want to learn more. So it's just a muscle in your brain. It's a lot of fun when you know how to use it.
Yeah. It reminds me of like prompting yourself in a sense.
That's a great way. That's a great way to look at it. So when I was back doing keynotes, one of the exercises I would take audiences through is I would say, let's connect to somebody in the world. Give me the name of an actor, maybe a musician, not in this city. So I live in Kansas City, Missouri, and in a room of 50 mortgage brokers, somebody said Paul McCartney, and the room chuckled, right? Like, who in the world's going to know Paul McCartney? 2 people raised their hands, and one said, my best friend owns a restaurant in England. Paul's in there every Sunday morning for breakfast before the restaurant opens. And another woman says, my mom was a nurse on staff the night John Lennon was shot. We have phone numbers and emails. Whoa. So part of it is you've got to get clear, but you also have to be willing to make the ask. Because you may know that you want to make that connection, but that's where, as a former wallflower, and yes, I am, but if you're not willing to reach out because you don't think you have a network, you don't think you can add value, you may not have an email list size, you never know who knows somebody. So that's kind of that combination of use your reticular activating system, make the ask, and then just reach out and add value in that regard. Does that make sense?
Oh, that makes sense. Guys, put in the chat, makes sense. All right, if that makes sense to you. Because what came up for me is that for just the business owner, the entrepreneur that's starting up, right? And let's say they're just starting to build the email list. Let's say they're just starting to go into social media. The one thing they can do is start to work on themselves and work on their perception, work on what do they want to create? How do they want to connect? Who do they want to connect with? And that's something that's coming up for me because even Zay and I, we realize the word generating comes up for us, and we said, okay, what do we want to generate from this opportunity? What type of ways of being do we have to be in order to attract this kind of thing that we want? And just go at it, be relentless, be courageous, and then go for what we actually want. And so one thing in terms of partnerships, because I mean, we know partnerships are powerful, right? But what is one question that you need to ask, or we get to ask everyone to speak about partnerships?
One of the best questions that you can ask is, how can I add value to you? Because when you're meeting with somebody for the first time, and like I said, it doesn't matter. We used to all do a lot of in-person stuff, right? Before the pandemic, and now it's gone to virtual. But this is where, whether you've got a massive list and a massive social network that you actually cultivate, not just followers, that's not necessarily a network. Yeah. But when you're meeting with somebody and you ask, how can I add value to you? What you're going to find is sometimes there are definitely business connections that can be made. I've helped clients build what we used to call tribes. And this was back, right, 2009, 2010. And then it's moved over to power partnerships. I love that. So when I got the email about this, I was so excited because you are speaking my language. But it was one of those things that you always ask. And sometimes you might help somebody on a personal level. It may lead to a business thing, but you start that relationship more as on a personal level or a friendship. My 4 best friends I met at business networking events, right? But we also refer, so we know who each other's clients are. We know how to make an introduction. We know if they're even looking to build their business right now. So it's one of those things where you always ask, how can I add value to you? And especially if you're new in business, if you're just launching online, very few people ask this question. And so when you say, how can I add value? And if they get them to think outside of business for a minute, right? There may be like I said, it may be a resource. You may have read an article going back to Raz. They start talking about something. You're like, oh yeah, I just read an article on that. I think you need, to read this, or this might be of help. Here's one of the things too, trust your gut. And I love, from everything that I've read and heard, that you talk about, is a lot of this it's that internal. It's how we develop ourselves internally. So quick funny story is, back in 2009, I met Bob Berg on Twitter, of all things. I was out on Twitter a lot, and I reached out, and that's how I started to develop the relationship. And I simply reached out to ask him a question because I was speaking on networking. And Bob sent me a message back and said, here's my email. And I emailed him, and 15 minutes later, he responded. Then he said, give me a call. He goes, I'm going to be in Kansas City next week. Do you want to come? I'm speaking at a private event. It's like, oh my God, this is the networking guy in the world. And so what I did is, I knew, going back to, if you're starting to build your business or you have a small network, I knew that I couldn't introduce him to a business relationship, right? The odds of me introducing and him being able to land a client. But I got this inkling. I said, you need to meet Harry Campbell, who happened to be in Kansas City. He worked at Sprint. He was one of the top execs at Sprint. But I just had that internal that they needed to meet. Harry's since written 3 books. They've interviewed each other on podcasts. They became best friends. And all I said is, you two need to meet and go have coffee. It had nothing to do with, you're going to make money out of this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But the business relationship is so incredibly powerful, and it's lasted since 2010, and they keep going. So that's the thing, is how can I add value to you? And then just act on what your gut tells you. And as I said, the more, if you want to be known as a connector, introduce people, period. Introduce people. It's not about, I'm going to, there are some networking groups of, I'll give you a referral if you give me a referral. That's crap. It's just crap. And so, you think about your relationships, and online relationships are endless. So yeah, that's how you do it. How can I add value to you?
Oh, that is powerful. Like, literally, Zay and I experienced that literally in the past week. It's crazy. And one thing I hear you say, and one thing the audience gets to understand, is that when we know our value and we know the value that the other person can bring, we get to ask that person, like, we get to like discover what's valuable to them, what's valuable to the other person. And so now, once we know what's valuable to the other person, or we have an idea based on the Raz, we can connect those dots, and we can bring people closer to their vision, and then it'll circulate. We know what goes around comes around, and next thing you know, an opportunity presents itself. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And so you're amazing. Okay, so
very sweet.
So here's a big question.
Okay.
That this it seems like this is something that really brought you to your excellence and your ability to connect in a deeper level. How can entrepreneurs ask better questions when networking, and what should we be asking?
So before you reach out to anybody, in whether it's via social media or you actually have somebody's contact information and you can send them an email, you need to do your research on that person. You need to go Google their name. And by the way, here's a quick stat that you might be interested to know. People make an impression of your credibility like that when they hit your website. If your social media is your primary driver, maybe you have a landing page or a sales page, people make a split-second decision on your credibility when they land on one of your profiles or site. So it's something where go out and look. So maybe you've got an idea of somebody that you want to reach out, you want a partnership, or maybe you just a great way to do this, because if power partnerships sound too crazy, ask somebody to be on a Facebook Live or Restream where you can go onto multiple platforms, get to know them, but you've got to go do research first. And that means going several pages back in Google, find their website, find out what social media platforms they are, find out what their interests are. You nailed that earlier, right, Devon? It's like, so what is it that lights you up personally? People know with me, I am a car enthusiast. I track cars as a hobby on road courses. I love animals, pet charities are my thing. And those are on my social media. You're going to see reels and stories and things like that. But when you find out, it's like, what are those common things that you have and that you can share that helps deepen relationships? So research first, and then just develop a good series of questions. And as you know, sometimes when you reach out to have that conversation, things kind of go off track. But if it's specific, because you're going to get excited about something and you're going to stray off the topic. But specifically, if you're looking for a JV partnership, some sort of power partnership, you want to know, are your ideal clients, right? You need to find out, is this your target, our target audience is kind of matching up. There's a difference in cooperation versus cooperation. So if you haven't heard the word, that's competition and cooperation together. Yeah. So you may actually share that same client, but you serve them in different ways. So that's where that getting out of your head, you mentioned it, a little, it's like what goes around comes around. So if you approach every relationship with how we can there's enough for everybody to win. So how we can add value and how we can make it a cooperation type relationship. So who are your clients? How do you serve them? What kind of offers do you have? Is there something complimentary? Do they have a workshop coming up that you might be able to add a freebie or add, some sort of interview? It's like, how can you do that in little ways? Even on Instagram, you can collaborate. You could upload a reel and reach out to somebody, and then you collaborate and they end up sharing it on their Instagram profile too. And it goes out to both your networks. So there's little ways to do it, big ways to do it. So part of it is, who are your clients? What are you trying to accomplish? What are your business goals? What are some different ways to partner? Going back to, you may have a very specific way that you thought about, but when it comes to, they might have a completely different idea that you hadn't even thought about before. So, and it's figuring out, and then the other big thing, how are you going to follow up? I see it happen, and the stats are horrific with actual salespeople. Like 80% of salespeople, it was extremely high, don't ever follow up after meeting somebody. I mean, we've all been to a networking event. Somebody's like, yeah, I'll give you a call. And then they go and it's like, they got lost in the twilight zone for bad networkers. Yeah. So it's something where you always want to make sure that you follow up. And especially if you're looking at, like I said, if you want to have it more, you've got clients, I got clients, ask how often do they refer? How do they make introductions? Do they know how to refer you? That is a big one. You've got to coach people if they're making a personal introduction, which by the way, will shorten a sales cycle by 75% if they have influence over your decision maker. But how can you introduce each other? So you need to know, what are they looking? So what are your target audience? What are they looking for? What keywords, pain points might they be talking about? What's an easy way? But then the big thing is, when I make introductions, even if it's online, I still make sure there's some sort of, whether it's an email or a DM, but then I want to be able to literally pick up the phone or have some sort of, you can do WhatsApp or whatever that might be, Facebook, and just go in and say, this is the conversation I had. This is who I want to introduce you to. Is this a good connection for you? And then what's the best way to move forward with this? So that's if you're going back to being a connector and you're making those connections for each other. For yourself, you need to ask that person the same question. How do you want me to follow up? What's your timeline? Get very specific on things, because we all have great intentions. And then, we adopted a cat on Sunday, and guess whose life went out the window? And I was up at 2:30 this morning because we got a cat fight going on. Well, not a cat fight. Gabby's not happy. She has a big brother now.
Two cats now, two cats.
So I'm up at 2:30, I'm up at 5:30. I'm like, and I'm doing an interview at 10. This is awesome. So, it's years of doing keynotes and having crazy things and, going live all the time. Anyway, But it's like always have that list of questions. I have notes in front of me just to make sure that there isn't, something I forget. Do the same thing when you're having a conversation with somebody. But first and foremost, it's not what can you get from them. It's, what are those synergies and how can you just spark that relationship?
Yeah, that's powerful. It's like asking ourselves, how much more considerate can we get? It's like, I love what you said about how do you want me to refer you?
Mm-hmm.
That's big, because I always ask people like, what's your name? It's like, is this your real name? Is this like, how would you like me to say your name? Is it Joyce? Is it Joycey? But it's serious. It's important because it definitely impacts people in different ways. And we want to serve people in the best way possible. We want to create that win-win-win situation and really just make sure the partnerships are powerful, make sure the connection is powerful, the relationships are powerful. Everything gets to be powerful, and Joyce, that's powerful. So let's do some brief Q&A. So anyone who has got some questions in the put in the chat so we can get that going. So yeah, create a list of ongoing questions. Drop some questions. Put that too late.
Maybe I gave enough information. Everybody's like, "This is great," and I didn't.
So, whilst the questions are coming in, would you like to tell us about your free gift?
So my free gift, going back to, it was actually the first couple of chapters in my book. It's the work that I do with all my clients. It is a visibility audit. So it's making sure that your brand is positioned online, whether it's your power partners, your ideal clients, it's getting that outside perspective. So I'm the one going out and doing a Google search. I'm the one looking at your social profiles. I want to see your value statement. I want to make sure your links are working. So it is, and there's a cat fight now going on. Oh, great. But it's a visibility audit. So that way, like I said, you got to be positioned well online, but I'm the one doing the work on it. And then when I'm done, you're definitely going to get a quick report that comes out. And if there's something you are not clear on, then we can jump on a call and go over that as well. But yeah, you can accomplish a lot with this. And you might be amazed with somebody else's, right, as a potential power partner looking at your profile to go, does this speak to me and make sense to me? So outside perspectives are always helpful.
That's how many of you would love a visibility audit? Because we're getting audited straight away because that's needed. Guys, okay, before we get to the next question, I want to just really echo this. It is needed. If you're a business, we get to be visible. We do, even if you could be private owned, you could be public owned, but you still have to be visible. Like, what does that look like to you? Yeah, go on, Karen.
And even if you're doing most of your work, because I still have some clients now, they're back building their businesses locally and they're, that's geographically located. They're not global, and that's okay. It doesn't matter if your business is more in-person local or if it's online. Yeah. This will benefit you. It'll benefit everybody.
Powerful. So we're going to get the link in a bit, but we've got another question. So Danielle asks, what type of events do you enjoy most when it comes to networking, being at this point in your business?
So I network a couple of different ways. Before, all I did was network in person. And then I made the shift, fortunately, before things went sideways, where I had started to network online, because I'm a firm believer it doesn't matter if you meet online or in person. You need to get relationships offline. And even if that's having a phone call, if you're fortunate, you can be in the area and have coffee. So for me, I love networking, just reaching out. I am part of a current mastermind group. So to me, that's more networking. But I also love just reaching out, meeting new people, and kind of doing the virtual coffee or the virtual one-to-one. So it's just, I have not been to an actual in-person networking event in Kansas City in quite a while. But the reason is my client base has shifted tremendously, because before I was working mainly with companies and leaders of companies. So it's one of those things I love going back. I'll go to a nonprofit event and I'll run into 5 people that I know. So it's, it's fantastic, but that's the way Kansas City is set up. So yeah, it's a great question, but I love both. But more, so I can have more conversations with people online because you're not driving. You can set up things when it's convenient, super convenient. You could, like I said, do a Facebook chat, WhatsApp, whatever that might be. So yeah.
Yeah, I love that. So just getting up the link now.
Something I want to point out too. So understand what your networking style is. So if you're the type where you're going to in-person events, I'm an ambivert. So Devon, I don't know if you're familiar with that term.
Yeah, I consider
Are you an ambivert?
Yeah, I come across introverted, but sometimes I can come out extroverted. It's a very interesting dynamic. I can't lie, but yeah, ambivert, definitely.
And I'm so thrilled that you know that. So if you don't know, there are some people see me as very extroverted. I love going out, but I recharge by myself. So that's also, as you're reaching out to people, if you're introverted, it is going to feel incredibly uncomfortable. That goes back to when you're reaching out to ask how you can add value to somebody. You're not attempting to sell anything. It will take the pressure off of you. Versus reaching out saying, I have this thing I want you to be a part of. So start with the simple stuff when you're starting to build your network, but focus on making connections for other people.
Yeah, no, that's big. That's big. Zayda, I just want to get the link for Joyce real quick. And
hi,
hello.
I do want to apologize. See, one thing I love about having an audience full of entrepreneurs is we know things happen sometimes. So actually, Joyce, we're gonna have to get your link later. I can't find it, but again, this is why I hire tech, because I don't know. But do you want to tell them a little bit about your free gift?
Well, the visibility audit, and the link is very easy. It's layman.live/power partner audit. layman.live/power partner audit. And that will take them to the landing page. They'll get a little bit of information on the landing page. When they fill out that form, they're going to get a Google form to answer some questions. So that way I have enough information so I can go do my Google search on you and find you on social. And by the way, I'll definitely be connecting with you on social too. But yeah, we'll do that. And typically I'd spend an hour, sometimes maybe even more. And then I reach back out with that, the details of what I found. And I also like to do quick loom videos to give you at least 3 things to work on to really amplify your brand and make sure that you are connect worthy.
That is super generous. Imagine, because again, y'all, we're just doing stuff. And especially like when we're wearing all the hats in our business, we're like, man, I hope this is good. But just those little tweaks. And that is super generous. Like she said, sometimes it takes her an hour and she's gifting you the opportunity to have your social appearance, your social business card audited. Like that is beautiful. And again, I do want to apologize. Hopefully, like during the next speaker, the van can find the link. But again,
Joyce, if you can repeat that for us again, layman.live.
layman.live/power partner audit.
We gonna get y'all the link. And again, we already have the automation set up. Shout out to Sophie. We have the automation set up, so everyone is going to get all of the free gifts from all the speakers. Joyce, man, this was so powerful, because again, knowing how to connect with people and talk to people, not only to support what you do, but to help them get to the next level. Like that is so important. So are there any last words that you want to share with the audience?
The biggest thing is you're going to hear, there's so many great speakers that's part of this summit, and it's going to be easy to get overwhelmed. Pick 2 things that you can do very quickly to take action on. And even if it's get the free gifts and get them downloaded and stick them in a folder, but pick 2 things. And then also, as you're looking through that list of speakers, and maybe people in the chat too, connect with 2 people. Simply reach out to connect with 2 people, whether it's you're reaching out to make a connection on social media and you're not asking them for anything or suggesting a call. but connect with at least 2 people. If this is more uncomfortable for you, connect with 2 people and do that as quickly as you can. The other thing, and I didn't say this earlier, you've got to track your connections. So I use Group Track CRM, which is a phenomenal social CRM that connects to Instagram and Facebook. But even if it's an Excel spreadsheet, or maybe you've got something like MailChimp or whatever, but keep that list of relationships that you have started because of this summit and make it a priority to stay in contact. Super important.
That is so powerful. And that's everybody who showed up here and everyone who's still watching. You know, they want to collaborate. They want to figure out, how can I leverage my business with people who are interested in learning how to leverage their business through collaboration and marketing. And so we've heard the speakers already say, you know, having accountability, you know, we can start right now in this moment. That's why it's super important, you know, while you are showing up to different events, that you are engaging in the chat so people can see you. You know, a lot of times, you know, just someone reminding you like, oh, thank you for doing this. Or, you know, because you said this, some people complimenting you and reminding that you exist. So sometimes we just doing. But when you show up in the chats and people say, oh, thank you for that compliment or whatever, you know, everything always works out. So when you show up, people can see you, people can reach out to you, people can audit your social media to see if they want to move further with you. But definitely take the opportunity to get your social media audit. Like, it's a free gift she's given to us, right? And so and the having the accountability, again, we know a struggle of like wondering like, oh man, you know, I have these ideas. Should I bounce it off somebody? So her homework for you is to connect with 2 people on this live. And like, I know we're on like 5 different platforms right now, and I know we're sharing it out to, you know, everywhere, but definitely make sure you connect with 2 people and don't lose this moment. Like, really, we're gonna take this information and process together. So wow, thank you so much, Joyce. Any last words?
I am thrilled to be it's an honor to be on the summit. So thank you for the opportunity to do that. And my homework is, because we got a cat and I didn't get the things done, I'm going to be reaching out, making sure that I have connected. I've started my list with everybody on social media, and I can't wait to continue those conversations offline.
That's
yes,
inspiring.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
See
Joyce.
you soon.
Thanks.
Wow. Isn't it incredible? Like,
No,
whenever you just, I love entrepreneurship. Who are my entrepreneurs who are like just super enthusiastic right now in your journey? Because we all know sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. So where are my entrepreneurs who are like just like enthusiastic right now? Because, you know, whenever we do things, we know this. Like, I feel like I'm talking to myself in my head because we are all like on the same page. But whenever we do this, sometimes like it just feels like, you know, I don't know. But again,
yeah, that's deep.
I just want to say congratulations for showing up for yourself, because again, the opt-ins and everything, it means that people really wanted this information. So again, I'm encouraging you. I'm going to push you. I'm going to hold you accountable. Don't just show up and leave. Make sure you're taking notes. Your one takeaway, right? And also make sure you're engaging so you can connect with somebody and be accountable. Yes. So our next speaker is here, and I'm genuinely excited for this conversation. Hey, Danielle.
Hi.
So I do want to tell the story to help introduce you. So throughout collaborations, I've heard, I think Joyce said it. She said like a lot of her networking is through masterminds. And, you know, for us, you know, what we do, we literally pay to be in masterminds just for the information that we want to get right now, but then also just the networking opportunities. And that's actually how I met Danielle. I've seen her because mastermind that we are, there are weekly coaching and accountability calls. So I'm always seeing her. She's always always raising her hands, asking the questions that I have, but knowing how to word it so the coach can answer my question. And then she showed up. We actually just met. What was it, last month?
Yeah. End of or beginning of March. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. So we met in
this month.
person then, and I was just super grateful, like, for her being sincere, because you see people online, but you never really know how they are when you meet them. But she is so genuine, and just how she appeared online, I'm like, oh my gosh, she like, when I met her, I'm like, man, she's really like this. And so my biggest I'm super appreciative, because something that Devin and we haven't launched it yet. It's coming. We haven't dropped it, to the public yet, but we've been working on something. And when I saw you talking on the calls before I met you, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, sometimes you just need that outside validation, right? I mean, of course, we're adults. We think for ourselves. This is our business. We do our thing. But just sometimes I need that outside validation. Like, does this business model make sense? Does this opportunity make sense? And whenever you started to talk about what you do, and I got clarification at the mastermind, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, it was just good and refreshing to know that, we were on the right track, but then also to be mentored virtually by you. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for showing up so big, because it really is impacting Devin and I. Like, we watch you every week when you're asking your questions. You're just such an incredible fellow entrepreneur to shadows. I mean, to follow. So just thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm super grateful to be a part of this, and I'm grateful that you asked. And yeah, I'm excited to be here and just share anything that can really add value to anyone that's tuning in. So I'm very excited.
So tell the audience a little bit more about who you serve. What do you do?
Yeah. Okay, so I have been in the events space actually for to be honest with you, it's probably been over 11 years now, but I started with, building up my businesses. I started my first business actually in university, and one thing that I really recognized, and I love everything that Joyce said, because networking was always something that I knew I needed to do and I knew was important, but I was like so nervous to do it, right? And so back in 2015, I actually started hosting these little pop-up events for other entrepreneurs, because I was going to these networking events. And it's so funny because Joyce mentioned this as well, where it was kind of like, it was very transactional. It felt very awkward. It felt very, it didn't feel authentic. And so for me, I was like, I want to find other people that are like-minded, that are building a business, and they want to ask questions. They want to be vulnerable. They want to, share, and all of those. And so that's when I started hosting these pop-up events. And through that experience, it was like, okay. And I did not think of it, by the way, as starting another business. Like, I had no idea where this was going to go. It was just like something that I knew I needed. And so started to host these events in my city. And then it just sort of grew and grew and grew from there. And I started having these events where I would interview other people. I would bring on like a panel, for example, and we would start to collaborate. So we would collaborate with the venue, with the a catering company, we'd bring on a wine sponsor, and we slowly started to kind of build our network that way. And at the time, of course, social media was like just back in 2015, it was kind of just taking off as a platform for businesses. And so that was a little bit of my background, social media and marketing. So I was like, okay, how can I utilize this platform to reach more people? And so started that. And then it really, over the last 8 years of running this business, it has really evolved into not only in-person events, but just community building, and really structuring collaborations and figuring out how can we as entrepreneurs collaborate and connect with other entrepreneurs who are like-minded, who maybe have a similar niche but are serving people in a different way. And how can we connect together? How can we grow together? And not only as far as like helping each other expand our networks, but also like, how can we share ideas? Like, how can we, I love what was mentioned earlier on this summit of like skill sets. Some people are really, really technical, right? I'm not one of those people. I had to learn all of that. I had to get people around me who were really good at technical things to learn. And so how can we support one another? How can we learn from one another? And so that's what I've been doing over the past 8 years. Of course, when 2020 hit, we had to completely pivot our business. Everything was in person. We had actually 5 chapters across North America. I'm in Vancouver, Canada. We had one in Seattle, San Diego, Toronto, Victoria. And we had to just completely reimagine the business to be online. And so that's what really skyrocketed the online portion of my business. So we launched a podcast. We started really diving into our mastermind group, as well as creating an online program and community for entrepreneurs. So that's kind of my journey in the shortest possible snippet. But that's what I do today. Is I support mostly female entrepreneurs to grow and scale through the power of collaborations and partnerships.
Wow. And so, yeah, thank you for what you do, because again, sometimes, again, and I just want to I know I hit on it earlier, but sometimes in our business, we just need community, and we just need a space where we can bounce ideas off of each other. So really offering that as a service to entrepreneur women, like, I know for me, again, when Devin and I, we're working on a project that's coming out, it was just like, but it's not like a service, you know what I mean? It just felt weird. So I do want to get a little bit more strategic. How can you utilize strategic collaborations and partnerships to scale your business?
Yeah. Oh, such a good question. So there are so many ways, and it really depends on what your focus is during the season of your business. So, for example, when we started 8 years ago, it was all about in-person events, right? So for us, it was like, okay, who can we connect with? Who can we collaborate with in our local city? And I started to ask people to go for coffee. I started to really network with people that really inspired me. And I would ask them, and like networking and just connecting with them and asking them about them, and to share with me, like, what were they looking for? What kind of opportunities did they want? And I think a big thing that I saw as like a thread between all of these people who I personally really admired, who had been successful in their businesses, they felt disconnected, and they were looking for actually opportunities to connect and network with other entrepreneurs, and also get opportunities to do things like speak at events and be on panels, all of that. And so I had this vision of what I was looking to create. And so I did not have, at that point, I didn't have a social media following. I didn't have an email list. I didn't have anything, but I had the vision of what I wanted to create. And so I shared that vision with them. And I said, listen, like, this is what I want to create for women entrepreneurs in our city. Is this something you'd be interested in being a part of? Is this something that you would want to partner on and, maybe be featured at one of our events as a speaker? Or what does this look like? And most of the people that I connected with were like, yeah, that sounds amazing. I'd love to be a part of something like this. And so it was just being brave and asking, really, that got me those first kind of collaborations and those first connections with people that really inspired me. And then it was like, okay, how can we, anyone who's hosted events before knows, they can be really expensive to host. If you're, paying for a venue, you have food, you have all of these things. And so I said to myself, like, how can I cover my cost for hosting this event? Of course, there's ticket prices that help, but how can I make this so that I'm covering not only the cost of the event itself, but then also covering my time? Because at that time, I didn't have a lot of money to, support myself. And so I was really thinking about, okay, how can I bring value to these other businesses that they would want to collaborate with me? And so really it takes that creativity to just think like, what are they looking for? And asking, like, I think, this was mentioned as well before, but ask people what they are looking for and what type of benefit they're maybe wanting out of a collaboration. So when you start that conversation, yeah, you can give them the idea of, hey, this is how I'd love to partner with you. This is what I'm thinking, but then leave it open to them and say, hey, what are you specifically needing support with right now in your business or for your brand? And they'll tell you. So a lot of the partnerships we now do for events, or whether it be online, is we start with an idea and we have like sponsorship packages and different things that we offer. But then we say like, hey, we're open to also curating something specifically for you depending on what your needs are. And so that is really what has helped us gain really, really great partnerships and collaborations over the past 8 years. And it's really cool as, oh no.
You were fuzzy a little bit, but I heard you just fine. And you're back. You're back now.
I'm back. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you're back.
I'm back. Okay, let me know if I go away again. Okay, so that's really what has. Oh no.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, awesome. So that has really been what has supported us in creating these collaborative partnerships and these collaborations, is finding mutual benefit. I always say, like, when it comes to collaborations, it has to be a mutual benefit. And sometimes that means that payment is involved. And sometimes that means that it's a direct value for value partnership or trade or relationship. And it's going to be different depending on who you're connecting with and what that looks like. And so be open to those opportunities and be open to being flexible, I think, is really, really important as well, of having that conversation, building that relationship, and then seeing how you can work together. And it might not be in the way that you originally thought, but keeping that door always open, I think, is super, super key. So some tangible things too, like, so when I started a podcast, I thought, okay, so we had a community when we launched, which obviously helped with, the initial downloads and things like that. But it was like, okay, how can we expand our exposure, network with other people? I also was like really looking to get amazing guests on our podcast. And so I spent the last spring really focusing on collaborations with the podcast. So podcast swaps, where I would go on someone else's podcast, they would come on my podcast, or pitching myself to be on other podcasts or having people on mine. All of those are collaborations, right? And this was mentioned as well, like social media. You can do a lot, like a joint live with someone, connect with them that way. What I would recommend though is, depending on the season that you're in your business, because it's so easy to get overwhelmed, right? So choose one area of like collaborations that you really want to go all in on, and go all in on that one thing. And you can always expand to do different things in the future. So, because we've been doing collaborations with our events for 8 years, that's something that's like, it's easy for it's, I shouldn't say easy, but we have systems for it, and our team knows what we're doing. We have collaborative partnerships that are ongoing, where they say, hey, like, tell us when your next event is. We'd love to come on board as a partner or a sponsor. And so that is really just kind of running in the background now. And so we've gotten to add these other layers of collaborations, like the podcast, now really going all in with virtual events and summits and things like that, which has been incredible as well. So really, like, what I would recommend is build in one collaboration partnership strategy at a time. Get really, really good at that one strategy, then move on to the next one and just keep going. Because there's endless opportunities for you to collaborate with people. So without overwhelming yourself, start with one and just go all in on that one strategy and make that happen. So right now, like, we're doing that. We're all in on virtual events. And I think, like, it's so powerful too, because, like, for example, you and I can be here. We're in different countries. I'm in Canada here, and in different places, but we can connect and we can create value together. And I think that's so powerful. And so things like this are incredible too. And again, like, I love the idea of connecting and collaborating with people, but stay connected. Like, I think that is a big thing. And Joyce mentioned that as well. Like, follow up, stay connected, and I always tell people, the first tip that I have for people, get a Google Doc and like spreadsheet basically, and just write down all of the people and brands that are on your dream list of people that you'd love to collaborate with, and keep a running tab of those people. Not only that, and then also the people that you've met that you've either already collaborated with or already had that conversation with, and keep a list of those people so you can always go back and you can say, hey, I haven't connected with that person in a long time. Like, that was a great connection. And just check in with them. And it doesn't have to be this like, hey, what can we give each other? Or like, how can we support each other?
Right.
It's just basically like, hey, how are things? How's business going? Like, what are you up to? And just like reconnecting, because you never know where those relationships can lead and what can come of it. And I think it's also like staying top of mind, because you never know, that person might have a really cool opportunity that just came up for them that they're going to then recommend you for, or vice versa. And so just, yeah. And another thing that it's so funny, I was like, as Joyce was talking, I'm like, yes, this is so good. Like, connect people together, right? Like, be that person that's like connecting people to each other, because it's so powerful, what can happen. A cool story is that we just had 2 women who were at our last event. They were actually VIP vendors for our last event that we hosted in March. And they actually met at one of our events, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, and they became best friends. And then they actually launched a business together. And they came back and they actually sponsored our event as VIP vendors. And they were talking about their story. And it was so cool. Like, it was so rewarding for me to see that, you know, the work that we had done, like, and they like traveled together, you know, it's just amazing just to see like what can come out of creating those spaces for people to connect and collaborate. So
yeah, and beautifully said. Like, we never know what other people need, but then we never know what's in store for us, literally just by, like you said, mutually beneficial opportunities. And so I do want to ask you, and I'm going to ask her another question, but if you have any questions, definitely let us know in the comments and we can answer your questions live. So audience, definitely feel free to ask whatever questions you have. So why should someone consider building a community, and how can we build an authentic, thriving community around our brand?
Yes. Okay. I love that. So when it comes to creating community around your brand, you need to think about, oftentimes, and I see this a lot in when someone's looking to build a business, is that they are looking to like promote their brand out into the world, right? And they see themselves as like having like a microphone, and they're just like talking out at people, but they're not actually allowing that conversation to come back to them, if that makes sense. And so for me, it's like, if we want to build a really strong brand and a really strong, especially a referral network and loyalty for our brand, we need to figure out what are some ways where we can not only have that connection like back and forth with our audience and with our community and with our customers and our clients, but then how can we actually bring those people together as well and interconnect them together? So, and you might be thinking, well, my brand doesn't really, it's not really community based. Like, I have a product based business, or I have this or that. It doesn't matter what your business is, honestly.
Yeah.
Building community within your brand is so powerful. I've seen some product-based businesses do this really, really well, where they have Facebook groups, or they have in-person events where they host and they create these spaces where people can connect with one another. And what it does is it really creates this like this like fierce loyalty to the brand, because they not only feel connected to the brand, the products, or the services themselves, but they can feel connected to the community that surrounds that brand.
Right.
And they feel welcome and included there. And so that is a really important thing too, because another thing I hear, unfortunately, from a lot of people is that, you know, we have a lot of people who come to our events and they say, like, there's something different about this event. And, you know, I kind of swore off that I wouldn't go to networking events anymore because I would walk in and I wouldn't be welcomed when I walk into the room, or I felt like everyone was super cliquey and, you know, never would reach out to me. And they're like, I walked into your event and it felt so different. And I think that that is a huge priority for us, is making sure that when people walk in the room, so that's something, if you're going to host like an in-person event, for example, when you walk in the room, like have people there to take care of people, to welcome them, to because they're probably nervous. They've probably taken all the, you know, bravery that they have just to walk into that space and be like, hey, I'm here. And so make sure that they feel welcomed and they feel included. And there's a way for them to right away connect with someone who they can then feel safe with. And so that's a big thing. And then another quick tip for events as well, especially for in-person events, what we do with our community is we create like a group chat, for example, on Instagram. So if someone has purchased their ticket and they want to connect with people before, they'll just DM us their ticket on Instagram and they'll say, hey, can I join the group chat? So we have a group chat going, so people can actually start to connect and network before the event actually starts. And that's a really powerful way. So I see people in there all the time. They're like, I'm wearing a blue shirt. Like I'm wearing a, you know, pink scarf or something. And then they'll like find each other. And then they like feel safe with that person because they've already connected with them. And they know that they're also coming potentially on their own, and they're both a little nervous to be there, so that they have that like safe person that they can connect with.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is you saying it creates that sense of belonging that we all need as human beings, and so definitely. And again, just having some type of familiar, I don't even know why I tried to say this word, familiarity. How do you say it?
I know, familiar.
But just having some sense of like, I'm not doing this by myself, right? And so community, mastermind support. I do want to take a moment because I know you have a free gift for the audience. Could you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah. I actually can't remember which one I sent, but I'll share this one because I feel like it's relevant.
It's the
breakthrough. Yes. Okay, perfect. Yes. So yeah, that is all about actually, I talk about our in-person and our virtual events. And also like one of the things that I think is so cool is bringing those two things together. So that's really what like where the bridge happened, obviously during the pandemic, where we were forced to go online. And so now that in-person events are coming back, it's like, how do you build and create experiences for your ideal clients that are super powerful, that actually help you expand your exposure and ultimately your revenue too? Because when you are able to, because a lot of people think that community is like a nice to have. They're like, oh yeah, that's, you know, that's something that I'll create like once I'm super profitable in my business. I'm like, well, good luck getting to that profitable stage if you don't have community built into your brand. And so we talk about that, like how do you gain exposure? How do you build strong community with doing both virtual events and in-person events? And how do you make people feel like safe and comfortable in that space?
Yeah. Oh man, that is so awesome and so essential. And I do, because that was that was like one of, I don't know if I asked, but that was one of my questions. I'm like, it was still a question in my head. So I'm glad you repeated it, because it's like, do we need to be building community? Like, you know, I have all this other stuff. I have my products, my services. Do I need a community? But it like, what I'm hearing is you saying, not only is it supportive to your brand to be more profitable, but it also is, you know, providing extra layers of support for your audience, right? And giving them, you know, that emotional or that mental space, like, you know, having, it's kind of like, you know, and what's coming up is when we were in school, we were part of clubs or teams. And again, as
Yeah.
entrepreneurs, sometimes we don't do it because it's not on the to-do list, or like you said, it's a nice to have, but when in reality we need it. It's a part of our social health. And
Yes.
it really does support the community as a whole. So you close some gaps
Yeah.
for me. I really do appreciate it. And do you mind if I ask one more question? I know we're coming up on your
Of
time.
course. Of course. Yeah.
Why
For
is
sure.
it
Absolutely.
why is having an abundance mentality versus a scarcity mentality so vital to our success? And I want to say, especially because again, some people, depending on where they are in their journey, they may be thinking, I don't want to share my community. These people are going to take my community, or, I don't trust these people with my community. How could, I need to, make sure obviously there is a approach that just don't let anybody into your community. But how can people open up their mindsets around the partnerships in community?
Oh, okay. So this is one of my favorite things to talk about, because a lot of people, actually, a lot of people teach too about how, yes, do collaborations, but only collaborate with people that are not your direct competitor. And I actually don't agree with that. I think you can actually collaborate with people that are your direct competitors. If those, if, and I say if there's a relationship built there, and if there's trust. So I think it's super important, first of all, when you're collaborating with people, to recognize that a lot of people think that, right? They're like, oh, this person, if they come into my community, they're going to like steal all my customers and clients.
Yeah.
If maybe, this person resonates with them rather than me. What I will say is, this might be a hard truth for people to understand, but they would never have worked with you anyways. If they're going to work with that other person instead of you, they would have never worked with you because they didn't resonate with you, but they resonated with the other person, and that's okay. Or maybe they'll work with both of you, right? And so I think it's really important to recognize that every single person that enters into your community, your job as a business owner is to add value. Like, add value and serve, right? So depending, like, I think we often think, oh, I need to serve, and I need to serve with my specific product or my specific service. It's like, no, sometimes that actually means referring them to someone else other than you to support them, because you know that other person can actually serve them better than you can. And that's where actually collaborative partnerships come in really. Like, I love the idea of creating these partnerships with people where you refer back and forth, because sometimes people might not even be ready for your product or service. They need someone else's product or service first, and then maybe they're going to come back to you. And there's just so much, I think, looking at the world in an abundance mentality is so important, because the most successful people that I personally know understand this, and they're always referring other people. They're always talking about other people. They're always saying, you need to connect with this person. You need to connect with this person. This person's amazing. This person's podcast is awesome. And they're always promoting other people. And in turn, people are promoting them as well, because they trust them, because they're a person who's giving and, abundant, right? And people are really attracted to that, because people know you're being honest, right? Like, if someone were to come to me and they're like, hey, I'm trying to think of like something that I get asked sometimes. Oh, people ask me about like funding, like getting funding for their business, right? I'm like, I'm not the right person to ask for that. Like, I don't. Oh, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you froze for just like a second.
Okay. Like funding for their business, right? Like raising money and funding like their business. I'm like, I've never done that for my own business. I've bootstrapped everything and, figured it out along the way. So I never had to raise capital for my business. So I'm not the right person to talk to about that. So, we can talk on a coaching call if you want to hire me, but I'm not going to be able to support you in that. But I do know someone who can support you. And so I can refer them on to someone else who ideally would be a way better fit than I would be, instead of taking that client because I feel like, oh, if I don't get this client, then where's the next client coming from? So it's just like, it's it's being in momentum, and it's trusting that those right clients are going to come your way, but taking the right action steps. It's not just like waiting at home, waiting for all the clients to come to you or customers to come to you. It's like taking the right action steps to make that happen, but then recognizing that you might not be the best fit, or your product or your service might not be the best fit for that person. And that's totally okay. So if you think about it more as like I think about building my business as like building a community and building relationships so that I can serve my community, whether that means they buy from me or they buy from someone else in our community or collaborators, doesn't matter. And the cool thing about today's world is that you can have affiliates for people. You can become an affiliate partner, or have a link to something where you actually get a commission back, things like that. So that's obviously a whole other discussion, but that's also a way that it can benefit you too.
Wow. Everybody drop some hearts, drop some fire for Danielle. Like, just literally really opening our minds and our hearts to bring value to our community by building a space for them, just like we need, right? Our people need a holistic approach to more than what we offer, versus us doing transactional. Oh, they're buying my products and services. So wow. Thank you so much, Danielle. Super grateful to have you on this podcast. I guess we're starting a podcast. Having you on,
I have a podcast mic with me.
Say that again.
It's because I have my podcast mic with me.
But just thank you so much. Super grateful. If there's anything you ever need, definitely let us know. And we will talk to you soon. Everybody in the audience, make sure you download her free gift. So you can definitely become more profitable while we're hitting on different areas of your business to be more efficient and productive by literally building community and allowing your people to stay, having retention in your business because they have community. Oh, and by the way, they have other resources and relationships that makes them want to stay. So your business keep growing and scaling as a community. So thank you so much, lady. And we will talk to you soon.
Thank you, Danielle. Take care.
Bye. Thank you so much. Bye.
Woohoo!
Oh my days, that was great.
Wow. Is this so when we saw this lineup, we were like, this summit is fire. I don't even want to call it a summit. Like, I feel like this is like masterclass on steroids. This event is so it's actually like we had a vision, right? But it's actually bigger than what we thought it would be. And literally we were like, again, kind of like Danielle was saying, we were like, how can we be more productive? How can we be more efficient? How can we scale and leverage our time in our business? Because again, we want freedom. We want a peace of mind. We want to open up space with our relationship. And so how can we have more time? How can we be more productive? And again, when you get inside of the room with people who also are trying to collaborate and who are also collaborating, not trying, you don't want to be around people who are trying. You want to be around and in the room with people who are doing. And our next guest, I'm going to let Devin introduce her, but literally everything always works out in our favor because again, shout out to Sophie. After finding Sophie, Sophie hosts accountability calls and Sophie's there. And one day I just dropped in. It was just perfect timing. And I was on this accountability call and it was myself and this next guest. And oh my gosh, I love her so much. And I'm not just saying this. I'm like, when you are in alignment, when you are, being vulnerable, I'm really getting emotional just based off our first conversation. I'm like, should I be doing this interview right now? But I might just cry. But people come into your life and it may just be off one conversation. I had one conversation with this lady and I'm like, this is my friend. Just a beautiful, everything always works out. So I know we're doing more things together, but I'm going to get out of your way. I definitely want to bring up our next guest and she's going to teach us how to bend time, right? Scientists says we can't bend time, but this lady has it figured out. And so definitely make sure you're taking notes and listen to what she has to say because she is definitely a gem. Hi, Anna.
Hey, Anna.
Can you guys hear me? I just want to make sure you guys can hear me.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Awesome. So nice to be on here. Thank you so much. You were going to make me cry. I'm like, no, I just put mascara on. Stop.
Oh, no, you're great. Guys, you're in for a treat right now. You're in for a treat. You are going to find out how to make time work for you. Yes, you, and not against you. Anna, she's amazing. I mean,
Thank you.
I heard a conversation with Zay, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. But let's get into that another time. But I want to introduce you to the audience. So, audience, meet Anna Gaeta. Anna Gaeta is an emotional fitness coach, a time bender trainer, and brain body productivity expert. She helps busy believers and overachievers in business interact with time from a place of freedom and full authority in Christ, so it always bends in their favor and allows them to step into enjoying their life right now. So after reaching their goals or scaling their business. Now this is very interesting. Hey Anna, how are you
Hello.
feeling?
So nice to be on here. Yes. I love that last statement because so many of us wait or think that we have to wait for eventually, like when we get to this goal or when we hit that number, then we'll be able to travel, then we'll be able to have fun, then we'll work on our relationship, right? And so no, we don't have to wait till that. Like we can do all of it now without having to do it all. We can have it all.
Yes, most definitely. I always say, like, the more we wait is the more weight that we put on ourselves.
Yes, that's
Literally,
it.
it's crazy.
That's it. And that's the number one way that my clients describe their life and their emotions when they come to me. A lot of them don't have the language yet to describe like their feelings and stuff. And so that's literally how they describe it. It just feels so heavy. It just feels tiring or exhausting. And I don't know how much longer, right? That kind of language. And it's exactly because that's how our body interprets it. It doesn't feel safe.
That's facts. Guys, put facts in the comments below if that resonated with you. But literally, see, I'm fascinated with time. And so when you brought this to the I was like, what do you mean time bending?
Yes, it's possible.
I know. Tell us about why. Firstly, what is time bending and why time bending?
Okay, so time bending is very different from time management because I think we have this idea that okay, well they're related because we have heard time management so much more, but it's not the same. Time bending is so much better because it's so much more sustainable, and time bending is managing your emotions so that you can enjoy time and you can experience it bending in your favor instead of trying to manage time so you can feel better. And a lot of us are trying to manage time. We get all the cute agendas, we get the planners, and like we start off, we get 1 month down, and then somehow down the line, like we have piles of, unused, halfway used, all of these like schedules and planners and stuff like that, because life happens. And there's not always this very strict way of doing things. When we are present and we enjoy the moment, we don't have to try and fixate on trying to solve for external circumstances or external situations because you're so internally aware, so internally conscious and present that whatever is happening outside of you, you can engage with it from that level of freedom and from that level of wisdom. And from that place, it's so much more enjoyable. Life becomes fun. It becomes easy. And so in time bender training, we first learn to manage our emotions and train our minds with intent so that time always bends in our favor. So think about it this way. I want to kind of explain to better explain time bending. I have to explain to you a little bit of quantum. I won't get too deep into that. Like I'm gonna keep it light. I'm gonna keep it light. But basically, time and space are connected. Okay, and time is not just this like number that we have and that we think of in the clock. It's not just linear, which is how most of us have thought about it. Like here, past, present, like that's what we think it is, but it's not. It's actually considered a dimension. And scientifically, quantum physics, all, if you want to like dive into all that, be my guest. I love it. I geek out on that stuff, but I'm trying to keep it like simple so that we can get into the application, not so much into the accumulation of knowledge, because then we like dive into accumulating knowledge and not knowing how to apply it.
Exactly.
And so when you consider that time is a dimension, not just this linear thing that we think we have thought in the past it was, we can understand it better. So think of dimensions as length, width, depth, and your perception of the dimension affects what you believe is true about it and how you interact with it. So I'm going to give you guys an example, and hopefully you can see my camera. So let's look at this, right? So I want you to, where's my camera? Okay, here.
You can say the glue stick.
Okay, right there, the glue stick. Can you see
Yeah.
the glue stick? Okay, now let me move it a little bit this way. Okay, which one from your point of perception right now looks bigger?
The one in front.
Right. So that perception that you have in length from this angle makes it seem longer, but it's actually not true when you align it. When you align it, you realize, okay, this one's actually bigger than this one. And the same thing happens to us with our perception of time. It's basically the same thing. As I mentioned, this is length, like the length seems bigger here.
Yeah.
But it's actually not. And so the same thing happens. We think that this is so much shorter, that there's so much, like it's limited, like it's right here. But that's only because from where we're standing in a situation in our day-to-day and the way that we have been trained and brought up and the things that we have been told. I mean, I did a survey like last year and I asked people, like, when you think of time, what do you think? And 90% of the responses were, there's not enough. It goes by so fast. Like all of them were lack, like, because that's what we have been told. Like, oh, don't trade your time for money. Like, no, they're two totally different things. Like that they're both resources, but they work completely different ways. And so looking at this, you can understand a little bit better how and what happens both in our brain and in our day-to-day. Because now let's say, had I told you, I want you to tell me, like if I were to tell you that I would give you a price if you told me which one looked longer from this view, obviously you would win the price if you're looking at it from here. But if I'm showing it to you this way, you wouldn't. And so our interaction of it changes from our perception of it. And so that is what ends up happening in our life. We start to let that perception that we have held in the past affect our quality of life, our health, our wealth reception capacity, and even the relationships that we build with others. Because how we do one thing is how we do everything. And so that is a core part of what time bending is. And now the bending part of it is because what actually is happening is it's a distortion. It's a distortion. And it's a bending that happens in time and space based on our angles, based on our view, not just physically, but also mentally and how we interact with things. And so when you train your brain to perceive time from a God-aligned, abundant view, there is enough time for everything. But here's the catch. Most of us are trying to do everything at the same time. Hence the overwhelm and the stress. Like we're carrying it all here at the same time. And when you're, like you said at the beginning, the heaviness, right? When you're carrying it all here and trying to carry like all the to-do list, everything at the same time, wherever, you're not really present. You are just like juggling through the heaviness in your mind. Yeah. And in the space that you're in, you are not interacting with it in an empowering way. And so what happens is we gotta like switch the tables around and stop trying to change the space and like, let's look at the inside space and let's get that aligned like we did here. So you can actually see, oh, okay, once I'm aligned, once I'm in this space, there is a time for everything and a season for everything under heaven. And I love that verse from Ecclesiastes. There's even songs about it. There is a time for everything and a season for every activity under heaven.
And
That's powerful.
when we look at that, in the King James Version, it says a time for every purpose under heaven. And that is the key. The purpose, the intentionality that we bring into our day-to-day, into our lives. And knowing that and getting clear on that helps us to really align and really use this beautiful resource that has been given to us by God, by the creator of all resources, so that we can use it. And instead of thinking, I don't have it, no, you do have it. The fact that you're alive means that you have it. You're just not sure where it's going, and you haven't been using it intentionally. And so I hope that, I don't know if you have questions about it a little bit more,
Put
but
some
that's
fire in the chat, please. Like, I hope that didn't go over anyone's head. It didn't go over mine, because this is. Let me condense this for you guys, if it did. But guys, put some fire in the chat. This is amazing. Like, how many of us has that showing up in our business? We know. Let's say, for example, we know opportunity is great, but we allow our mind to trick us because we don't see beyond what's in front of us.
Yeah.
Right. And so, like, for what came up for me was perception and purpose.
Yes.
Merging that together creates a productive experience.
Yes, exactly. And it becomes so much more enjoyable. So I love this quote. Well, it's two separate quotes by two separate people. And I kind of merged them and kind of like made them. So it's this. And if you guys need to type this up, like, you guys need to write this somewhere and put it up somewhere. Love is the greatest power, and time is the best expression of love. And when you think about that, like, just let that sink in. Love is the greatest power, and time is the best expression of love. And we consider that time is actually a gift. Time is actually a resource created by God to be there for you and not against you, because he loves you, because he wants to equip you, because you are fully provided for, and he cares. Like, God is love. That is what he is. That's why it's the greatest power. And when we are able to take these resources and not limit them for ourselves, we become so much more abundant in using them and sharing them with others. Yeah. And then it doesn't become about me trying to hit a number, and then I'll work on my relationship, and then I'll spend time with the person I love. No, it is about merging this space and intentionality and being able to. So I love to tell all my clients this, because the resources are created from a place of love, as a gift, as a way for you to use them and steward over them and care for them. You also are empowered and fully equipped to do what you have been called to fulfill that purpose that you have. And they are there to serve you, so you can serve God, so you can serve that higher level purpose, that love, and serve others from that place of love, from that, and using these resources in abundance, not limiting them, not being like, you only get 5 minutes on Tuesdays and 3 minutes, because, yes, I'm sure having routines and having schedules, nothing against them. I also use them. They're great. But there are seasons in life, and there are days in your life where things happen. Your kid gets sick, your loved one is having a bad day, your coworker, your partner, things happen. And if you are emotionally stable and you step into these spaces from that level of love and certainty and intentionality, it doesn't matter what is going on around you. If what's catching fire, you're able to calmly address what needs to be addressed now and what gets to be addressed next. And you do not have to have it all figured out. And I think that's the biggest issue I find, especially with overachievers, which are most of us in business. We want to have it all down to the T, all worked out perfectly aligned. And sometimes that is so heavy and it weighs us down so much that it doesn't allow us to enjoy, and it doesn't allow us to be fully present in really sharing that love with others.
Yeah. Come on, Anna. Let's go. Okay. So one thing that come up for me is, you remember the phrase "time flies when you're having fun."
Yes, that's
So
it.
and so business, like, why as a business owner, entrepreneur, I mean, put our hands up, everyone. How many of us don't allow ourselves to enjoy our business or enjoy the our
Yes.
wins or have fun in the process? And it's because, as Anna is saying, we're not appreciating time. We're not actually putting a better perception of time that serves our purpose, that serves how we get to live. And so I know you talk about combining the brain and body. So as business owners that collaborating all the time, like we're up and down, what does emotional fitness? Because I know we all get to be emotionally fit, right?
Yes.
But what does that have to do with being a productive entrepreneur, business owner?
Okay, so that's very interesting because especially when I've talked to males about this, it becomes like this part they shy away from because they're not used to really addressing that area. But it's actually very powerful. So your perception, like we talked about, this is highly influenced by your emotions. You may just not be aware of it because when an emotion is in your body, it's still in a subconscious state. It's not until you actually name it and you can create language around it that it becomes a feeling. That's really the difference between an emotion and a feeling. An emotion is that electrical charge that's running in your body, and a feeling is when you're able to now consciously recall it, name it, and like label it. And so what happens is that, like we saw, the perception affects the interaction. And so when you are like in this busy state, it becomes so much easier to try and manage things outside of you, to try and fix somebody else or something else, or try to change the external environment to not to because you're seeking a different feeling. And everything we do in life is because we're either running away from, which is avoiding, or towards a feeling. Anything. Think about anything you've ever done in your life. Ever. Grabbing water, walking up the street, starting a business. It is because you are seeking an emotion or trying to avoid one. And so when you pause for a moment and you really get back to the basics and understand that you are empowered, you have been given this brilliant brain and this amazingly created body that is actually able to generate emotions, to manage them without having that external thing, then that's the real work. Then that's where we're like, okay, you realize that freedom, for example, which is something I hear all entrepreneurs like, I'm getting freedom, I'm going towards freedom. No. Like, let's pause. You have it. It's a choice you have right now. Doesn't matter what country you live in. Doesn't matter what you are living. Doesn't matter what you're experiencing. I was held captive for 5 years. And it was in that space that I learned what freedom really is. And it wasn't at being able to leave a place. I couldn't even like choose my own clothes. I couldn't even choose what I like. It was just, but it was in that space that you learn like freedom is inside of me. It's not outside of me. It's this choice that I make. And so being able to work and train on that. And when I say work, I'm not talking about like hustle. I'm talking about like intentionality and awareness of what is the actual emotion that I'm trying to avoid, ignoring, or going towards, and how can I really just stand in a position where I can manage that first, and then from that empowered place, now I can interact with whatever situation, and it doesn't matter if it takes me 1 minute or it takes me 1 day. It's all working together for my good. It's all working in my favor because I'm able to now go into that situation. I'm able to now interact from my highest level of awareness, my highest level of presence, and not letting whatever is happening be what sways me. You already have the freedom and you already have time. You just haven't learned to use it. You just haven't practiced the actually being in it.
Yeesh. Okay. Guys, are you put I don't even know what to put. Put anything in the comments. Like, this is great, but just put fire fire upon fire. I mean, can you spell upon?
Yes, the fire falling. I love that saying.
No. But like, okay, this is crazy. So one thing that's come up for me is literally time is tangible because we get to create the conditions around it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's tangible. So we really get to master time, guys. I think business owners, entrepreneurs, we get to master time. We have the freedom within us. We get to unravel that, whatever that looks like for us. Okay. And so now some of you might be in your head right now. You might be saying, oh no, don't tell me all this stuff. I'm too busy. What would you say, Anna, to that busy business owner? And if they was asking you this right now, how can they experience time bending today?
So busy is a mindset. It's really just a state of being in the mind, because it's adding up all of these things that you think you need to do, but are still in your head instead of doing something about them. And the key there is decision making. And decision, like whenever you feel stuck or you feel unable to, like there's a decision you haven't made. And there's also the other extreme where you are thinking you're making decisions, but you're just redirecting your decisions. You're indecision, like in this indecision mode, because you're thinking like, oh yeah, I already made that decision, but never mind, because this thing now looks this way, so let me waver here. No, wait, I had made that decision, but no, that's gonna not look like that. So I had this offer, right? And so like now that so-and-so didn't want it, and so now I'm gonna change it because that needs to be different. So we like are in decision mode. And whenever you're in that, you're really just adding busy work. You are literally overwhelming yourself. And one of the key things that I do is I teach a 90-second processing hack that if we have time, do we have 5 minutes? Because I want everybody to like experience it now. Like this is what I really feel is going to really drive home the point, because it's how we're actually going to experience it now, like right here, right now. So here's the thing. Being intentional means being aware of the fuel that you are using. The feeling is the fuel. The energy is the fuel. It's what makes you do or not do something. And so choosing the one that serves you best is important. If you are trying to show up somewhere with fear instead of confidence, and you want to come out a certain way, it's going to carry a scent. It's going to be obvious. If you're trying, and a lot of us have been told that we need to fake it until we we need to like address it, process it, and intentionally choose it. And so think of the word intentionally. When you're doing things intentionally, you're looking in at the tension, at the energy, at the emotional energy there, and you're turning it into your ally, intention ally. And what you're doing there is that ally becomes a friend, a collaborator. And I work with a lot of Christian business owners, from that place and awareness of their power and authority in Christ, this identity of who they are, it becomes so much easier for them to operate in that power and authority over these situations and emotions. And they're able to kind of bring it back to the basics. And so the first step is to just draw awareness. So we're going to do it. It's going to take us really quick, 90 seconds. And so I want you to, let me see if I have it right here. Just get a sticky note, get any little piece of paper that you can grab, and start thinking of any activity in your business that you normally resist, that normally you just, you dread it, you postpone it, you procrastinate. It's something you have to quote unquote do, but it takes you a while to actually get to doing it. Whatever that is, have it in mind, and then get your little sticky note. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna like grab it really quick because I thought I had it here, and I do, but I have it all here. So because this is what I really I want to ask you, what is yours? What is that one task that you like procrastinate, you keep postponing, and it's like, oh, you're in that wavering state sometimes. Each of us has something else. Like, for example, mine for a while was emails, like writing emails to my list. Do you have
Yeah,
one that you can think of?
it actually is emails. I would say. Yeah, writing emails. I love writing emails, and sometimes I create conflict around that because like, oh, I want to do it, but then I busy myself, or quote
Yes.
busy myself with something
Right,
else.
right. And then you end up taking like, and so these activities usually are tasks that we know we could probably do in about 30 minutes or less, but we end up taking like an hour or more to do,
Yeah.
right? Because there's that, like, you're like deleting, you're trying to edit, you're over, like, okay.
Yeah.
So get awareness. Now that you have it identified, what is that task? Get awareness of what is the feeling that you get, or what is the feeling or the emotion that you're in when you're writing it, when you're doing it. So you're going to write it down in the back of the sticky note. So the part where the sticky is at, that's where you write that emotion. The one that is there, and it just like creates this charge for you that is like a little bit of resistance or like procrastination. And so, for example, let's say the feeling is anxiousness, right? Okay, so we're going to put the word anxious in the back. And now you're going to choose one of these 5 emotions. And these are powerful. So gratitude, peace, love, joy, or confidence. One of those. You want to pick one of those that you are going to choose to operate in intentionally. And once you have that one written, you put it in the front of the sticky note. So mine's, I love. That's my go-to one, especially against anxiousness, because that's usually the easiest one for me to pull out of that. So now you're going to stick this in front of your, like, if I would put it right here, like on my camera, on my computer or my laptop while I'm doing it. And before I even try or start to do the task, I'm going to take 90 seconds, literally just 90 seconds, set a timer, take a deep breath. And what you're going to do is, I want us to do this together, because I actually want you to see how it actually works. And we'll kind of like go with that. So I'm going to set up a timer, and you're going to just take 90 seconds, and I'm going to walk you through this. So ready?
Let's go.
Okay. Take a deep breath. And sometimes it helps to close your eyes. And in every exhale, I want you to imagine that back feeling. So mine is going to be anxiousness. And exhale it out and give it a color. See it just being released with every exhale, until you can start to see it like being transparent almost. And in every inhale, you're going to just see that intentional feeling, the one that you're choosing to operate from. If it's love, for me, it was love. So I'm just going to breathe in. And I love this verse in Genesis that it says that, and then he breathed into them, and they became living beings. This breath of life that we have been given, and receiving it. And so now there's 30 seconds left. You're just going to really sit with it. And I'm going to be in silent as you really visualize that breath, that inhale filling up your entire body, and really just fueling you up with love or whatever that emotion you chose intentionally to be that ally with this task. Then just at your own pace, continue to take a deep breath. And when you're ready, take one last deep, deep, delicious breath. And then release it. So that was 90 seconds. And now I want you to actually right now, like this moment, open up a Google document or get a piece of paper, and I'm going to give you 5 minutes, or well, if we have 3 minutes, we'll do 3 minutes. And I want you to see how fast it is for you to write a powerful, impactful email for your list. Like right now, we're going to, and whatever task you guys decided to do it right now. Don't wait. Like you right now are fueled in that feeling. And so this is what I really want, because I want you guys to experience it. So I'm setting up the timer. It's 3 minutes, and actually write whatever that emotion is, or whatever, not the emotion, whatever that task is that you have, that you want.
Anna, I know this is a beautiful exercise, but I want this to be a note, and maybe we can do something like deeper later. I definitely want to like respect your time,
Yes.
And just make sure
Yes.
we're staying on schedule.
Okay.
So what she said, I have to be the bad
No,
time
that's
being
good.
rigorous.
No,
Right?
it's fine.
So but what if what she's saying is supporting you? And again, Devan's gonna figure out the link, and he's gonna drop it in the comments. He's gonna drop the link in the comments so we can definitely go deeper with Anna. But if what she's saying resonates with you, definitely you remember that list of the one takeaway that you're gonna take away from each speaker. Make note of it and finish this activity
Right.
after your event, right? But I just want to respect
No, it's
everybody's
fine.
time.
And the thing is, if I can just say this, I've done this case with so many groups, and like both one-on-one and in groups, and in 95% of the cases, the task that usually took them 30 minutes to an hour, like they tangibly like take 3 to 5 minutes, 10 minutes to complete when they after this. Like you literally, like even in 1 minute, they can actually get it done so much faster. Not because they're rushing through it, but because they're in the right intention, in the right feel, and it's able to be focused and easy and fun and done.
Yes. You know what I'm going to say, what we're going to do, we're definitely going to open something up if you're open, and we'll do a full session with everybody. I know this was a super short session, but because what you're doing is definitely supportive. I think that's a brilliant idea to really just, the whole process. So Joel, go ahead and drop Anna some hearts, drop her some fire.
And drop a 90. Drop a 90 if you actually want to get this this exercise.
Yes, show her some love that is super supportive, right? Because we need little tools to kind of get us back on track, and so we will get you the link to her free gift so you can go deeper with her. And then also, Anna, we're gonna do something to support them and to complete, because we definitely always want to do things in completion. But thank you so much, lady. Super great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
have a wonderful day.
And we will talk soon. Look, you're getting the love in the chat.
Thank you. God bless. Have a wonderful day.
Woo! Y'all, that was such a beautiful a moment with Anna. But I mean, y'all, can we just be real? When we're having fun in our business, again, like Devan said, like when we're having fun and when we're in alignment, it's like time actually goes by. So we definitely appreciate all the speakers coming on. And what we're going to talk about next is I took myself off. How to use your intuition for creativity and business. So all that mind chatter. So actually, things always work out. The next speaker that we're bringing up is going to actually complement what Anna was just talking about. So the mind chatter doesn't block your happiness. Again, sometimes, as business owners, we're super hard on ourselves and not being compassionate. And we create all this fake news and all this drama in our life and creating overwhelm when we can do little tools. So I am super excited to introduce our next guest. Hi.
Hey, can you hear me?
How are you feeling?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. I have to say, forgive me, I'm a bit hoarse. I've got a bit of a cold, but I didn't want to let you down. So here I am anyway, but I am a bit hoarse. So it's lovely to be here.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We are super grateful to have you here. And, definitely let us know a little bit about how we can use our intuition for creativity. And so we're not having all this drama and mind chatter in our life and have more happiness.
Well, first of all, I better give you a little bit of background so that you can understand what I'm talking about and, where it comes from. So I don't know what your audience is, but I have to be true to myself. When I was a small child of about 6 years of age, I had a profound spiritual experience. And this, I was shown certain fundamental universal truths about how life works, and, you know, the nature of time and polarity and duality and all kinds of things that I didn't ever speak about and didn't understand. And I was like, when I was older, I was like, how did I understand that at such a young age? And I received the information that I witnessed my more mature being absorbing this information. And I'm so grateful that I never forgot it, because now my mission is to nudge people into remembrance of the truth of who they really are. So I have this, like, there were certain things that came to me, like, there exists something so far beyond this physical reality and so inexplicably beautiful, like even beyond our idea of heaven. And it exists all around us and within us. And this life that we're living and having our businesses in and parenting and relationships, it's only the tiniest part of what is true, like tiny. But everybody gives so much power to the outside and to the external, you know, and we get caught up and captivated in it. And it can, you know, lead to all kinds of not so fun things, you know, depression and not knowing your purpose. And you just feel so disconnected. So many people are so disconnected. And so, like, in contrast to that beautiful feeling, it wasn't more than a beautiful feeling. It's completely ineffable. Like, I'm never able to describe it in words. I spent most of my childhood feeling quite powerless and squashed. And then when I was 18, I spent the following 20 years trying to reconnect with this, what I knew, because I knew it was the truth. And I knew that this reality ain't it. Like, there's something else. This isn't all there is. So I spent 20 years looking, and one day I could feel something building in me. And so I asked my guides the question, out of everything I've been through, and after all this time and all this study and all of this experimenting, what is the most important thing we can do to find what we're looking for? And out of the sea of awareness, I received the answer, which was let go of struggle and know who you really are. And all the information pertaining to that came through me. And I realized the way that I was to use my childhood spiritual experience, which I'm so beyond grateful for, you know, anytime I think about it, because that's my purpose. And it's all wrapped in, I mean, I stepped out of the fog of the mind and into the clarity of the heart. And I stepped out of the box I'd been put in and into my true power. And that's my wish for you. That's my wish for everybody, to tap into their truth. And this truth, the connection, is intuitive guidance. That's, you know, when you pray, so to speak, whatever term, you know, people are comfortable with, or, you know, meditate or whatever, the information that comes through the authentic self from divine love or whatever you're comfortable with, you know, God, the universe, whatever you're comfortable with. This is the intuitive guidance. And oh my God, it's not just for, you know, oh la la la, intuitive, isn't that nice? It's absolutely fundamental to everything we do, relationships, parenting, you know, how to invest your money, picking foods, and of course business. I mean, imagine if you're collaborating with people. Don't you want to know if they're the right people you want to collaborate with to save you so much time and maybe, you know, hardship or whatever? I mean, it's so good to get a yes or a no, or yeah, but maybe not now. It's huge. It's huge. And the glorious thing that I found out a few years ago during a meditation was, which might be obvious to some people, but I thought it was amazing, is that intuition and creativity come from the same place. They come from the same space. That's why creativity feels so deliciously expansive. I mean, it's just creativity. And by the way, some people think, oh, I'm not creative. No. Everybody is creative. We're creative beings. And I can say that with some authority because at 18, as well as with my spiritual path, I went on a creative path as well. I sound all very organized. I didn't know what I was doing, but I became a painter. I studied history of art. I worked in fine art auctioneering, and I managed a fine art gallery. So I still didn't know what the hell. I was pushing myself. I didn't know what my purpose was. It sounded like I did, but I didn't. Not until a few years ago, when it all came together, creativity and spirituality, and it all came together. And I realized just how juicy and fulfilling and delicious it was, and how unhappy I was beforehand, because I was ignoring. I wasn't raised. The intuition, that was not taken seriously. I'm from Ireland. It wasn't really taken seriously, the patriarch, and it wasn't, everything had to be intellectual. Intellect is God.
I think this is important in conversation, especially for entrepreneurs. There are a lot of entrepreneurs, and we're trying to figure out, like, how can we be more productive? How can we be more efficient? How can we be more profitable in our business? But what's coming up for me on what you're saying is, and we've been saying it throughout this entire event, when we're entrepreneurs, we're not, if most of the times we don't know, or we choose not to be in a container to where we're having that outside like confirmation, because we grew up in a school system or mostly work environments where there were people telling you, oh, you're doing good, and so, but what you're saying is, when we follow our intuition, what's already inside of us, not only does that improve our confidence, but our belief in ourselves, our trust in ourselves. And when we do it from a loving, creative intuition and inner knowing, something that's already inside of us, we can produce beautiful opportunities, products, services for our audience, for other entrepreneurs, that we can collaborate to push the envelope and be more innovative and make this world a better place. Whenever we just look inward instead of just needing. I mean, and not to like contradict, because we definitely need community, but sometimes the thing that can get us just a little bit forward, to get that little bit of clarity, it's already inside of us. We don't need permission, you know what I mean? But having a community to be like, okay, I'm on the right track. So that's what was coming up for me. So I definitely want to know what are some creative ways, or how can entrepreneurs like really trust themselves, and because how can you say, this is my intuition, like, I know this is what I'm supposed to be doing, versus like, I'm making this stuff up and I don't know if I can trust it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really valid question, isn't it? Because I remember thinking that myself, like, especially throughout my 20s, I wanted, because I had become what felt, I won't say disconnected, because we are never disconnected, okay? Never. So please let that give you comfort. We're never disconnected from our intuition, even though it can feel that way, of course. But there is a difference. There is a difference. And the difference between that chattery, egoic voice in your head, and by the way, if I can just mention, the ego isn't bad. A lot of people, it has an awfully bad reputation. I love my ego. Everybody has an ego. Fragmented ego can cause a lot of pain. But your ego just is there to keep you safe. It's there to protect you. So let's not all, jump on the ego. But if you don't keep it in check, that egoic, chattery voice in your head, that's fear-based. The voice of your intuition is subtle and quiet and calm, and always comes from love. It will never berate you, ever. It'll always feel light and expansive. So you might want to know, well, how do I know? What is the, what's going on here? How do I know this is intuitive? You can close your eyes, maybe put your hand on your heart, and the whole science as to why you put your hand on your heart. Because we're electromagnetic beings. I won't go into that, as well as biological, but you can just stop for a few seconds, put your hand on your heart, tune in, and get the energy of what it is. Could be, I really want to set up this business, but oh my God, Bright, I've got 5 ideas. What do I do first, And you get the energy of whatever it is for you. It could be absolutely anything. And you just tune into that energy, and you ask yourself after a few seconds, does this feel light and expansive for me? And you'll feel it either in your heart. You could get a gut feeling, of course. So usually those two feeling centers. Does the energy of this feel light and expansive, or does it feel heavy and contracting? Do I feel kind of contracted in my gut when I think about it, like whatever it is? And honest to God, it's so amazing. Every single time it works. Now, one thing I have to say, a caveat, so important that when it comes to intuition, it can get blocked. Because people say, well, I don't have. Oh, you do. You do have a stream of intuition, but you could have a little problem. You don't have a problem. You could have be experiencing a temporary issue. And that is that your glorious intuition can become blocked. And it can become blocked by mind chatter and stress in particular. Stress, obviously, do I need to explain? If you're stressed out, are you going to be all, blissed out and, oh my God, I'm in tune with and I'm receiving? It's usually not going to happen. It blocks it. It blocks it. That's why going out in nature, grounding yourself is so important. It's so important. So stress blocks it, but also mind chatter. Because if you notice that the way we're raised, like you were saying, the school system and everything, we're rewarded. We're rewarded for getting good marks. Aren't you great? That's what I say to my kids. I say, oh, you're a great girl. And then I say, you're a great girl anyway, whether you got that mark or not. I love you anyway. I'm not going to love you more because you got 95%. I love you anyway. You don't have to prove anything to me. And then there's always a, by the way, I want you to extend yourself, stretch yourself, study what you find, what you're passionate about. There's no, I won't do it. And the results are amazing. So, oh my God, parenting, I'm just so in love with that. And I love teenagers, and I have so much I can't even go there. Anyway, I'm really passionate about a lot of things, but where was I? School system kind of dumbs you down. Where was I going with that?
As far as just learning to trust your creativity and your intuition versus needing outside validation.
Thank you.
The mind chatter.
Yeah, mind chatter. It becomes the forefront, and the fear thoughts and the what if and should. Am I good enough? Am I good enough? Society. What's society saying? And we're conditioned, and parents, society, friends, TV, and we're all conditioned, and it's kind of like constant. And what I would say to your wonderful viewers and listeners, stop trying to figure it all out yourself. Stop putting so much pressure on yourself, and I have to figure it all out myself. No, you don't. You can rely on your higher self, or on the universe, or on God, or on divine love, whatever you're, oh my God. And what happens is when you stop and realize, just get a thought, just have a thought of anything, a tree, anything. It doesn't have to be a stressful thought. And just realize, you can do this later because I know we don't have time now. There's distance between you and the thought of the tree. There's distance. Then you realize, I'm not my thoughts. I'm not my thoughts. This is all a case of mistaken identity. You're not your thoughts. You're not your mind. You're not your body. You're not your accomplishments. You're not your name. You're not your gender. You're not your nationality. You are so much more. You are magnificent and infinite and eternal. And when you stop and make space and see there's distance between you and your thoughts, you realize, I'm not my thoughts. I'm the one who witnesses my thoughts. I am the awareness behind thought itself. And you realize you're this expansive with no boundary. This isn't a boundary, your body. And you can go so deep. I mean, we're talking other dimensions, other realities, and this isn't science fiction because I felt it. I came in here knowing it. I never spoke about it. You can see why. Imagine me growing up in Ireland talking about this. I had nobody to talk to anyway. And the other thing was, I thought it was normal. I thought everybody knew about this. Until one day, my husband was like, yeah, no, Marianne, no, not everybody, no. So I was like, oh, okay. But when I say you're infinite and you're eternal, I mean you're infinite and eternal. When I say you're magnificent, I mean it. Because I know it. I can see it. It's one of my gifts. I can see beyond the ego to who you really are. It is one of my gifts. So please, please, please don't get piddly little mind chatter in the way of your magnificent life, of setting up that glorious business and setting it up for the right reasons. not for some ego reasons, by the way, to have beautiful relationships, you know, be they parenting or whatever. I don't care if it's with your cat. You don't think, you know, just because you don't have children or you don't have a husband, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. You're amazing just as you are, and you've nothing to prove. Nothing to prove, no matter who you are. You're beautiful and divine. You are divine. And if only people knew, if people could see a fraction of the beauty of who they really are, they would be on their knees in awe.
I just, and I, you know, I've said this before, but I just want to say thank you, because sometimes, you know, we're always looking for like, what's the next skill I need to apply, or what's next, or, you know what I mean? We're always making, you know, life, not always, but y'all know what I mean? Like sometimes we make life hard, or we're making our process harder, but you know, this is such a beautiful lineup of speakers, because sometimes we just need life and spoken over us, and just those little reminders, and once we really again show ourselves compassion and open up space to process and think of, you know, where we are in our journey, it allows for our creativity to thrive and overflow. And then once you go out there and you just do it with no attachment, like, oh my gosh, if I don't make this much money, or oh my gosh, if I, you know, if these people don't buy from me, then that means I suck. No, it just means maybe you're not in alignment, or maybe you're focusing on the wrong part of your business, that you need to be hiring somebody else or partnering with somebody else to take control over, so you can focus on your creativity and your strengths for your company. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just loving this talk, because in order for us to be more productive, in order for us to be more efficient and effective in our business, in order for us to be more profitable, we get to start with ourselves and ground. And we're spiritual too. I mean, I don't know about everybody in the audience, but Devan and I, we're spiritual as well. So we're here with you, and we always source, you know, always in divine timing. But really just giving yourself space. Entrepreneur, business owner, if you're listening to this, you know, we get to give ourselves space, show ourselves some love, show ourselves compassion, and allow our higher self to answer some of those questions that you are, you know, resisting or fighting or avoiding or wanting validation, because we're still in the mindset of, well, I need somebody to give me an A on this project that I'm launching. When it's like, you know, when you are your authentic self, we had people talking about being authentic. When you've been authentic, when you are grounded, when you are in love and in creativity, you put it out to the world and things work out. And you know, some people say it's esoteric, but results speak for themselves.
So what?
And so what?
So what?
What?
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, so the hell what? Yes.
Yes.
How glorious. How glorious. You know, it's esoteric. I mean, there's beauty everywhere. There's mystery everywhere. Why don't we just embrace it and wrap it around us and let it come through us, you know?
Yeah.
And allow it all. Allow it. Yes, things can get in the way. I have to mention, I completely understand that. I'm not like, I went through all this. And that's why I created the Becoming Aware Listening Practice, my book. Becoming Aware Listening Practice, because when, so my book is From Longing to Belonging. When stuff gets in the way, you have to have a way, and you might have your own way. Lots of people have their own ways, but addressing your feelings as if they're a child within and allowing them space. And I'm telling you, when you do this and make this your practice, your life will change. My life changed. The women I work with, the people I work with, it is totally life-changing. When you give yourself that permission, and when you give space and allowance to that part of you that's crying out for your attention, nobody else's, your attention. And when you do this, I'm not, because I don't just, as you may have guessed, I really mean this. When you give space to that part of yourself, finally stop resisting it. You mentioned the word resistance. Stop resisting it and just finally just kind of surrender to it, you know? The strength and courage in that surrender. And then, yes, you'll cry probably or whatever. But when you do that, in doing that, that's one bit of energy that was like a standing wave in your biofield, and it's gone forever. There are more because we've been conditioned. There are more. But when you give yourself that, oh my God, the glorious gifts, even in pain, that come out of it, and when you can release through, for example, the Becoming Rare listening practice, it's just life-changing. I mean, I went from being pretty unhappy to now, you know, having a glorious soulmate relationship, wonderful children. I have my own horse sanctuary in my eco house here in Ireland. I'm an artist. I adore helping women step into their power and expression, you know, so that they can have these glorious results as well. I couldn't have imagined a life like that, you know, before. And it's because of this practice. It's because of this opening, this allowance, this expansion, and this accepting the power and beauty that we are, and addressing it in the present moment. Don't go into the past trauma. Don't go into the future worry. Just be here now and allow. And the magic and the beauty that can happen. I don't care if people say it's esoteric. Esoteric has got me a lot of happiness and a lot of tangible results. I don't care. I'm a poet. I write poetry. I love mystery and beauty. Are you kidding me? I just want to wrap it around me. I want the results as well, you know, the tangible results, but the esoteric results, the results of feeling oneness with everything. Thank you very much. I love that.
Man, I don't know what's happening, but what's coming up is I'm feeling like this emotion of I don't know. I'm gonna name it, but maybe I don't even have to name it, because again, just so what? Being present, right? So what? Being present and just being. So this is so beautiful. So and I know sometimes we just need to hear it over and over and over. So definitely, you know, what I just want to make sure I'm landing, because we have some entrepreneurs in the audience like, bro, I am not trying to be emotional right now. Like, I just need that next thing to get to my business. But what I'm hearing, right? What I'm hearing is it starts with us. What if the next level is us working on us, improving us, releasing things inside of us that's not serving us, right? What if that is our next level, to open up space to be more productive, efficient, and profitable?
Oh, it is. It is.
Okay, go ahead.
No, it is. And allow it. It's dangerous not to. And if you want the next level of health, wealth, love, perfect self-expression, whatever it is, do the courageous thing, and have the heart to allow yourself to feel. I am telling you what's on the other side of that. Look, I can't even. It's ineffable. I don't even have words for it. You just have to do it yourself. Like I can lead somebody to water. You know, I can lead the horse to water. I can't make him drink. I'm absolutely sure of this. I've devoted my life to it, and I love business. I've been an entrepreneur. I had my last boss at 21. I'm like, screw that. I love business. This is very practical, very grounded, and you give yourself permission to feel it. Don't worry, you're not going to fall into the abyss. You won't. It'll feel like that maybe if you've never done it before. I am telling you, and if you need help, I'm here. You will not fall into the abyss. You are so strong, so strong, so strong.
Y'all, entrepreneurs, and I feel like this message is for me. That's why I have this like emotion that's coming up. But I just want to say thank you so much, Marianne, and tell the audience a little bit more about the free gift that you are offering today.
Oh yeah, all very practical. Because it's like, spiritual artist. No, I'm practical as well. So I have a free gift at my site. What is it? It's to do with
let go and know.
The name of the site is Let Go and Know, www.letgoandknow.com. And the gift is about procrastination and overwhelm.
Okay.
So practical and profound solution to, deal with procrastination and overwhelm. Please get it. And after you watch the masterclass, it's like a mini course. Get back to me. I'd love it if you got back to me and let me know how you get on, and give me some feedback. It's fun. I had fun making it. But it's a completely different way to deal with procrastination and overwhelm, because they're the two they're the two things that as an entrepreneur get in their way and hold us back. And I have a spiritual way of dealing with it. And it's not just, oh, spiritual, isn't that nice? No, it's effective, and it'll help you move past your barriers and your blocks so that you can make more money and be happier doing it. And of course, it's not about money. It's about who you are. What's the point in making a load of money if who you are isn't satisfying you while you're doing it? You want both. You want wealth of all sorts. Yeah, big bag of money, fantastic, but also being able to look at a flower and just absorb the fragrance and feel total oneness with everything. That's wealth too. Wealth in nature, wealth in the gift we've been given, and just all of it. Wealth in relationships, wealth in health, everything. So let's not procrastinate. Let's not feel overwhelmed. Let's just allow it all and look at it and be courageous and allow the gifts to come to us. So let me know how you enjoy that. As I say, it's a bit of fun.
Yes. So definitely make sure you go ahead and download this connect deeper with Marianne. And this is just a beautiful conversation. I think it's it's just perfect. Like everything always works out because, again, and I just want to, because I know this is how I learn. So if this is supportive, I'm processing with y'all as well, even though, I'm posting the event, but I'm processing with y'all. But sometimes I need to hear something because I heard it, but it went in one ear and not the other. But to be like, oh, I get it, right? We get to slow down, we get to open up space, and we get to be compassionate with ourselves and ground ourselves and create space, in our calendar, right? That is just for us. And sometimes it can literally just be thinking, no phone, just nature. You said get to nature, or just, I'm going to go outside and just smell the roses. Just let's, and then taking that time away from our life and our, just literally creating space to go deeper with ourselves. That could maybe the next level we get to go. So thank you so much, Marianne. Are there any last words that you want to leave with the audience today?
Just I would absolutely love it if they realized that they are bigger than any problem they could ever have. If you're going through something tough, or you're feeling overwhelmed, or there are any kind of issues, please remember, don't get stuck in that bubble of what you think life is. There's so much more. Life is so much more expansive. Please remember, you are bigger than any problem you could ever have. And remember to let go of struggle, know who you really are, and live from your truth. Open up to your intuition. You will be led.
Wow. Thank you. You will be led, right? Always learn to trust yourself, trust your journey. We're on the right path. We're on the right path. Thank you so much, lady.
You're so welcome. My pleasure.
This is so beautiful. And we definitely look forward to connecting with you soon.
Okay, take care.
Take care. Talk to you soon. Woo! Was that refreshing?
Fire, guys. Put fire in the chat.
Oh my gosh. I'm still trying to name this emotion that I'm feeling, but I feel it may be some type of relief. Like I just feel like something's opening up, and I may start crying because I just feel so grateful and I'm so appreciative. Like what she's saying is like, I'm telling y'all, these past few weeks, even aside from the event that, getting us to this moment, we definitely were in a place of just being faithful, and we sourced a beautiful lineup of people who are just hitting on all aspects of how can we be more productive? How could we be more efficient? How can we be more profitable in our business? And, through partnerships. But sometimes, what if it's just we need to partner with ourselves? Both the last speakers, they both said, trusting our intuition, listening to ourselves, making space, like being more compassionate. And so, oh my gosh, like, definitely continue as these speakers are coming, continue to let them know and show your gratitude, of your biggest gem. What is one takeaway? And again, we were given homework to connect with 2 people who resonate with us. So as you're showing up in the chat, let people see you, share your thoughts, and you all can find each other on social media, or like we talked about before, because I know people were asking about it, and we have the link now. If you want the opportunity to listen to these over and over and to process what these speakers are saying, you can upgrade to the VIP Insider. And the reason why we created this, because there are some people who don't have community. There's some people who they just need to be in a space. Like I said before, literally by us being in masterminds or in different groups, we met people who were in alignment with what we're doing, and we're creating this beautiful resource to you all. So sometimes just being in the room, being around people, and it may not be that we do something like an official affiliate or a partnership. Sometimes it may be like, you're my friend. Because I've been doing this journey. I've been on this journey. I've been in my crazy head for so long, but I just need somebody who I can bounce ideas off. It doesn't have to be, it's whatever, but it's whatever we show up for. It's whatever we intended to become. So real quick, before we bring our next speaker up, in the VIP Insider, it's an upsell. You get lifetime recordings to all of these interviews. And I'm telling you, these interviews, like these entrepreneurs, we're all entrepreneurs. They're not like trying to undercut you. They're literally giving you scripts and different activities and just different things to feed you on where you are. And they're giving it to you for free. So you can listen to it over and over and over again. And also just listen to those key takeaways. It may be one idea that you need in order to get you to your next level. Remember, you already have everything that you need. Everything is already working out. You're powerful. You're beautiful. So that one thing that stood out to you, definitely drop it in the chat. But then also, listen to it over and over and over. You'll get a discovery call with Deborah and myself. And again, it's an opportunity for us just to say, how can we support you? We may know someone, or we may recommend one of these hosts to go deeper with you. Literally by just coming to people who are in alignment with you and your message, it works out for you. So Deborah and I, we are also going to host a discovery call. It's going to be one-on-one, just you and us, right? Also, we are giving you our 15 ways to be more productive, efficient, and profitable with joint venture partnerships. And then also we're going to have a masterclass coming up, and it's going to be how to leverage with joint ventures as well. Another thing that we are adding on as a bonus for the VIP Insiders group is we are going to host a strategy week where every day next week, we're going to come together and we're going to see if there's space, for you to create some collaboration, or even just to let people know what you do, so maybe they can refer somebody to you. So there will be the opportunity. We're not guaranteeing that you're going to walk away with the collaboration, but it will give you the opportunity to build a relationship and to be in community, whether it is a business relationship or just a friend relationship. Because again, just having that person, like Marianne just came on, just having that person saying like, you're bigger than missing your goal. You're bigger. Like sometimes we just need to be in community of saying that. So we will have a private chat, a private community with the VIP insiders. And so I'm going to drop the link, and we're going to get to our next speaker.
Yes, guys. Oh my days. How you feeling? I'm telling you guys, I don't know where you are in the world. Maybe it's BST, EST, PST. It don't matter. You should be fired up if you're on this event right now. And we have a brilliant guest speaker that will be really honing down on maximizing your impact. Put in the chats. Who wants to maximize the impact? All right, put me in the comments below. All right. So maximizing your impact and leveraging speaking engagements to establish yourself as a thought leader and attract new clients. So the speaker that is going to really deliver this for you and really hone in and get deep on this is no other than Sheryl Plouffe. Is it Plouffe or Plouffe? We'll find out. But I'm about to bring on Sheryl in a bit, but I just want to give you guys a background. Sheryl Plouffe is the founder and CEO of Scalable Business Accelerator and the host of the Cash In on Camera podcast. She has produced thousands of videos and broadcasts, over 20,000 hours of live television as a national TV presenter. Sheryl owns a trading company that advises peak levels of businesses in their successes. So businesses at the height of their heights, right? And she literally helps people maximize their impact and does it in an amazing way. So Sheryl, how are we feeling? I know you're someone who, I mean, I've looked you up as well, and you know how to implement scalable systems for real. Like shout out to you.
Hi,
I just want to know, like, how are you feeling?
I am great. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. I was listening to Marianne, talking about procrastination and overwhelm, and it's so true when it comes to speaking and maximizing your impact, leveraging speaking to grow your business, to get more clients, to build your authority in the marketplace. A lot of people are stuck in those places of procrastination and overwhelm. So it's a perfect dovetail into this conversation.
Yeah, no doubt. And so I know you work in Canada at the moment, and I mean Canada is like a great hotspot for business and commerce and stuff like that. But what inspired you particularly to specialize in speaking and acquiring new clients? Like, how did that begin?
Well, it's interesting because my professional career was spent as a broadcaster, and I did that for many, many years. What I saw really was that there were so many parallels to broadcast journalism to entrepreneurship. It's just that when I was an employee, I was building someone else's brand, and I was paid well to do that. But now I really see a lot of transferable skills from that industry into what I do today, which helps to inform how I teach and the ideas that I come up with and the thought leadership that I have around it. And so speaking is something that I've been doing since I was 18. I started hosting a TV show in the city that I lived in when I was 18 years old. And it really helped to transform my life in so many ways. But professionally, I think speaking for an entrepreneur, be it a coach, a consultant, an expert, an author, entrepreneur, it is a foundational and fundamental thing that you need to be doing, an action that you need to be taking on a consistent basis. And you will reap the rewards of that over the course of time. And it can happen really quickly. This is not something that will take it literally can take hours or days or weeks, but you will definitely be seeing the impact if you apply a good strategy.
Yeah, so like literally what comes up for me is consistency and commitment. And that's literally all we need if we're implementing something. So, but the thing is, something that's easy to do is often not easy is often not done, right? So right. We've all made these mistakes. Like, everyone put your hand up. How many of people have made the mistake of not actually speaking up, not devaluing your impact, So I want to really ask you, what are some like mistakes that you have observed that entrepreneurs make when using speaking engagements to acquire new clients, and how can they avoid them?
Yeah, I think the big problem is twofold. One is that people think that they need to have a big brand in order to start speaking, in order to start getting out there and doing speaking. I must wait until I have the brand established. And so often I think people are focused on the wrong things, and maybe their definition of brand is where we need to start. A brand isn't necessarily the logo, the font, the color choice. That's brand identity. That's different. The brand is actually what people say about you when you're not in the room. The brand is about your reputation, and it's about your thought leadership and your opinions and your ideas. I think that's the foundation of brand. And then you add on top of that an identity around brand from the pretty parts.
Yeah.
So I think that it's really about looking at it and saying, okay, I don't need to be a big brand to start. I want to start speaking so that I can build my brand. And often people get that reversed. I think the second part of that is people think that they need to have a huge audience in order to start speaking, and nothing could be further from the truth. You want to start speaking so that you can actually start and have a shot at building that up over the course of time. But if you never start, then you're really shooting yourself in the foot that way.
Oof, okay. This right here, guys, you should have wrote that down. If you didn't, I don't know what you're doing, because I'm so sure it's powerful, because literally speaking to build your brand, not just building your brand to speak. Like,
I think here's why. Speaking, there is a lot of fear around speaking for some people, right? Because they don't, especially for someone who is starting out. And I happen to work more with people when they're, say, at the high 5-figure and 6-figure mark, to help them scale their business effectively and efficiently with little team, right? But when you're first starting out, and people often ask me, well, what should I be doing? And I say, it's not tinkering around with your website. It's not, choosing fonts and colors and things like that. It's not about creating up funnel. It's not all the tactics. It's not all the shiny objects that you're being bombarded with Facebook ads, right? It's not the quiz funnel. It's not yet. Those things work. But what you need to be starting with is the fundamentals. Who is it that you want to talk to? Who is it that you want to attract to yourself? You got to get out there and speak. And what I think would be fun, if you're open to it, I would love to see people put in the chat, what is your subject matter expertise? Type in the chat, what is your subject matter expertise? I'm going to prove a point here, but type in the chat, what is your subject matter expertise? When you're first getting going, you need to get out there and speak. And the only thing that you truly need, and people start businesses because they have a passion for something, they have expertise, they have knowledge, they have wisdom, and they have a subject matter expertise. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have started the business. And the truth is, that's all you really need to get started. There are some strategies, of course, that you want to implement and that can further that movement, but that's really all you need to get started. And so people have a lot of fear around speaking. Well, who am I, and why me, and who's going to listen to me, and I don't have a big audience. It's excuses for not doing the thing that they actually fear, because people don't want to be rejected and made fun of, or look, what if nobody listens? Those are all things that are going to hold you back. You really need to just get out there and start. So I'm seeing people like grief, community, strategic collaborations, events, so if you know what your subject matter expertise is, your topic, then you will be able to find speaking engagements and get out there and start talking.
Yes, and yes, please, because this is something that I literally had to overcome. Like, it was avoidance of so many things in the beginning stages, like avoidance of leadership, avoidance of people saying I'm good at one thing, and then I know I'm good at it, but I don't do it, and then it starts eating into you, and then so it dims our voice, and that's the interesting part. But it's like, what now? Okay, so I get to speak out. I speak up more. I speak, and now we're building our brand as we're speaking, because we're sharing our voice, we're sharing our value, and so I want to ask you, in terms of speaking, like how is the speaking industry in particular, like, how has that evolved in recent years, and like what new opportunities are emerging for entrepreneurs when it comes to speaking engagements?
I think we're experiencing it right now. This is very meta in the sense that we're seeing, since the pandemic, so many people were forced to go on to Zoom. And by the way, I'm a Restream user and lover of this platform, by the way, as well, and use it and teach others to use it. So everybody had to get online at a point in time when we were forced to. And so it became a lifeline, both professionally and personally, for people, like to actually stay connected with your family and also to keep running the business. And so we saw a whole bunch of people being forced into it, using online technology and getting a webcam, a simple USB webcam and a microphone, and getting on their computers and doing things that they were avoiding before. So now that the world has gotten back to doing in-person events, and that's still going to be a thing. It's always going to be a thing. But what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is that people are still wanting to get on a plane and go somewhere, but just in fewer numbers than before. So they're doing a lot more online events than they perhaps were before the pandemic. So it's not to say that live events are dead. They're not. I have been on several and we'll do several more this year. But I think it's the online piece of this. It's getting out there. And here's the great thing about online. It's so efficient.
Yes.
You need a webcam. You need an internet service. You've got those things. You can get out there and you can start being on summits and podcasts and, video, audio, all kinds of different modalities. And here's the interesting thing too, both public and private. I actually posted about this on my Instagram recently about how there are opportunities for speaking that you're not publicly aware of. Private masterminds, retreats, right, where your ideal clients are, that aren't being talked about. And that's predicated on connections. And that's really the whole reason for speaking in the first place.
Yeah, that's literally what I was about to ask about, because when you said that people want to do online events, or even in-person events, but with fewer people, what came up for me was like intimacy, connection. People will just want to want a sense of realism. They want to just get to the core of things, you know?
Yeah, I think that's true, but I meant that fewer instances of going out and doing in-person events. So meaning that people want to get on a plane fewer times than they did before, not necessarily to events with fewer people. In fact, the opposite might be true, that people might be more willing to get on a plane, let's say, once or twice or however many times a year, if they're going to an event where there is a large number of people there. Yeah. But again, it's all personal. It's all personal. It's really what you feel called to do. Personally, I mean, for me, and for a lot of the people that follow me and et cetera, are people that are family-based and very, very family-focused, people that are building a business, typically as a lifestyle business, and they want to have the freedom of schedule and the freedom of revenue and that sort of thing, and they want to be home with their families more, not being on the road more.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's definitely shit. Guys, put in the chats. Are you family based? I actually really want to know that, because I'm family based as well. I really love my family, and
you know what? I was doing some math earlier. I wanted to share this with you. I was thinking about leveraging speaking. And sometimes people have this idea and they think, oh, my list is small and I don't have a big following and all these reasons for not getting started. And I wrote out this morning, I thought, what if, you did, let's say 5 speaking engagements per month? That's a very doable number in a land and in a world where there are hundreds of thousands of speaking opportunities. Okay. So could you do 5? Yes, I think you could. I think you could do 5 speaking engagements per month. And what if there were, and I'm going to pick a smaller number, but let's just say it was 50 people fell upon that speaking engagement through a variety of channels, right? It was promoted on an email, it was promoted on social media, and there were live viewers, etc. That's 250 people in 1 month who've come across you, have found you, and a good number of those people might want to connect with you. They might want to opt into your email list, or they might want to connect with you on social media. That's 250 people. And I want you to really think about this from the perspective of business development. 250 more people who there could potentially be some type of business development opportunity. That's in 1 month. You rinse and you repeat that for the entire year. And you're talking about a sizable number of people, and it only takes one connection to make a huge difference in your business. So when people think that they give excuses for, like, well, I'm not going to do, I don't know, I don't have a big brand, I don't have a big audience. you can't afford not to speak at this point.
Yeah, the world needs our voice. Like, if anyone that's watching, you're an entrepreneur, business owner, you're not in business to not have your voice heard. That's just, it's kind of wild to me.
Clients, joint ventures, collaborations, referrals, especially a lot of service-based people, especially if you have a high ticket product or service, which you should have, by the way, especially in the early stages. The big mistake people make is they start by selling everything for $20. No, you want to start with the high ticket. But especially if that's true, now you really need to be building connections, and often referrals are a key piece of that. So if you are struggling and you're thinking, well, how am I going to get clients? How am I going to get clients? You need to talk to more people. And I mean, talk on other people's stages. Might even want to launch your own platform where you speak on your own stage that you control. You need to get on more calls with people. You need to be talking. You need to have more virtual coffees with people. You need to be talking. Nothing bad can come from talking to more people in this business.
Ooh, audience. Sheryl has gifted the key. She dropped the mic, then she gifted the key so we can open the door. Like, what is going on? Yo, Sheryl, that's powerful. I want to ask you one last question. Like, what are essential scalable systems entrepreneurs get to have in place for a scalable company?
I think it really comes down to 3 key areas. And keep in mind, this is especially true if you're in the high 5-figure, 6-figure mark revenue range, and you're trying to go to, let's say, $50,000 to $70,000 a month, like, so that kind of range. You can do that as a coach or consultant in the knowledge industry. You can do that with one VA. Yeah. You don't need to have a huge team in order to do that. So long as your business is built on these 3 buckets: fulfillment, marketing, and sales. And you can build scalable systems in each of those buckets in order to grow to those levels without needing the need for a huge team. I think once you get beyond that range, let's say beyond 750, 800, and you're going to 1 million, 2 million, you have aspirations to grow beyond that, then I think we have to have a conversation around team. Yeah. And really leveraging the other people, in order to grow. But I think that's an absolutely doable thing, so long as you're efficient and you focus on those 3 things.
Ooh, Sheryl, you opened up something for me, because Zay and I, within our business, sometimes we always ask ourselves, what's our role within our company? And so when you mentioned fulfillment, marketing, and sales, that's literally something that we kind of discussed. And I was like, I do the fulfillment. I was like, I get it now. It's like, and then she does most of the marketing stuff. But we leverage our strengths, and that's a big thing that I saw that came up before you. We all, like, this is for the audience, like, we all get to identify and leverage our strengths in order to actually scale, because we can't build something from weak hands. We can't build something from a weak voice. There has to be a strength that is allowing us to actually move up, So Sheryl, this has been amazing. Guys, put some fire in the chat for Sheryl. All right, some fire I'm gonna get the link up right now. Do you have any last words for the audience?
I think that if you want to be maximizing your impact, you need to incorporate speaking into your overall marketing strategy and have a way to do that consistently, which is the whole thing. That's exactly what we're going to be talking about at the workshop, which I think we're going to be talking about here in a second. But it's really about leveraging speaking in order to build your thought leadership and to attract new clients. And the way that you attract new clients can be through various different avenues, right? Be it clients, through referrals, or through more speaking engagements. That's primarily what we see the world through in terms of, you want to do business development, you want to meet cool people, you need to have a way to crack the door open to new opportunities for yourself, business development opportunities, clients, referrals, and speaking engagements. I'm not against social media. I think social media is changing, and we just have to better understand that. Not to mention AI. Artificial intelligence. We're going to talk about that at the workshop and how that plays into your speaking strategy and how that works, because it's amazing and it's not going anywhere. It's only getting faster and more powerful as the days and weeks go on, because now we're at Chat GPT 4, I think we just launched, right?
Yeah.
So it's on another level, and we have to better understand how we're leveraging those tools in our businesses, especially when it comes to speaking.
Wow. This is one of my favorites. I can't lie. So guys, I think this is my favorite one. Guys, does anyone before we go, I want to ask, does anyone have any questions? Let's get some questions in the comments.
Sure. Love questions.
Drop your questions below. Drop your questions.
The biggest thing you can do, I think, around speaking is think of it as, or look at your business now and ask yourself, how much am I speaking now? Right. And listen, I'm a proponent of, I had this flywheel. I know I can't demonstrate on the screen right now, but think of a flywheel that you want to ideally get to a place where you're speaking on other people's stages and also speaking on your own.
Yeah.
Often people ask me, well, where should I start? Should I start by starting my own thing? Depends on the situation. But in most cases, start with speaking on other people's stages first, in most cases. And then we start building that in and building that. And what that does is it creates this momentum flywheel, because speaking begets more speaking. That's how this works. So at some point, if the object is sitting still, we have to give it a push. We've got to give it a little push to get it started. To use a Canadian analogy, roll the snowball down the hill. Okay. And it will start picking up snow and rolling down the hill, and it will get bigger. But it's exactly that. And so at some point you have to decide, when am I pushing this snowball down the hill? When am I going to start that?
The snowball effect.
You got it.
Oh my. Oh, this is amazing. Okay. So guys, let's get some hearts for Sheryl, guys. Put some hearts in the chat for Sheryl. Where's the heart? I can't see the heart. Anyways.
Hi, Zay. How are you?
Hi, Sheryl. This was so rich, so juicy. I've heard a lot of people say, "Oh, delicious conversation." Man, I do have a quick question, and I think you hit on it a little bit, but just help me land.
Sure.
So, what are some because there are some people who are like, I need the tangibles, right? So what are essential scalable systems that entrepreneurs can implement in their business to scale?
Well, I mean, aside from speaking,
or yes, but like, what are the systems? Like, is there like what are some of the systems that you would recommend that people implement with speaking?
Okay. Well, I mean, I think around speaking itself, I mean, one thing is you do want to understand how the tools, the technological tools could be on your side in order to help you get over the sitting at a blank computer screen and looking at that for 3 hours and not getting anything done. And, how am I going to title this particular pitch that I'm making to a host? Like, those are the things that hold people back. And there isn't any need for that to be held back anymore, because the tools are available to help you figure that stuff out literally in seconds, So I think it's looking at the technological tools that exist and leveraging them to the best of your ability. But in terms of the grander scale of systems, right? Instead of talking about specific tools, but the actual systems themselves, I think speaking is a very important system to implement, right? That you be on regularly on other people's stages. Maybe you have a VA, and maybe that VA helps you do certain parts of this process instead of you having to be, doing every intricate detail. The other part of it is, and we haven't talked too much about this yet, but I'm a big proponent of podcasting. For most entrepreneurs would benefit from having a podcast, especially a podcast interview model. Very much like what we're doing here. Like, you're interviewing me and I'm answering questions. And I think that especially if you have the other system, which is a scalable offer, meaning how are you creating an offer, a high ticket offer that's high value, high impact, transformational program that you can bring multiple people in a non launched way. Like I'm not a big proponent of the launch model of, waiting for September before you make your offer to people. So there's certain things around that system as well. Having a scalable offer at a really good price point that allows you to have cash flow in your business so that you can reinvest in it. This is often the big mistake. People think, oh, I'm going to do the ascension model. And their interpretation of the ascension model is I have to create a low tiered course or something for $37. And I'm going to put everything into this $37 thing. But guess what? The problem is you don't have the volume because you don't have a massive audience or brand yet. So then they go, well, and after about 11 months of doing that, building the perfect funnel for it, they go, well, where are my clients? So it's better to start with a high ticket offer that is going to allow you to have cash flow. So there are multiple systems, but I think it's really built around this idea of fulfillment. How are you serving clients, your marketing, and your sales?
We got another question for you. Can we ask one more question?
Sure, go for it.
What's the best way to navigate which speaking opportunities are for you if you want to do a few per month?
Yeah, I think it's really about, again, going back to journalism, a little bit of research, right? It's figuring out, okay, what kind of research can I do? And we'll talk about that at the workshop, some ideas on how you can do the research necessary to find the speaking opportunities that are ideal. The last thing you want to do is start getting speaking opportunities where it's not your tribe, right? If it's not your tribe, then it's probably not the best idea unless you're doing it for philanthropic reasons. But if you're doing it because you're looking to generate momentum and you're looking to meet new people and get your likeness out there, then I think that you want to be careful about that. But it's really about research. And the cool thing is the research can be made really easy now, because things like AI exist. And you can, there's some amazing things that you can do with research, or you can just do it the good old fashioned way. But I think it really comes down to researching the right opportunities for you.
Wow. Thank you. Y'all go ahead and drop some fire. You got lots of fire and hearts in the comments right now.
I see that. Thank you so much for the love. That's appreciated.
Are there any last words that you would like to leave with the audience?
I think if you're a coach or consultant, you got into this because you felt called and compelled in your heart to have impact on other people. And the longer you hold out and you're not out there speaking consistently on other people's stages, it's actually a selfish act. It's a selfish act because you're not able to get your amazing work into the world to the degree that you should or could, because you're too busy over here with a shiny object and trying to figure out how to make this funnel. And it's like, that's not what time it is. It's not the time to fiddle around with that right now. What the time is to speak. You got to get out there and talk to more people. Speak on other people's stages. You need to be having more conversations, Zoom calls, whatever. You need to be talking to more people. And that's what helps to build momentum.
Love this. Thank you, Sheryl.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And y'all definitely take the opportunity to join her event. She's gifting it to you for free. So make sure, if you want to know how can I, leverage my marketing. Imagine if we don't have people who we exchange value with, we're not in business. So literally implementing a marketing strategy where you are on other people's stages in front of their audience, though that's leads, that's your marketing right there, getting in front of more people. So instead of, like she said, if you just need to start, I would say, for what I'm hearing, just get on more stages. get on more stages, and then in the background, as you're getting momentum and seeing those leads come in, begin to implement your own model. You know what I mean? If you're that person who can't make a decision, I'm telling you right now, like, just get on other people's stages. It is definitely a beautiful way to leverage your marketing, your, getting your brand awareness in the world. Also practicing your speaking, and also you can repurpose the content.
Oh,
You can repurpose the content.
That's a whole other conversation.
I know, right? I know.
Right. We haven't even talked about content. So people are often overwhelmed with that. They go, oh, how am I going to create all this content? I got to get on TikTok, and I got to do the reels, and I got to do this YouTube video and everything. We need to think about content more efficiently. One thing, I love Restream. I love that you're using it because it's a great tool for that. But content is a whole other thing. And it's another benefit to getting out and doing speaking engagements, because you can leverage that. It's about leverage. And people think about, scaling is really about leverage. So doing things efficiently, doing things once, and then having multiple purposes for them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Make sure you get access to her free link. And ma'am, we definitely look forward to doing something. Continue to get in each other's face. So thank you so much.
This has been great. I love this format. Thank you so much for having me and for letting me share my thoughts and ideas around this. And I know this to be true because when I was first starting out, because I was a broadcaster and that was great, and I had a career and wonderful. But when I started my own business, it was like starting at zero. People didn't know me for marketing. People didn't know me for video marketing. They knew me as a weather broadcaster. They knew me as a news manager. They knew me as a college professor. Very different thing. And so it was like starting over. And one of the really first things that I was speaking. That's what I did. I started speaking immediately. And then I built other things in the background as time went on. But speaking was the fundamental action that I took to be able to help me to grow.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
See ya.
Woo! Fire!
Ooh, yo.
So, question: how many of you, actually, this is what I want to ask. How many stages are you planning on being monthly for the rest of the year? Let's throw it out there. We set a crazy goal and we are a little bit behind, but we want to be on a total of 52 virtual stages and 12 in-person stages. We're a little bit behind on the in-person stages, so we got a lot of work to do. But I'm saying it out loud, man. I'm putting us on the line. We got a lot of work to do, but seriously, it is such a beautiful leveraging tool. And actually, our next speaker, I'm super excited. This lady, again, we can trust ourselves, entrepreneurs. We can trust ourselves because whenever you meet certain people, it's just the energy, it's just the vibe. You can feel people's character, and whenever you can feel that with someone, you just want to grab their arm and keep them close. And so this is actually going to be a extra bonus because she actually already did an interview, but we brought her back because she's talking about productivity and efficiency. Miss Carrie.
Yeah.
Hi.
Wait, Zay, hello everyone and welcome to the bonus of.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
I was about to mention that because yes, the bonus, guys. We've recorded the bonus for you guys because I think Carrie's still watching right now, but she
So, okay, you know what? I was wondering. I was like, man, I hope everything works out.
This happens when you go live. I love it.
But the beautiful thing is, for whatever reason, I feel so comfortable in front of this audience. First of all, y'all are an amazing audience. Give it up for yourself for going strong. How many hours has it been? So I just want to say, give it up for yourself. We're super grateful, but even in this moment, I'm not embarrassed right now. I am not embarrassed, but there was obviously a little breakdown right now. But what we're gonna do, because we do have the next speaker coming on live, We also have a bonus day, y'all. So again, I feel like I keep saying it, but I feel like it's coming up because it really is I guess it's what we need to hear. Everything always works out, and we literally attracted the perfect people to carry out the vision of the message that we needed to leverage. We needed to leverage some of this wisdom, some of these expertise, because either we haven't lived it yet, or it was just you probably can hear it better from somebody else. And just the people that we've collaborated with, it has been just a beautiful journey. And so definitely go ahead and continue to drop your biggest takeaway in the comments. And right now what I see is, so people are dropping, they're saying, so we have one person said that they're going to do at least one podcast a week. As far as getting on other people's stages, they're going to do at least one podcast. And then we have somebody else saying for a month. That's just what we're doing. The reason why we said 52, a year, because it's about one virtual event a month. So yes, Sheldon, we are on the same page. Devin, do you have anything coming up for you?
Yes, so this is it's so powerful, because even the conversations we've been having lately is literally been like, okay, podcast, YouTube, and even remember we were still speaking to Sophie earlier on, the second speaker. She mentioned the top two platforms. What was that? YouTube, podcasting. Those are the first two, and blogging. Those are that was a big takeaways from that speaker. And it's funny because you was actually gone for a while, but you was asking the same questions I asked, but about the scalable systems. And it was interesting because I don't know if you probably missed it, but Sheryl mentioned something very important. She said when scaling our company, scaling them and using scalable systems, there's three things we get to identify: fulfillment, marketing, and sales. And I was like, oh snap! So and then so one thing that's coming up for us, we get to establish the roles around that in it, and really say, okay, identify the strengths around that and build upon that as we move forward together as in our business. So that was exciting for me, just hearing how Sheryl shared that as well, and the fact that speaking is what creates the brand. It's not the brand that creates the speaking. I don't know if did anyone else get that. It's not the brand that creates the speaking. It's the speaking that's the path. That's what drives things forward. You don't get onto an event if you do not speak. You remember closed mouths don't get fed. What's that? Closed. I can't even say it properly.
You said
closed mouths do not get fed. Okay, so it's like if you do not speak up, how would you know what you get to create? If you do not speak up, how do you know what possibilities you get to really actualize or realize? If you don't speak up, how can you even share your voice? How can you share your value? How can you share the message, this contribution that you want to bring to this world if you don't speak? You know how crazy that is? How do you even communicate the vision of your brand, the vision of your company, the vision of your business if you do not speak?
And then to take it a little bit further, if you're not speaking up, how are you going to be able to serve your audience? There are people who are suffering in silence, and they just don't know. They just don't know you yet. So not only does partnering and using collaborative marketing support, your brand awareness and putting you in front of more people, it also supports people. Even if that person doesn't work with you directly, sometimes just them being in the audience, and because you said something, they were like, that's what I need. And it helps them level up, even if they go off and work with somebody else. That's the beauty of having an abundant mind. But because you said it and they were able to hear you, like earlier they were saying, don't be afraid of, being, competition with your marketing or losing clients, because, we're all on our own journey. But when we come together as a village and a community and we lift each other up, that's how we everybody gets what they need. It's enough for everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
And so by you sharing your message, you know, actually being productive, efficient, you know, in your business, and also very profitable, you know, you not only can you give more to support more people to get your message across, you're supporting people who you may not even know yet. So literally using your voice, standing up, getting your message out there is definitely super important. And as we bring up the next speaker, remember, these speakers are live. This is not recorded. We will have some recordings available, but this is not recorded. You are live. So if you're watching, if you can see me right now, this is live. So feel free. We have time where you can ask the speakers questions in real time. So if you really want to, you know, if you have questions that we're not asking, put them in the chats and we will read them off. And even if you are watching the replay, you know, reach out to us or even just reach out directly to the speaker and get your questions answered. Like, this is a beautiful collaborative process. And, you know, live big, live life, take up space, right? So
yes, and with just another note before we introduce the speaker, like before with the bonus speakers, we're gonna have some bonus speakers, and if you're in the VIP Insider, you get to experience those 2 bonus speakers in full throttle. They're gonna be available on Thursday, and I think we're gonna get to broadcast one of them at least by today. So
we'll see. We got a packed schedule. We'll see.
Yeah, we got a packed schedule, but we'll see in it. But just letting you guys know. Stay tuned. But go on, Zay.
Yep. So we're going to bring up our next speaker. Hi, DeDee.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon from my neck of the woods. How are you guys doing? I am in the Sunshine State of Florida.
Oh, Florida. We're north of you. We're in Virginia.
Oh, goodness. I just actually moved from there just about a year ago.
Really? Which part?
So I was living in Alexandria. No, actually Annandale. Alexandria and then Annandale, but I grew up in Falls Church, Virginia.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're in Yorktown. We're in Hampton Roads. I know Alexandria's like 3 hours away north.
Yep.
Okay.
We're across the bridge from DC. So I would say.
Oh, okay. Who's on the East Coast? Who's on the East Coast or with us? Where are East Coast people at? So welcome, DeDee. So great to meet you officially.
Yeah.
So I love her talk because, you know, one of our goals, like we said, we were just trying to figure out, like, how can we be more productive, more efficient, and more profitable in our business? And we saw all these experts leveraging. And so whenever you came and you were like, this is my title and my talk, and it literally was in alignment with what we want to share with the community, we're like, everything always works out. So please definitely let us know, like, who do you serve and how do you support them?
Okay, so we are super excited to have niche down. Literally, we've been working on this for the past year of supporting health coaches and really specifically in really understanding what it really means to serve their ideal client via having a really compelling message, understanding of having a valuable offer, and monetizing their expertise and experience through a profitable sales process. And with that, you can name it in terms of anything that needs to be done marketing related wise and or anything with building the system from the back end in terms of technology. Not only that, one of the core reasons why our clients love working with us is because we also have a virtual assistant already plugged into their business when they start working with us. So not only we come up with a strategy for them, we also have the woman or the manpower also to help them facilitate and execute the strategy that they're working on. And so that's who we are. I mean, we've been in business since 2015 and have been serving coaches and consultants in general, but as of literally, this year and 2 weeks ago, we were very clear on creating that health and wellness movement by helping health coaches. So that's who we are.
Oh, wow. And I already see, comments are coming in about you people needing support in that. So how do you define efficiency and productivity in the context of business, and how do these two factors contribute to overall profitability?
Oh my goodness, I love, yeah, I can wake up in the middle of the night and talk about efficiency and productivity. First of all, I want to help define efficiency within like the entrepreneurship space. And at least from what I've learned in running my own brick and mortar businesses prior to even having this online business, is that there's a difference between doing the right strategies, right? And also doing it right. Efficiency for entrepreneurs is not doing the right thing, it's doing it right. So there's a difference. Because when you are efficient, that's how you can increase or how you can produce, hence productivity. And for us, our brand is fit to profit. So we really truly believe in profits from all levels holistically. But in the business itself, production is production. Productivity is productivity. But because productivity is produced by us, humans, CEOs, team members, subordinates, we don't produce more with more time. Just because you have 24 hours a day does not mean you're going to produce. And I know the famous talk is, okay, how much can you produce in a certain amount of time? We're not talking about quantity. Because if you think about it, we can compete with AI right now and all of the things, quantities, we can't compete with AI or computers. But because of the nature of our business, it's all about managing our energy efficiently. Keyword efficiently, so that way you can produce more. It's not about managing time, but it's managing your energy. And that means on all levels for each and every one team player, CEO, COO, whoever title, part of the team, it's making sure that each team member on the team in the business is operating on an optimal level. That's how I can ensure that my team is producing, hence the business is producing. So those are just some really fine lines, or the way we define efficiency in our business, how we manage productivity, and also how we look at overall revenue wise and in terms of profits. So it's interesting, our formula as a company, and I teach this to all of my clients as well, that basically the formula is, it's going to be your discipline plus productivity equals profit. So that's how we talk about energy, managing energy. That's how you can be more disciplined. When you are disciplined, meaning creates a consistency. Consistency adds up, compounds with the productivity, it becomes your result. So that is how we look at efficiency and productivity in our company.
Wow, man, that's a lot to unpack. I'm gonna have to hit replay because I'm like trying to take notes, but I'm trying to get ready for my next question. But that is a lot to unpack. I do want to ask, can you share a specific example of a time when you were able to increase efficiency and productivity within your team and your organization? And how did this lead to improved profitability?
Yeah, I can definitely speak from experience this past year. I mean, we knew that we wanted to expand as a company and scale. And that means we have to start thinking about how are we being more efficient. So by creating, again, team members and also creating a system behind it, meaning each and every person on team knows exactly what they need to do, and reporting to whoever the superior is in the chain. Whether, I have also a virtual assisting agency as well. So I have my manager who is managing all of the recruitment, interviews, testing projects, etc. So it's all about that. And we were able to build a team from scratch. And that means that we, as the CEO, has to be involved at the beginning to be in the trenches with them, create a system so that they can follow. So oftentimes, Most CEO, the mindset is you just hire someone and you just let them run off and do what they need to do. Absolutely. Once they're fully trained, right? Like once they're fully trained, but usually when they're not producing or the company is not efficient, it's because the people are not fully trained and they don't have the support to do the best job that they can possibly can. So that would be my example of what we went through this past year to build a team that is now supporting us.
And I just want to say, like, what's real quick, that's why it's always good to like show up, because just in these talks that we're having, and definitely if you have any questions for DeDee, drop them in the comments so we can get them answered right now. But because we've been, other people have said that too, but it's the little things that we don't hear, or we can't explain everything in 15-30 minutes, right? So like you said, yes, it's okay to hire, but after your system is set up.
Yes.
After you have a plan that is already in place to train and give your team in order so they can produce.
Yeah, exactly. You can't be efficient when there isn't a system that they can actually follow. And it's interesting. Some of my clients have gone out and bought this system, XYZ system, but they're still not efficient. Well, the system still needs to be operated by someone. So just because you bought the system does not mean it's going to work and it's going to be efficient. You have to spend the time to train the person as well. And after that, you still have to manage the person. And that's really a part of like being the CEO. You're managing a team and you're really using your talents where you need them to be. It's not about doing doing the work. It's actually leading the way. And I think that's usually the blurry lines for most, is they feel like, oh, I need to delegate and I need to forget about it. Well, you can delegate, but you also have to manage it. It's still part of your operation, still part of your business.
I want to go deeper on that, because and we have entrepreneurs in different levels of their business. So how can, for a entrepreneur who feels like we have to do all the things, or we have all the things on the to-do and everything is urgent right now, where do we create space, or how can we actually take that time to train people and hire? Because even hiring is a process. So what do you recommend that we do? Obviously, this is a very personal question because we're going through, we're actually trying to find a VA. So we definitely get to look at your company and what you're doing over there. But how can, give us feedback on how we can definitely create space in our calendar, or what we could be doing in order for our hiring process, but also leave time for us to focus on the things that we get to focus on as CEOs in our company.
Yeah, I love that question because, there's so many layers to it I can definitely address. But as I've shared at the top of the conversation, right? It's all about really being efficient with your time and optimizing your energy. And you said it yourself. How do I manage everything when everything seems urgent? There's a big difference between something being urgent or being important. Just because it's urgent does not mean it's important. The important things are actually what are the things that are going to move your business forward. Top of mind for any entrepreneurs, revenue generating activity. Because everything can seem pretty urgent. So it's really important to think, okay, is this important? Is this really going to move my business forward? And it's really as a CEO, you need to have a calendar that is going to all prioritize. Marketing is one, always top number one, no matter what, it's marketing. Secondly, you need to have time to strategize. And that means when you sit down with your to-do list and you ask yourself, is this urgent or is this important? And when we are in the habit of doing the more important things, I can promise you, when you get into the rhythm and a cadence that serves you and your business, nothing is ever going to be urgent. It's going to only be composed of all really important things, or you're going to get rid of it. And three keys when it comes to efficiency too. Can you delegate it? Can you automate it? Or it needs to be eliminated. Those three things, right? And then that's what I would recommend for any entrepreneur to consider first. What's urgent, what's important? Can you do one of the three steps? Otherwise, none of those two options work. Third option is to hire. But only when you know the time is right. Not just because you have the money to hire does not mean you should. I made that mistake before. It's been a lot of money. Just because I could hire, I did. Again, I didn't have a system. So I expected the person to run my thing for me, but I didn't have a system for her to run. So I wasted time, I wasted money on her, and as you can see. So you have to understand what it is that you're trying to achieve when it comes to efficiency and productivity. You have to have a really clear goal to what that looks like. Is it because you're, for example, if you're working 40 hours a week, do you want to go down to 30? What does that take? Do you want to go down to 20? What does that take? And then you need to move the pieces on your schedule. You need to do what you need to do first as the CEO. Then you can start plugging people in. So there's a very unique time to when you actually need to hire and what you understand, what you need to delegate. So
this is so rich. Wow, DeDee. We do have a question from the audience.
Yes.
How do you know if someone is a good fit and just not trained properly, and if someone is not the best fit?
Okay. Well, it's two different questions. How do you know the person is a good fit? Everything has to go down to the interviewing process, right? But before you even go there, like I said, you have a clear list of what needs to be done that you can't do anymore. You need to delegate. So you have to have a clear task list of what it is that you want to hire the person to do. I'm just using the VA as a good example, because a lot of my people come to me like, I need a VA because I don't want to do all of the things. I'm like, do you know what you want them to do? No, I don't. Well, we have to start somewhere. So with that said, how do you know you have the right person? Who do you want as a person to help you? Does that person need to be detail oriented? That person is going to be client interfacing? Does that person have to be, proactive or creative or taking initiative? So you only know who it is you're looking for if you make a list of who you want to hire. If you don't know that, chances are most of the time you won't know until you go into the situation where you have already hired the person and to realize, oh, that person is not a fit. Just like when you're qualifying your clients, I hope you are doing that, right? You want to work with the right clients. So same thing with employee. It's even more important to make sure that you're working with the right employees. And it starts with you knowing what you need to delegate as a task list. So then you can match the skill set, first of all, right? Secondly is personality. Right? So another trick or my hack is that you make that person take a personality test. Every single hire of yours should take a personality test. Why? Because you know how to deal with them. Do you know how to train them? You know how to manage them, etc. And is that person's personality going to complement already your existing teammates? Right? Is that person's personality is going to be fit to the tasks that they need to do? For example, if you need somebody who is really strong and assertive to take your sales calls for you and close clients in, if that person is really an introvert and is really nice, that person is not in the right position. So therefore, they can't do a good job. They can't be efficient. They can't be the greatest salesperson. Does that make sense? So start with that, like knowing, the personality for whichever position you're trying to, match them in, ensure that they take the test, and then from there. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you have to know what you need help with and who do you want to work with. It starts with you, CEO, knowing what you need and want in your team.
Wow. I do want to ask you, because I know you talked about you part of your core value is health, and so how does having optimum health affect our business?
Can I just put a sign that right here that says health equals wealth? Health equals wealth. If you're working with yourself at an optimal level, you can be clear while you're talking to a client. You can be so clear when you're talking to whoever it is, your colleague, your teammates, and things like that. Health equals wealth. Thank you. So everything has, and if you remember, just don't even think about the one time when you were sick. Of course, when you're sick, you can't do anything. That's like not even something to consider. Even when you don't have enough sleep, if you had less sleep and you're not 100% operating, how are you operating? What kind of energy level are you operating from? If you don't have your health, nothing else matters.
Yes, ma'am. Health is wealth. So
Health is wealth.
So okay, I want to play with this really quick. So what if you have something that is important in your business? Should we honor that cutoff time, or do we just push through to get it done? Let's say we're working on a project. Because some projects they don't have a definite completion stop. It's just like an ongoing, you chip away at it, right? So if you really want to complete this project in excellence, do you let your health bleed during that season, or do you honor your boundaries and your work your work life balance?
Yeah. So I think that's a great question. I think that's sounds pretty real for most entrepreneurs, right? When literally I have a client right now, we're spending a lot more time with her than anticipated. So what I would say is, first of all, honesty is always going to be the most important policy as an entrepreneur. I would say to be in communication with that client, however you need to deliver it, and be creative of how you can create a win-win situation. So without taking it on your like, one of our core values as well is honesty. That means we need to keep the client in full-fledged transparency with exactly what's going on. Because here's the thing, when you are doing that, you're respecting them and you're respecting your own boundaries. Perhaps communicating with the client allow you more time, so you can balance what's important at the same time honoring your boundary. That's my always go-to when it comes to like, oh my gosh. And the thing is, the client usually, if it's not so dire, things like that, most of the time they're pretty understanding, as long as you're keeping them in the loop with exactly what's going on. Mm-hmm. Right? So that's my best suggestion. But in a case where if it's like you understand it, or it's really ultimately the deadline, then I would say push through, because you are a person of integrity. So you do what you need to do, right? And then you adjust anything after that. Right. And so those will be my two options of how I would have, handle it right now. And that's exactly what we're doing. It's like, we're going to her and be like, look, this is taking much longer due to X, Y, Z. So we need more time. Is this okay with you? And I mean, chances are most of the time the client's like, yes, absolutely. But we have other times, no, we have a product launch. We need to finish that, that funnel, and it needs to go out. Guess what? We do it. And then after that, we adjust the other schedule, like the other projects. Because we can't, sometimes we have to stay in the present moment and worry about the future in the future.
Powerful. That was a powerful question. Wow, DeDee, thank you so much. I know you have a free gift for the audience. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
The gift of time, I know is maybe cheesy, but I can tell you, since the pandemic, I can tell you time is precious, right? And so what I have is 20 minutes with me. You can talk about anything and everything, because also, I'm not saying I'm going to be your therapist for that 20 minutes, because I'm not a therapist, but I can help you really zero in on what is the one thing that is not working in your business and how you can fill the gaps. In those 20 minutes. So you can have my time. For anyone that could find a time on my calendar, which I've shared with you guys already. If not, I can resend. But I can do a brand assessment if you like. If you want me to look at your offer to tell you if it's viable, anything that has to do with the sales process, building the systems, etc. I'm happy to talk to you about. But I'm like the queen of sales psychology when it comes to marketing, and also even having a powerful breakthrough and strategy calls with your potential clients. Like, that's like my love. So
y'all better click on this link. Literally, we've been talking about this. We've been talking about this as far as, literally just having, a fellow entrepreneur who's definitely in a position that we aspire, right? But just having that opportunity just to bounce ideas, or just having that space to say, hey, can you hear me out for a moment?
Yeah.
And this is so beautiful, because it's really showing that we don't know what we don't know, right? Like, you don't, but there are people out here who are literally offering, like, come have a discovery call with me. Have a discovery call with me. I can give you some resources, or, I'm willing to look at your branding. I'm willing to look at your strategy. So, y'all, this is not like, and then, like we've talked about this whole summit is kind of around the theme of time. That's the thing that we can't get back. So this is so beautiful for you literally to offer 20 minutes of your time one-on-one with people to answer any questions that they may have in order to be more profitable, more productive, and more efficient. Y'all hear the way she's speaking. She's not playing. She literally is like, this is what it is, and she's processing with us. So definitely click on the link in the comments and schedule a call. And who knows what opportunities may come out of that. You know what I'm saying? We never know. So that is so beautiful. Thank you. Because again, like with you talking about productivity, profitability, efficiency, you value time. So for you to be willing to, have a free session with people, for them to sit and you to review whatever you need, entrepreneur, right now, it's so beautiful. So thank you so much, DeDee. I do want to ask, are there any last words that you would like to share with this audience?
So I would like to thank you for both of you for hosting this. Absolutely. And ultimately, to all of you guys who are watching or who are watching the replay, it pays for you to show up. So whatever it is that you're doing, keep showing up, because you just never know if someone is going to say something, if someone's going to trigger you, to get you so angry that you will do the next step, whatever it may be. It pays for showing up. So keep doing that. And you guys too, thank you so much for hosting this. Thank you for leading the way and doing what you can so that we can collectively make a difference together. So I'm really grateful and thank you and honored for being here.
Well, we are definitely going to book a call with you. So thank you so much, lady. And we will be talking to you very, very soon.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Wow, y'all, that was, again, when and y'all know, can we speak freely here? Can we speak freely? Whenever we are doing projects, we don't know how it's gonna turn out. Can we be real? Are we the only ones? Everybody else got everything planned and worked out perfectly. But we literally, Devin and I, we were like, yo, we need support with this. And then also just us talking to our network, and other people are saying the same thing, but not having the language or the wisdom. But literally, Devin and I, we were like, hey, let's do this. Let's go. And the people that we attracted for this event, I'm just like, oh my gosh. There are people, again, leveraging marketing. Or leveraging supplementary or complementary support for your audience or your community. This is content that we're gonna keep sharing with our community. And oh, by the way, these experts get this, and all they did was show up, give their talk, and they can go. Right? But so it's just so many ways that literally by driving forward with your message, you know what I mean? Just being more resourceful, being more focused on giving value, that it just opens up space, and you attract beautiful people who you're meant to do life with, right? Because and I love it. I'm gonna keep giving this analogy, right? And also, while I'm talking right now, go ahead and give us your biggest takeaway. What did DeDee say that really stood out to you? You know what I mean? Like, where are you right now? How do you feel about this experience so far? This is your event. You showed up because there was something in the messaging. And again, this is not, everything always works out. I'm going to just say that. But if you need to listen to these recordings again and again, not for you to buy another course. That is not what this is for. That is not what this is for. This is for you to really have something that you can study. You know, my coach often says a lot of times the reason why we feel so behind and bogged down because we don't make time in our schedules to study. We get to create space to be productive. It doesn't just happen because we took a course. All of these nuggets that these entrepreneurs are dropping, it is to support you where you are in your business. So again, and I'm gonna keep saying, we did not put on this event because we wanted you to come and watch us. I guess it's kind of like TV, but I'm not trying to be famous. We really want to support you on your journey. So please take the opportunity to make sure that you are showing up. And DeDee said it's always important that we show up and really being present in our lives and setting intention, but also receiving that one thing that is going to help us to be more productive, more profitable, and more efficient in our lives. So I'm just like super overjoyed because this has just been a beautiful day and a beautiful panel. And it's just everybody who's coming up, they're real, they're authentic, they're telling us the truth. They're not trying to like, oh, let me slide this in. It's what we need as a community. So literally being in the room, being an insider, it really supports you. And again, wherever you are, maybe you just have your list or your documents of the of where you are. Like maybe right now you need these 1 to 3 things, but you have your list of whenever it's time for you to get to that next thing that one of the speakers said, you will have their resource. You can use their resource as a starting point. Oh, and by the way, you have a document with all of these links and all of these resources and all of these notes that you can implement on the journey. So I'm super fired up. So I just want to say again, congratulations to you, beautiful entrepreneur, business owner, CEO, for showing up to yourself and really creating space to study. This is a moment that you're studying in order to invest into your company, so you can level up and get to the next level. So we're super excited to continue to grow and connect with you and collaborate. And we got more. Actually, I'm gonna let Devan do the honors. Our next speaker, we probably got some for y'all, but I'm gonna let Devan bring it home.
Okay, audience, guys, buckle your seatbelts because you're about to get a snippet of a masterclass around summits, right? And growing your audience authentically with summits that don't suck. Have you ever heard that before? Summits that don't suck. Well, you're gonna hear about this because we have no other than Michael Whitehouse. Michael Whitehouse is the summit guy, right? Having run events since 1996, he was fascinated by the potential of virtual events. And when everything went online in 2020, he saw that events were dull, unengaging, a little better than a YouTube playlist. And he wanted better. So he started running his own. And so focusing on interaction over opt-ins, he creates events which are truly a human experience across a virtual platform. So attendees and speakers come his way with new connections, new ideas, and often prospects and partners. Now he runs these highly interactive, powerful, and fun events for clients to reach their audience with their message. Michael, how are you feeling?
Thank you. It's great. It's great to have that kind of welcome. That's what I was trying to give for my guests. So it's always nice to receive the welcome as well. It's fun to be here. And I should say, so as you can see, partly behind me, you'll see it doesn't say summit guy. It says the virtual event guy, because this is one of the things happens in entrepreneurship is there's a lot of ready, fire. I'm just gonna move me around the screen.
Sir,
the whole thing. There we go. There I am. So, entrepreneurship is all about ready, fire, aim. So I'm like, all right, I'm not the guy who knows the guy. I'm the summit guy. Boom. And then I got an email from someone very polite saying, I'm sure you didn't do this on purpose, but I trademarked the summit guy 3 years ago, and I have the summitguy.com, and I'm sure we can collaborate together, and I think we'll work well together. But if you could not use that name, and I'm like, no problem. I'm the virtual event guy. Pivot, move on.
Nice.
So everything's still the same, except that I'm leaning into using the term awesome virtual interactive events, because when people hear summits, they have a certain assumption in their mind. And that's where I got the tagline, summits that don't suck, because I needed to immediately get them out of that rut and get them going. They're like, what if I just don't use that word? Make up my own word. Avi, awesome virtual events, awesome virtual interactive events. And just make up my own term that doesn't have any baggage on it. So that's what I've been doing there. So in case people wonder why it says the virtual event guy when you introduced me to the summit guy, it was Thursday when I got the email. It was Friday when I had the rebrand done, because that's how entrepreneurs roll.
I love that. Yo, guys, this is entrepreneurship in action right now. Like, so I'm gonna reintroduce you guys. Introducing Michael Whitehouse, the virtual event guy. Let's go. And so, firstly, before we get to the first question, I really just want to acknowledge you. Thank you for, you really are connected with some really genuine, authentic people. And so, and that is beautiful. Like, just I can name many of them, but truly, we thank you for how you show up. Thank you for how you be, and just your wisdom as well. And we're gonna dive into that. So the first question I wanted to ask is, what makes a summit that doesn't suck?
The first thing is the intention you go into it with, and so a lot of events are built as marketing funnels. Spoken of a certain way, a summit is one of the things on the marketing funnel rack. You've got summits, you've got launches, you've got cold email campaigns, Facebook campaigns, whatnot. And so a lot of people go into a summit saying, I'm going to get me some opt-ins and I'm going to get me some sales through the funnel process. And it feels like it. So the copy that's used to promote it is the generic, like, the XYZ summit is the greatest opportunity ever to learn about the XYZ topic with some of the best speakers that will change your business, and blah, blah, blah. Best ever speakers assembled on one stage, blah, blah, blah. Because it's that, templated cookie cutter kind of copy. And then when you go into the process, it's just like, here, listen to a bunch of people, blah, 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 blah. Definitely buy the VIP ticket so we can sell you more stuff, because then you'll be tagged as a buyer and move you on down the funnel. And unfortunately, a lot of events are really focused on sort of inauthentically, sharing this like, oh my God, you're the greatest speaker ever because you're on my stage. So I'm so great. So buy my stuff. And you can feel that. You can feel where someone's starting from when they do that. And the great events are the ones that start from the organizer saying, I want to serve people. I want to bring them knowledge. I want to create a space for them. I want to create a transformation for them. I want to serve. So with a lot of these events, the host comes first. The speakers might get some exposure, maybe not. And the audience, if they get anything, purely by accident. The best events turn that upside down. The audience comes first. I want to make sure the audience gets value. The speakers should also get some value, make some connections, something happens. And because of that, the value trickles down to the host, and the hosts get their value, because the audience feels affection for the people who put on a great event for them. But it all begins with what the initial energy is that you're going into the event with, and what the intention is. Now, obviously, when you're building an event, you want to get opt-ins. You're looking to make sales. You're looking to build exposure. You're not. It's not a charity project. You're not doing it as a good civil service. It's something you're doing for business, but it's business from a place of service. The service I offer, of course, is I run summits I run virtual events for people. But the reason I want someone to hire me to run an awesome virtual interactive event, trademark, apparently I need to get that on the record when I started using that trademark, so I can establish the provenance.
We'll have you talk to Layne about that.
So as I'm sitting here on March 28th, 2023, saying awesome virtual interactive event, trademark, But the reason I want people to hire me to run those events isn't just because I want them to pay me, is because I want to help them provide a better experience for their members or for their attendees. And that's also why I'm very free with showing people how I do it. You attend a couple of my summits and you take some notes, you know pretty much how I run a summit. Not the back end stuff, but the back end stuff you get on Event Raptor, and you like go through their tutorials between that and go into one of my events. You can pretty much steal everything I do because I want events to be better. And yeah, it's almost kind of the Linux model that we put out the core product, the knowledge for free. And then if you want help doing it, because most people at a certain level of business, they don't want to run their own events and they'd far rather just hire me to do it than do it themselves. But the intention is I want entrepreneurship to be better. I want better connections to exist in the world. I want people, when they spend their hours on my event, to say, my life is better because I spent time there. And I'd rather make money that way than by just shunting people through some kind of funnel to sell some kind of course because it's got a slick marketing thing and most people won't ask for refunds. I've never had someone ask for a refund the entire length of my business, with the exception of one technical issue, but that was a technical thing. I've never had someone buy something and then say, this wasn't what I thought it was. I want my money back. And I hear about other, coaches out there, maybe it's the size of my business, I don't know. But I've heard about other coaches out there who are talking about 20, 30, 40% refund rates. And I'm thinking there's something just fundamentally wrong in the way you're doing things if nearly half the people who buy your program are then asking for their money back on it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So I was wondering, like, even nowadays we get so much roboticism, so much like inauthenticity going on, especially within entrepreneurship. And so, like people call it the COVIDian era and all these other stuff, but like post-pandemic sound like it's some apocalypse or anything, but in some ways it's kind of apocalyptic. But my question is, how does entrepreneurs get to fit authenticity, and why is authentic marketing so important post-pandemic?
I'm going to start using the word neo-COVIDian. That just sounds like a great word. Like, you're our neo-COVIDian marketing strategy. Like, whoa, what's that mean? It just means new and after COVID. So it's so important because what happened in 2020 was everyone and their cousin got into online entrepreneurship, either as a coach or as an affiliate marketer or as something. And everyone who was old in the space, had been making money, said, aha, there's this land rush. We can teach people how to do this. We know how to market, so we'll teach our marketing strategies. So what happened? You had 100 or so people who had been successful in the space teaching their tools to everyone coming into the space. Here's my copy templates. Here's my funnel template. Here's my website templates. And they're really good at selling. So what did they get? Thousands and thousands of people taking their course with their pre-built templates. So what do we get? Thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people marketing to us using the same templated emails, templated funnels, templated landing pages, and it sounds the same. And once we hear the same thing twice, we hear it the first time, we go to their event is cookie cutter garbage because they don't actually know how to deliver. And the next time we see that copy, we're like, oh, I've heard of that. That's how branding works. You hear the same cues and you say, oh, I'm familiar with that brand. So you see the golden arches, and you're like, McDonald's, yeah. Whereas here, it's like, oh, no, I remember this style. I had one already, thanks. So authenticity is so important because all the old ways of doing things are just by overuse becoming less effective. I was talking to a JV manager who was saying some of their clients, their launches, the productivity is down 70%. Like doing exactly the same thing, down 70% is because the market's flooded. And it's flooded with garbage. It's flooded with people who don't know how to deliver products. It's, one of the things that is taught for all the best reasons is sell the product first and then build it. Now that is because you're already an expert. Right? Like if I was to do this, I haven't done this, but I could build a sales page for a run your own virtual event course and not have the course built. And then I sell it. And if people say, oh yeah, I want it, then I say, okay, let me take my knowledge and put it into course form because I already have the knowledge. It's just a matter of putting it into the course form. People skip the having the knowledge part because they hear sell it first, then build it. Oh, no problem. I'll sell it first, then learn it, then build it. And so a lot of people end up buying these empty shiny boxes. It's just marketing. So authenticity, and no matter what you do, you put video testimonials, you put social proof, you create a Facebook group, whatever you do to prove your authenticity, everyone else is doing the same thing. So everyone else is lying using the authentic strategies. So what you can do with a virtual event, and the reason I like them, is it's you on a call with people. And the way I run them is I call them virtual interactive events because they are on a Zoom call. You're actually in the Zoom room with people and they're there with you. You can't hide on a Zoom call for 6 hours. Nobody's that good an actor. So the authenticity is true there as the people are seeing the host, the personality. They get to know them. They get to talk to them. The way I run them, it's not just I'm back here running the event and you can sit in the audience. We're going to breakout rooms. We're hanging out. You're asking questions. We're going back and forth. There's a conversation with the audience, and not sort of every member of the audience, but with the audience as a whole, so that people really feel like they get to know the host running the event. And that's the key thing. Is people don't want the, expert on the stage. I am so professional. In fact, my old background was similar to the cover of my book. So, maroon and gray. And someone said, that's not you. You're fun. People don't want maroon and gray guy. They want this guy. So I started using, bright, because that's me. I'm fun. I'm a kind of crazy guy. And that's who I am authentically. People don't want to hear that you have everything figured out because they don't have everything figured out and they don't believe it. Nobody believes that someone has everything together. So if you are totally slick and everything is perfectly squared off and together and you're like, nothing ever goes wrong in my life because I have the amazing system, they're like, yeah, BS, bull hockey. They don't believe it. They're looking for the proof that you're human. They're looking for your faults. Whereas if you lead with authenticity, you're like, I'm a person. Like I'm very clear about that. I'm really good at running virtual events that people come into a Zoom call. I run 6-hour Zoom calls that we have more people at the end than we did at the beginning. Find me anyone else who does that without paying people to be there. Like these aren't my employees who show up. These are attendees. We often have more at the end than the beginning. I'm really good at that. I'm not really good at cleaning my room. I'm not really good at sales. I'm not really good at a whole bunch of things, but I'm really good at that one thing. And that's my thing. That's what people would hire me for. You don't hire me to sell for you. You don't hire me to clean your room. You don't hire me to get tough stains out of your carpet. You don't hire me to bake you a cake. You hire me to run events. And that's the thing with authenticity is if you're really good at the one thing people are paying you for, you can be totally authentic and honest about everything else. So, and someone once taught me this, unless you're teaching people how to make money, unless your offer is, I'm a coach who will teach you to make $1 million, you don't have to be rich. If I'm telling you I'm going to make you $1 million, I better have $1 million. But if I'm telling you I'm going to teach you how to run great events and build communities, I can be broke because I'm not telling you how to make $1 million running great events and communities. I can just build great events and build communities around them. And that's what I'm offering. So, if you do, wellness, health and wellness, you don't have to pretend you're rich and pretend, oh, I'm wildly successful. You just have to be healthy. Now, if you're teaching health and wellness and you're like, oh yeah, my energy is really bad because that cheeseburger is just not sitting right with me, then you're out of authenticity. If you're teaching health and wellness and you're 300 pounds, then you're out of integrity. But if you're healthy and you run marathons just for fun and cool, that's authentic. And then you're like, and I also drive Uber on the weekends to pay the bills. Okay, well, you didn't tell me you're gonna make me rich. You told me you're gonna make me healthy. So that's the power of the authenticity and
that's
the importance of
that's so important. I think audience, if we can really take some introspection on this, ask ourselves which areas not only of our life but of our business are we apparent authentic, but maybe we're not actually so as authentic as we think or we feel we are, because sometimes we lie to ourselves, or back before we are aware of it, of course. So it's just about awareness is great. Awareness is great. You just it's needed, and so that's why I really appreciate this, because especially in the entrepreneurship market, you see, they got course and bundle after bundle, but it's like the entrepreneur gets to ask themselves, and the client gets to ask themselves as well, is like, what do you want? What do you want to? What are you actually strong at? What do you want to provide? And what do you feel in your heart of hearts that you can contribute as well? So and so one thing I wanted to ask, in terms of contribution, we have like live virtual events, we have all different ways of sharing our message. With summits, does the summit model still work?
It does if run correctly.
Tell us more about it.
So part of the reason I'm shifting away from the word summits, why I was totally happy to let go of the summit guy, is that the mainline summit, if you were to take all the summits and average them, the median summit is built on this model. The speakers promote, and then paid advertising is used to build the funnel to try to get tens of thousands of opt-ins to lead them through a funnel process that will lead them into sales and upsells and whatnot. That is working worse and worse and worse, especially in the entrepreneurial space. There are some spaces where it still works great. I can't think of a favorite way to say it. Basically, any space where we're teaching you things nobody, they don't want you to know, those still go great. Because that audience has all the time in the world, because they're discovering the secrets that nobody wants them to know. Entrepreneurs summits are teaching them the secrets that everybody wants them to know. That they can find anywhere, all over YouTube, all over all kinds of programs. So in the entrepreneur space, it doesn't work very well for the disengaged, because information is commoditized. Information has value, but it's everywhere. And here's the problem: the content you're often getting on these events, especially these bigger summits, where they bring on the big names. We're getting Les Brown to speak on our summit. We're getting some big email marketing expert to speak on our summit. Those people, they're not putting their best material on some summit that they're not getting paid for. Their best materials on their YouTube channel. Their best materials on their website. Their best material is a lot of it's on their behind the paywall, but their best public material is going to be places where they can reach a larger audience than the summit. Which means you've got an event full of pre-recorded content that's not even the best content of the people on the summit. And you're expecting people to spend 3 days watching videos and watching recordings. So that, surprisingly, that model is not working as well as it used to. The model of make people watch 3 days of content pre-recorded is new. Now, it's still working, and people still buy, people still pay $97 to buy the recordings for that, because it's $97 for 30 or 40 great recordings, and there's probably something good in there. And each speaker put in some kind of VIP value. So legitimately, it is probably $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 worth of content. So, but that's a bundle. A bundle is that without the summit part. You could take out the videos, and still your bundle would do almost as well, because there's plenty of businesses that follow the bundle model. So summits like that aren't working like they used to. However, interactive events still work. The biggest challenge those interactive events have, the biggest challenge we have, is that people think we're them. People think we're those recorded events. So I need to hammer in the copy, this is not one of those. This is a live interactive event. You will be on the call. You will be in breakout rooms. You will be having conversations with people. Regularly at every event, people say, I had no idea it was going to be this kind of event. They showed up to just check it out, or they'll show up to check it out for an hour or two, and then the event's over, and they're like, what, over? I've been here the whole time? Well, how long have I been here? 6 hours? Holy mackerel. Because it's not what they're expecting. A lot of people have never seen a Zoom call. Most people, if you say, we spend 6 hours on Zoom, they'd be like, you do what? That sounds crazy. A 6-hour Zoom call? Sounds mind-blowingly difficult. But it's not if you do it right. There's simple techniques. One of the things we do is, after many of the talks, we'll do a quick reflection breakout session. 3 minutes, share send people into breakout rooms, share your reflection or first thought on the topic, and then come back.
Yeah.
That alone, it switches your brain from listening to speaking and then back, wakes you back up, re-engages you, gives you another 30 minutes of engagement. You can't sit and watch for 6 hours. It can't be done. You'll doze off. You'll get distracted. But most people can't. But if you're doing something engaging, it pulls you back in and keeps you there. Having the chat is very valuable, because even if you're never turning your mic on, you're in the chat talking to people, you're engaging, you feel like you're part of something. But yes, so our events are going as well as they are. Now, my best event was February 2021, because people were so desperate for anything they could get with human interaction, they would have attended anything. So yes, are events as effective they were at the height of the pandemic, when half the things people did with their time didn't exist anymore? No, but that was a rarefied time in the world. But in terms of, are they as effective as they were at other times in the past? Absolutely, if done right.
Yeah, that's powerful. Guys, put some fire in the chat for Michael, please. Jeez, let's go. Because one thing that you said, and you said it twice as well, is that, and this is DeDee, actually, the previous speaker, DeDee, she mentioned this. She said efficiency is doing it right.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, and you said the same thing. I was like, the pattern is happening.
Yeah.
And I love when I pick up on these patterns, because entrepreneurs, we get to be efficient, and we get to understand that events don't have to suck. When we're being, if we're really being ourselves, if we're really bringing the audience that aligns with how we're being as well, we can make some greatness. We can really make some great stuff. And we're in a time where there's uncertainty, and we can really start innovating. We can really start leading a charge, like leading what we have in our business, and being forward about it. And I love how you told your story about literally you had to literally just a few days ago, you had to change from the summit guy to the virtual event guy. That's a big deal. And so one thing I want to ask you is a question kind of off the summit model, but it's like, with entrepreneurs, what do you feel entrepreneurs can do to be more innovative in how they approach their business, and how they approach collaborative events?
The biggest thing is having the big picture in mind, knowing what you're trying to do ultimately. Simon Sinek talks about start with why, which is important, but that's not the whole picture. Because if it's just your why, that can bog you down. My why is my family. Okay, well, something just went wrong. Oh my God, now my family's going to starve. That doesn't motivate you. That terrifies you. Terrified people don't tend to make the best decisions. But start with the end in mind. I recently recorded, so I do a daily podcast called Morning Motivation, which you can find anywhere you can find podcasts. And I recently shared one about the way I used to play video games to how I play them now. When I was young, every mini boss was like, oh my God, I'm fighting a mini boss. Okay, my heart would pound and I get nervous and my hand would get sweaty. And, I'd take like 10 times because I'd freak out and wouldn't be very good and would keep losing. Now when I play encounter mini boss, I'm like, okay, mini boss, because this isn't the boss. It's just one of the bosses along the way. And same thing, if you've got your big picture in mind, and you're saying, okay, well, so there's the end objective. That's where I'm going to be 2 to 5 years from now. And the process of that is going to involve these steps. And you have a setback, mini boss. Fight the boss, move around, lose against that boss. Okay, try this other strategy. You pivot, move on. And to realize what is core to that and what's not. What's up here? Up here. What's up here isn't core to that. I could be the summit guy, the virtual event guy. Some guy could just be Michael Whitehouse who runs summits or whatever. Changing the name wasn't dramatic because it wasn't core to what I do. What I do is create communities. I create small ponds to be a big fish in. That's what I do. And as long as I can still do that somehow, it doesn't matter what brands I do it, what colors are behind me, what my website is called, anything like that. And that's the people get hung up on the details and lose track of, they lose track of the forest for the trees. They get hung up on the details of how they're doing things and forget the bigger picture. So you keep track of that bigger picture, because you need to remember something. And often in entrepreneurship, without a boss telling you what to do, you lose track and you're like, wait, but my identity and this.
Yeah, wow.
So you need to be able to let that go and let that flow. I also want to touch on one of the comments that came by about being great at the interaction and bad at the tech. And I think Nanette was her name. She said that she collaborates with people who are good at the tech stuff, which is fantastic. But for a lot of people, might not be able to afford the tech people. You might not know how, anything like that. One thing to keep in mind is you can bypass a lot of the more complex tech. Now, if you're trying to put on a big event, if it's trying to be complicated, trying to make $10,000, you're trying to do something big, then you may need tech for that. But if you're trying to put 20, 30, 40, 50 aligned people in a Zoom room, you've already got Zoom. I'm sure you've already got Zoom. You've already got Zoom to do it on. Websites are pretty easy to set up with WordPress or Wix or whatever. You got Eventbrite. You've got Facebook and LinkedIn have event services. So you don't need anything super fancy. I mean, I like Moosend for sending email, but MailChimp and Constant Contact and all of them can do it too. There's a lot of very basic, easy to use stuff that works. And then as you work up in your complexity, I mean, Event Raptors, who I use for the back end of the Summit stuff, super easy to use. But there's a lot of these easy to use softwares. So when people are like, I don't know technology, I'm like, there's no technology. Can you get on a Zoom call? Do you know how to set up breakout rooms? Do you know how to write an email and then click send and type a date in? Like, that's the technology you need. I've still never built a funnel. It's on my agenda in the next 3 weeks to build my first one, because I've got some plans that need one. But I've still never built an actual funnel as funnels are defined, I think, since I'm not entirely sure. And I run virtual events all the time. So a lot of that fancy technology you hear about, you don't need. Or eventually you can hire someone else to do it. But with whatever you have, if you want to put on an event and you're doing it for the right reasons, just get started. Just don't charge your speakers. That's my thing. And I'm developing an increasingly large pet peeve about this. Unless you know you can deliver value, don't charge. So I don't charge my speakers, because some of my speakers make thousands on my stage and some make nothing. And I don't know which one's going to be which. So I don't charge them, because my event is built on them. We have a good exchange of value, and it's good. Once money comes into play, whoa. So if you're like, hey, I'm just going to try running an event, great. Just don't charge your speakers for the privilege of riding on your experiment with you.
So I want to multitask real quick. First of all, Michael, he was one of the first people who we reached out to, because he calls himself the guy who knows the guy. And because of him, he has definitely referred so many of these speakers here today. So we're super grateful to have met Michael. He is an incredible person. He's literally like this all the time. We've spoken to him a few times, and he's hilarious. He's so funny. But Michael also has a free gift, and while he's explaining the free gift, I want to request two things. Number one, we want your honest feedback. And since you are our fellow entrepreneurs, we want to know, did the Power Partnership Summit suck? We genuinely want to know. We're putting ourselves in the hot seat. So definitely give Devan and myself, and just give us, how did we do for the Power Partnership Summit? Because I can't have Michael on the stage and not ask. We're going to put ourselves out there, and we will greatly appreciate your feedback. Don't be shy. And then number two, would you, if you aren't building events, or if you want to, would you appreciate if Michael built an event for you, or went deeper on his whole process of building an event? So definitely let us know, while Michael is telling us about his free gift, if you would appreciate if we did a workshop or some type of masterclass with Michael, of him showing us his process and giving us more insight on how to not make our events sunk. Okay. Did that make sense? If that makes sense,
Makes sense to me.
Okay, let us know if you want more information from Michael on how to make your event not suck. Let us know. And Michael, let us know about your free gift.
Free gift. Look at that. A wild gift appears. So, so I have something called the All Access membership. And part of that is a weekly coaching call I call lightning coaching. You probably heard of laser coaching. lightning coaching, similar but different. So it's a weekly group coaching call where people come in with whatever challenge they have. When I was the guy who knows a guy, I talked to thousands of entrepreneurs, learned from all of them, interviewed, I think, 400 of them or something like that. I've learned a few things. So people come on the call, they ask me whatever it is they need. I provide them the direction, either an introduction or advice or a link or whatever they need to help or coach them through it. And so my gift is access to those weekly coaching calls for 4 weeks at no cost at all. So no obligation. At the end of the 4 weeks, you can just stop coming. Or if you decide you don't want to become a member, you certainly can. I'll definitely tell you how. But there's no obligation. You're not, there's no auto renewal or anything. So you just go to summits.fun, which side am I on? Summits.fun/gift. And that will get you to opt in. And from there, it'll give you the Zoom link. And you can just go into the Zoom link and be like, sup, I got questions.
Shout out to Michael. Guys, put a thank you in the comments for Michael providing a free gift, a month access to his weekly grouping coach call.
But what we're gonna do, and again, number one, we really do appreciate your feedback, but we wanna make sure we are giving you value. And so, and we're just practicing, with marketing, we just practice, right? So we definitely already have something in store with you. If you enjoyed this talk on how to make your virtual event not suck, next week on April 4th, we are in the second quarter. Next week on April 4th, we are hosting a workshop, and we're going to actually open this up to the entire audience. So next week, we will send you the email. And Michael is going to do a masterclass. What do you want to call it, Michael? But he's literally going to host a 90-minute
I think it's called Making Summits That Don't Suck.
So you will get an email if you're registered. And I know that we are on multiple platforms. So you may be watching on YouTube or something and, you haven't registered. In order to be emailed the date, the time, or even to receive the replay of the free event that we're going to collaborate with Michael next week, make sure you are registered at powerpartnerships.org. That's powerpartnerships.org. So that way we can make sure you have the notification so you can get access to that free workshop of how to do virtual events that don't suck. Michael, we only had a few minutes with him, but he's going to go 90 minutes deep. And it's going to be, can we be real? People don't be showing up, but you literally can be in front of him and ask him whatever questions you want. So we do have the date. It's April 4th at 2 p.m. and we will send you the email.
2 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
Yeah. And one thing I want to clarify, because often when you hear something's free, you're going to be like, oh, so he's going to pitch me something, because obviously I want to be free. So that 90 minutes, I will just be teaching how to run better summits. And I'll go as in detail as people want to go. If you're already running events, just want to improve them, I'll focus on that. If you want to get in the details, I will. I am also doing a workshop on Thursday about how to hire me, but that's a different workshop. This is how to run I'm just going to be teaching. The only thing I will be inviting to the next workshop if people do want to hire me, but that's it. There's going to be no pitch, no presentation. I'm not going to talk about what it costs or anything. It's going to be a 90-minute class where I'll be teaching knowledge because I want summits to suck less. That's my agenda. And of course, as I said, you want to hire me, there's a workshop 2 days later, and we can definitely talk that.
Absolutely. So again, you have to register. If you're already watching it and you got this reminder on your email, you're already registered. So you'll get the email anyway. But April 4th at 2 p.m. EST, we are going to host a masterclass, 90-minute masterclass, so you know how to make your virtual events not suck. Thank you so much, Michael. We have so many great things that we get to continue to collaborate with you on, and just continue to be yourself, because, it's been a blessing. And
the only person I know how to be.
You say that again?
I don't know how to be anyone else, so I have to be me.
Thank you so much. We will talk to you soon, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Woo! Was that value or what? That was awesome, y'all. Like, literally learning those little tweaks. Like, there's so many strategies, right? But again, when you're inside the right room, you pick up those little nuggets. Like, don't charge your speakers to be on your event, especially whenever you are messaging is that you want to build community and you want to give resources. you know, so just like being in a room, you hear those little tweaks that you're like, oh, so definitely let us know in the comments, what was your biggest takeaway from Michael? And we will see you next week. It's a free workshop. You know, a lot of people are doing virtual events, you know, with the time that we're in. So we definitely just wanted to make sure, you know, for the people who still need more clarity or who want more support or just need to hear it again, we went ahead and scheduled that out with Michael. Next week, April 4th at 2 p.m., we will be hosting another workshop on how to make your virtual events not suck. Now, for all of you people who are here to learn, you know, how do you start and scale your business with affiliates, right? Like, how can I leverage my business to be more productive, more efficient, more profitable with affiliates? Like, you know, you're doing your thing, you have your business, but you want to cash inject or you want to leverage with affiliates. Y'all, I actually want to do something, and this is like off script. For our next speaker, I really want you to read his bio. I want you to read his bio because this is super. I'm like, oh my gosh, we got Matt on the stage. So the man's gonna read his bio. We're gonna bring up the next speaker.
Okay, guys, let's go. So hey Matt.
Hey guys, what's up?
We're amazing. Great to see you.
You too.
Audience, take a seat and put on your seatbelts, okay? Because you're gonna discover how to start and scale an affiliate program to $1 million a month with Matt McWilliams. Let me just tell you about today's guest. All right, today's guest is a living proof that anyone can pursue their passion in life, right? And do so while making a profit. Matt has worked with some of the top companies and entrepreneurs on this planet, so such as Shark Tank, you know, and other businesses to reach their peak levels of success, like Kevin Harrington, Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi, Kim Walsh, Ryan Levesque, Matt Hyatt, you name them, Lewis Howes, Brian Tracy, Jeff Walker, and more. And today, Matt is here to help you on your quest to turn your passion and message into a profitable and growing business using affiliates. He's been through the startup phase multiple times in the past 2 decades and has built a following from scratch. Today, he lives out his passion for helping others find their purpose, passion, and message and path to profitability. He's the host of the Affiliate Guy podcast, your source for affiliate marketing, news, tips, and strategies to take your online business to the next level. Meet the affiliate guy himself, Matt McWilliams. How are you feeling, sir?
Much better than I was about 2 weeks ago. How are you guys doing?
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Yeah. So I'll ask forgiveness. Bear with me. I'm still kind of dealing with the after effects of COVID. So I've got some vocal cord issues going on. So if I have to mute and cough, that's why. If I suddenly sound like Tony Robbins when he's 90 years old and takes up smoking for the next 30 years, that's why. So just bear with me. Yeah.
We're glad that you're healing and getting better.
Yeah,
and it's great to meet you. We want to just dive right in. So what are some key components of a successful affiliate program? And how do you go about building and launching from scratch?
Yeah, I mean, the components, I mean, it's very simple. It's recruiting, relationships, right? People, no matter how good you are at motivating affiliates, no matter how good you are at coming up with great, whatever, like you got a great commission, you got great conversions. If you don't have the right people on the front end, it's just, it's not going to work. So the relationship side, the recruiting side, getting out there, it's hard work, but you got to bust it to actually go find the right people. And we can talk about how you do that. The second component is motivation. So we want to motivate the affiliates. We want to incentivize them to promote. Then we want to incentivize them to promote more. How do we take somebody who maybe only promotes once and get them to promote once a year? How do we get somebody who's promoting once a year to promote twice a year? How do we get them to promote every quarter? How do we get them to promote, even more than that? How do we get them when they promote to go a little bit bigger? That's the second component. And then the third component is the tech. This is the part that I just see, kind of really trips people up. 18 years ago when I formed my first affiliate program, May of 2005, we coded it. We built the code. We literally created an affiliate program. Today, there are out-of-the-box solutions. There are websites you can sign up for and have you could sign up right now. We're doing this at 3:11 in the afternoon Eastern time. You could have, from a tech standpoint, you could have an affiliate program before you eat dinner tonight. This is not like I had to do it 18 years ago when it took us, a week just to create the tracking. That was 18-hour days a week. It was a pain in the butt. So it's super, super easy today. Those are the three components. And a lot of times I hear that third one really trips people up. And I'm here to tell you, it doesn't have to. It's super easy. That's the part that you don't need to worry about. It's the other two that, that we can talk about.
So I do want to ask, is it better to start your own affiliate program or just collaborate and partner with the affiliate program of someone who you respect, you like the products, it's supplementary to your audience?
Yeah, both. Promote other people as affiliates, and have your own affiliate program where people are promoting you. The first thing where you're promoting people as an affiliate, it's great when you're first starting out. Maybe you don't even have a product. I talk a lot about I talk in my book, like why you should start affiliate marketing. It's the best way to start monetizing early on. The other thing that helps you then grow an affiliate program long-term when you work, when you're promoting other people as an affiliate, number one, those relationships, you're one of maybe 300 people promoting that product. You're going to get to know some of the other 299. Some of them might be good affiliates for you. Some of them might introduce you to some good affiliates, those relationships. Secondly, you're going to be promoting stuff. So you're going to learn what works in terms of promotions. And you're going to be able to apply those things to your affiliates. You're going to, so much of what I share with our clients' affiliates and our own affiliates is things that I did in affiliate promotions. Hey, here's something I learned. Here's I did a promo 3 weeks ago and boom, boom, boom. And then I share that with our affiliates and our clients' affiliates. And then third, you're going to see those affiliate programs. If you're a member of, 10 or 20 affiliate programs and you see what they're doing, number one, you're going to see some things they do well, and you're going to steal those ideas and apply them to your own affiliate program. Number two, you're going to see things that drive you nuts. I'll give you a great example, and then you're going to improve upon those things. A great example of that is about 7-8 years ago. One of the things that that's probably about 10 years ago now. One of the things that drove me insane about affiliate programs is they would have, they'd have leaderboards where they publish a list of the top affiliates. And sometimes I was in, say, 3rd place, or I was in 12th place, just outside the top 10, wherever I was close to the top, close to some sort of a threshold. And it took sometimes a day or even 2 to get a leaderboard update. So for 24 to 48 hours, I had no idea where I stood, and it drove me insane. And I went, you know what? What if we did a live leaderboard? What if we did a leaderboard that updated? Not at that time, we didn't have the software. Now it exists. We did not have the software that could literally update in real time, but we would go in and we would have a VA update it every hour on the hour. So it was updating constantly. And I told our client, Ray Edwards, I said, we're going to create this page in the affiliate portal called a live leaderboard. I have no idea if this is this might be the best thing I've ever done or the biggest waste of time. At the end of that launch, we had about 200 affiliates promoting that launch. And the live leaderboard was up for 12 days. The launch was 12 days long. So you go 200 affiliates. They have to log in to get to the live leaderboard. At the end of that launch, that page had over 4,000 views. That means the average affiliate viewed it 20 times, which really means that about 50 people viewed it 80 times. They were refreshing that page every 2-3 hours. At the end, they were refreshing it every 30, 45 minutes, even though we were only updating it every hour. That page, that became an innovation that now tons of programs are doing live leaderboards, or at the very least, they're updating it, 3-4 times a day instead. And so that became an innovation I only saw because as an affiliate, I saw something that drove me nuts, and I said, no, we can do something better. So those are some of the advantages to actually being an affiliate if you're going to start your own affiliate program.
Live leaderboards, I've seen them. It is really powerful.
Yeah.
I can't lie. Wow. So one thing that came up for me is when you said we can meet other affiliates whilst promoting the same program. That was very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And so another thing that comes up is that as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, how do we actually identify and let's say recruit other affiliates? Like what how do you go through that process to
Yeah.
even start?
I mean, back in 2005, I didn't know anybody. Now I have connections. Even having connections, we still do the same stuff we did back in 2005. And so I'll speak at it from that standpoint because most of us, we're not born with a social media following. Maybe that'll start happening in 2030. I don't know. We'll just all, like you're born, your parents give you a name and you have 1,000 Instagram followers. I don't know. I wasn't born with an email list. I was born with some connections, but they were not in the industry I was in. Like I was very fortunate. I had a dad that was well connected, but that was if I wanted to know like doctors and people in the music business. I didn't have connections in the industry that I was in. So we had to do this from scratch. And so this is what we teach now. Like if you want to do it from scratch, like assuming you're not super well connected in your industry, even if you are well connected, you're probably only well connected with 5 or 10, potential partners. So first of all, start with the people write down the people that that have a platform. Maybe they have a podcast, a blog, social media following that they could potentially be good affiliates. The second thing we do is we look at other programs in our niche. Go to this website. You guys have probably heard of it. It's called Google. Okay. And you search for your competitors. Who's promoting your competitors? If you have a book that you're launching, there's this website. You probably heard of this one too. It's called Amazon. And you go to Amazon and then you type in the name of a book. It will tell you, we call it the Amazon rabbit trail. It will tell you on their website, people who bought this also bought this. These are all the books that are similar to yours. You can start with one book and find thousands that are similar to yours. Then you look up who promotes those products or who promotes those books. Yeah. Now, for a book launch, I recommend narrowing the search results down to a date range around the book launch. That's a whole different thing because you want to find people who promoted the book launch. And so you find people who are promoting those products, those books, those services, whatever, and then you reach out to them. And the message is very simple. The initial message is super simple. We cover this. I know we're going to share a resource later and we give a script in there. But the message basically says, hey, I noticed that you promoted such and such in the past. I have name of product and it's similar to, because we want to put it in a reference, right? We want to like, if I say, well, it's like the Uber for restaurants, oh, it's like they bring me food, you get that. But if I try to explain it to you without saying it's like something, sometimes you're like, wait, what? Okay, explain that again. Start over. When I say it's the Uber of, or the Amazon of, or the whatever of, you go, boom, got it. So we say it's similar to, but it's different in that. So you highlight the difference, why they need to promote this. Maybe that product is for people under 40 and yours is for people over 40. Maybe theirs is for men and yours is for women and they have a pretty mixed audience. Maybe theirs is outdated and this is more for the social media age. I don't know, whatever it might be, right? So you highlight that difference as well. Then you say, hey, I'd love to share some more information with you. And maybe you'd be interested in sharing it with your audience if you think it's a good fit for them. If so, hit reply and let me know. Now notice in there, I didn't say, do you want to sign up? Do you want to be an affiliate? Do you want to make lots of money? We founded the company in 2019. My grandfather, blah, blah, like none of that crap. This is a very short email. We call it the 5-sentence rule. We used to call it the 4-sentence rule, but we realized that we really needed that extra sentence at the end to say, please reply and let me know, just to tell them what to do. We're not looking for them to say yes. These are completely cold prospects. If I send you as a cold prospect an email that's this long, 30 paragraphs long, what do? Delete it.
Yeah.
Email. Who reads a 30-paragraph email from somebody they don't know? If I send you a 5-sentence email, pretty quick email, you go boom, boom. And then what do? You reply back in this 3 magic words. Tell me more. Or I'm interested. Or maybe sounds like it might be a fit. Very quick response. That's an invitation to now send a 10 to 15 sentence email that gives them a little bit more detail. Maybe talks about commissions and specifics. Maybe gives them a link to try the product or a login where they can, see the software, whatever it may be. Things like that. Now we've started a dialogue and we can follow up with them and eventually close them and turn them into being an affiliate. But the biggest mistake I see is early on is I still get them today. I've been teaching this stuff for 12 years. All right. I've shared the 5-sentence rule. It was the 4-sentence rule for the longest time. All they got to do is Google how to send an affiliate recruiting email and find probably 15 podcasts and posts that I've written about it. And they wouldn't make this mistake And I get these emails that are this long. They have 3 links in them. They try to tell me all their program. I delete them. I don't read them because I'm busy. I don't want to read a long email.
Yeah.
So very short email, but you don't have to know anybody. You can literally go out and find your competition's affiliates. If I think about all your competitors, maybe you have 10 competitors, and between them they have 3,000 affiliates. If you go get 1% of them, just 1%, you've already got 30 affiliates.
1% what it takes.
That's the place to start. There's many other places we'll talk about later, but that's the place to start, is your competition.
Speaking of numbers, I want to ask, so I know this is probably a long answer, but how can someone start and scale an affiliate program to $1 million a month?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I did. That's the only way I can teach this, is what we've done for our clients as well. I started off exactly what I just said, and we got took us about 3 months to get to about 100,000. We plateaued for a couple of months. We kind of quite frankly, I was exhausted. And so we plateaued and we were able to pay the bills. This whole story goes back to Memorial Day weekend, 2005, when we were broke. We couldn't make payroll in 2 weeks. And so we had to figure out a way to make money profitably, and that's why I love affiliates. People are like, oh, what about paid advertising? Yeah, do paid ads if you can. The problem with paid ads is, you got to pay Zuckerberg before you make a dime. Most people aren't independently wealthy. Most of us, when we're starting out, don't have $25,000 lying around to go do Facebook ads or any type of ads with no guarantee of making money. What I love about affiliates is you can start with literally nothing. People promote you. You make the money before you spend it. That's a pretty good formula for me. So started out, went out and got our competitions, kind of the low hanging fruit, some of those smaller affiliates that we were promoting our competition. We instead, you think, well, how did you do $100,000 a month? You know what it was? It was about 200 people doing an average of $500 each. It wasn't like one person doing 40,000, another doing 30, another doing 20, and then 3 doing 10 total. It was just a bunch of people. No one of those affiliates was doing more than about 5,000 a month. A bunch of very small affiliates that added up. The second thing that happened is then we started to look elsewhere. We started to look at options, and I'll talk about the report that we have that'll show you 15 different places. But we started looking, okay, what about working with these different groups of, possible affiliates, like nonprofits, where they recommend us, and the commission that we pay them is essentially, it's a fundraising opportunity for them. What about PTOs and PTAs, parent-teacher organizations, and things like that? What about looking at people who are, active and they're promoting what we call tangential products? So, for instance, I was in the insurance world at that time. What about people who are promoting mortgages? What about mortgage companies? We get a mortgage company to say, hey, you're interested in a new house. What do you need when you buy a new house? Well, homeowners insurance, So we grew from about 100,000 to about 250 around the 9-month mark. Then we had this thing that happened that you would look at it and go, and it ties in with the first thing, which is to get your competition's affiliates. But we had this thing happen where our biggest competitor got bought by a publicly traded company, a huge multi-billion-dollar company. And of course, our first reaction, I'd be lying to you if I said I went, that's okay, guys, we're still going to beat them. I was like, I just panicked. And I remember I literally left. We found this out on a Thursday afternoon. I went to work Friday morning. I left work at 2 in the afternoon. I was just so bummed. I was like, I need time off. I was so depressed. I spent a whole weekend. I sat there all day Saturday watching college football. I was single at the time. I was working, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I was like, I just want to watch college football. I sat there probably eating Cheetos on the couch, watching college football. And then I don't know how else to say this, but I'm just going to say it. I went to the bathroom where so many of the greatest thoughts come, right?
Yes.
I'm just being honest. I was in the bathroom. I went, wait a minute. What if this is the best thing that ever happened to us? What if, this publicly traded company, they have a reputation for treating their affiliates like numbers, not people. And I went, what if I reach out again to a lot of these people I'd already reached out to, but I reached out to every single one of their affiliates, and I crafted this email. And it basically said, hey, you probably heard the news recently, like I did, that the name, this company got bought by this other company. Here's a clip from an article I read about this company that bought them and their reputation. I'm here to tell you that's not how we run our affiliate program. I'm available. I'm not going to treat you like a number. I'm going to treat you like a person. As a matter of fact, here's my cell phone number. Call me anytime if you have any questions. And I sat there from about 6 p.m. on Saturday. Instead of watching more college football, I sat there. I didn't watch any NFL on Sunday. I sat there all weekend. I just emailed these people one by one, one by one, one by one. There was no way to blast them back then anyway. You know, so I emailed them one by one. Wow. And I started getting responses, and I started getting texts I started getting calls on my cell phone. And I spent the entire week talking to these affiliates one by one, saying, you know, here's who we are. Here's like, and we got them. We got a bunch of them. That took us by about the end of the first year to about $500,000 a year. You know, and again, right about the 12-month mark, we we're doing about $500,000. And then over this next 6 months, we just continued to grow from there. But it was primarily, again, recruiting, you know, the different places that we would go out and find affiliates, the different relationships that I built. We had affiliates coming in. I was in Franklin, Tennessee. We had affiliates coming into Franklin, and we would take them out to eat, and we'd take them to, you know, we'd wine and dine a little bit, take them to hockey games and spend time with them, get to know them, so that when I was talking to them, I knew their families. You know, I knew that they had 3 kids, all girls, and I knew that they went to, you know, the University of Michigan, and I knew that their favorite, you know, football team was the Raiders. And I mean, I knew these things about them. We had this relationship. So even when other people were offering them a little bit more money, we were able to keep them. And I remember, you know, we had one guy in, he was, we were at it's called the Tin Roof in Franklin, Tennessee. It's a really famous place for live music. And we're sitting in there and we're just having a good time. And he looks over and he sees this guy and he's like, I don't know his name, but he's like, this guy's name's Lev Berinsky, the affiliate. He's like, that's so-and-so. I was like, who the heck is that? You know, it's like what I'm thinking. But he explained, he's like, he's like, Rascal Flatts is my favorite band. Well, without missing a beat, I was like, come on over, dude. And I'm like, Google, this is right after the iPhone came out, right? So I'm Googling Rascal Flatts, like looking for the picture of this guy. And I'm just going to call him Trevor. I have no idea what his name is, right? And I walk over and I go, hey, Trevor, I'd love to introduce you to Lev. And thankfully, the guy didn't look at me and go, who the heck are you? He goes, Lev, nice to meet you, man. He's like, I was like, hey, you make take a picture of you guys? You know, took a picture of him. And Lev was like, oh my gosh, that is amazing. And I look at this, you know, guy from Rascal Flatts. I was like, thank you. He's like, no problem, man. And hey, I think, like, other than the fact that I've told this story like half a dozen times, I think Lev thinks I know the dude from Rascal Flatts.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
So, you know, he's like, this is an amazing experience. Like, oh my gosh, you know, he's introducing me to famous musicians and yada, yada. And, you know, those are the type of things that like mean more than, you know, what if they made $85,000 that year instead of $100,000? Well, you know, yeah, that's worth something, but they also know that we're going to take care of them. We're going to treat them right, which ultimately in turn means they're going to make more money.
Y'all, is fire. Drop some fire emojis in the comments right now for Matt. Like, it's fuego in here. It's hot in here. Wow.
Did you guys hear the different ways he talked about the relationships, like, and the business practices, like,
yeah,
through email, just that, I guess that's the mechanical side, but even in person, just interacting with people in general, the whole dynamics around that and how that gets to be simple. That's the biggest thing I got from all of this. It gets to be simple, it gets to be authentic, and it gets to be powerful. So,
wow. We have so many more questions, but we definitely get to respect your time. Before you go, Matt, could you please tell the audience about the free gift that you're offering them today?
Yeah, you know, we had like 25 minutes, so we touched on a few of the ways you can find affiliates. If you want 15 of them, these are all the ways that we've used to grow from literally zero, you know, to over $1 million a month and well beyond. This is the playbook. My team uses it now. Like, we have affiliate managers, not only for our company, but for our clients. When this is what they follow, you know, this is what they follow. Just go to mattmcwilliams.com/first100. So mattmcwilliams.com/FIRST100. When you go there, we've got a free report. It'll show you, we've got 15 places to find affiliates. So we talk about the nonprofits, talk about working with your competition, even like, how do you turn your competitors, not your competitors' affiliates, into affiliates? How do you turn your competitors into affiliates? How do you work with, you know, people that you meet in person? all these things. We got 15 places in there. How do you get people from groups and whatnot? So to walk you through, we've got some scripts in there you can use and some other resources in there as well. So go grab that report. It's, I mean, like I said, it's our playbook for finding affiliates.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Matt. Y'all definitely download this. Like, this is a great cash injection. It's a great way to leverage with your marketing. So all the things. And, you know, if you have any questions, definitely reach out to Matt and his team. They are super approachable and they get back to you really quickly. So thank you so much, Matt. Do you have any last words for the audience?
No, I would just, I mean, if you do, you know, if you ever do have any questions at all, you can text me anytime. 260-217-4619 is the best way to reach me. So reach out to me via text. I will respond. It will be me. It will not be anybody on my team. So if you email me, I'm gonna be honest, it's probably somebody on my team. But if you text me, again, 260-217-4619, as you're growing your affiliate program, just reach out to me anytime.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
We
guys.
definitely, thank you. Thank you. Talk to you soon.
See you guys. Bye.
Woo! Fuego! That was, y'all, that was
big
fire.
Hey, that's okay. That was wild.
So y'all know there's always a story. So part of one of the when we were like formulating the idea of like, okay, how is this? Like, what do we need? Like, what do people need? We definitely leverage with the network marketing, and we definitely have a couple of affiliate programs that we are looking to partner with, and it's a great cash injection. Imagine having products and services that you're not producing, you're just recommending them if it's a fit to your audience, it's complementary or supplementary to them, and you're giving your audience another product or service to support them in the capacity that is complementary or supplementary. So affiliates, y'all do not sleep on affiliates. It is a beautiful tool to use in your business. And y'all, I've been waiting for this because this is probably another one of my weak spots, like not knowing all the fine print, but we are going to get into the legal side of, you know, let me read. The legal side of joint ventures. I want to make sure I said it right. We're gonna get in. So if you're watching, like, definitely go ahead and share this link out right now, because sometimes we just do things in business because we're just making steps forward in our business. But what if you were partnered with a lawyer on your team in your back pocket, and you know she's our next guest. Welcome, Layne. Let's bring you up right now. I guess we'll both stay on, Devin. We'll both stay on.
Hello.
Hi, Layne.
Oh, great to see you, my favorite power couple. Great to see you.
Yes. So imagine having a business lawyer in your back pocket. You know, Layne, she's gonna talk to us about making your collaboration safer, smarter, and a whole lot more joyful. So we can just live in our freedom and have peace of mind while we're building our business and serving our audience. Hey, Layne.
Hey, how are you two?
Amazing.
We're great. How are you feeling?
Oh, so good. So happy to be part of this. Thank you. I love how you just said, don't sleep on it. You were talking about Matt's presentation, and I'm thinking like, don't sleep on your legal. How many of us are just ostrich, head in the sand? I hope it goes away, right?
Yes.
How many entrepreneurs actually face this issue? How many entrepreneurs are not intimate with the details around their business?
Right.
Just put in the chat. Be honest, guys. Be honest. Right.
So, and we want to know, like, seriously, because again, this event is for you. So, who actually? Oh, I hope I don't like get myself in trouble. You can stop me, Layne. But who actually enjoys reading the fine print, or who actually reads the fine print? Well, okay, 1 out of 3. All right, but she actually enjoys it, and this is what she does. So this is definitely an opportunity for you to take notes, pay attention. So our first question for you. We know that this subject is near and dear to your heart, because you have been burned badly by collaborations. So tell us more about your story and how did you become passionate about paperwork and fine print and legal stuff?
Right. Well, first of all, I've been a lawyer for 28 years, so I think having that be a passion of mine was from the jump. I really I love that kind of stuff. And I was not a lawyer for entrepreneurs. I was doing my own thing. And I actually got approached by another entrepreneur to get into a collaboration. And so even though I'm a lawyer and I know better, I got into the working relationship with her with no written agreement. I mean, you know, I know why I did it, right? I did it for all the same reason that none of you want to have a written agreement when you ought to. You know, I didn't want to lawyer up, right? I wanted things to be yummy and friendly. And I was like, oh, we're aligned. Nothing's going to happen. So there I am, right? I go into this working relationship with her, creating this collaboration with no written agreement. I know you can probably guess what happened at the end, right? I got completely burned. Yeah. All of my content gone, all of my money I had invested gone, all of the money that I was going to earn from the collaboration gone. And, you know, because I had no written agreement, there was nothing I can do about it. I remember that moment when I realized that this kind of like hunch I was having, that things were not really feeling totally aligned anymore. This wasn't just a weird feeling. She actually cut me out and published her own version of the program that we were creating. And at first I was just shocked. I was like, wait, what just happened? And then after, I think it was just like 30 minutes, I was like, you know what? I grabbed my laptop and I sat down at my dining room table and I started typing out all of the exact contract that I wished I would have had with her, all of the different pieces that I would have needed to protect myself, right? To protect my content, to protect my money, to protect the relationship, to protect my sanity and like my business's well-being. And when I finished with that, I started drafting all the agreements that every online entrepreneur needs to keep themselves safe and protect all their hard work. That's how I got started protecting, mostly I work with women, but protecting entrepreneurs' businesses. And because of getting burned in a collaboration. So having that experience firsthand, having it be from a collaboration, this is a subject that is near and dear to my heart. We're going to dive in a little deeper today and talk about what you need to be protecting in your collaboration, a little bit about what can go wrong so that you don't make the same mistake that I did.
Wow. You know what? I know I asked the question earlier. I'm still waiting to get some feedback, but I just love how we literally attracted the right people to hit on every aspect. Because it could have been like all this fluff of like, oh, look at all this cool marketing and collaboration things you can do, but to bring in you to be our SME of okay, but also there's some stuff that can happen, you know, and being honest and authentic that you hope, you know, relationships always work and you hope partnerships follow through, but sometimes you don't. So also, again, putting our mask on first, taking care of ourselves, we get to make sure that we are safe, we're protected in collaborations, even though, yeah, they are great, fun marketing tools that we can use to scale.
And can we give Layne a shout out for taking an initiative, please? Because that's some high level initiative taken straight after it happened. That's not easy to do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm serious.
Yeah. You know, it's really not about the doom and the gloom and all the terrible things that are going to happen to you. I always say I'm not that kind of lawyer, right? You know, it's all for me. It's about building this really solid collaboration. If you want to have a really solid business and a really solid collaboration, so you can build on top of it and you can have things be predictable and profitable and joyful, right? Then you're just going to take care of that sort of the basement level of your business. And it's not about, oh my God, everything's going to go terrible. It's not about that. It's about, I want to make this solid. How can I build it in a way that it's going to be sustainable? And part of that is, I think, you know, we're going to talk now about our next question is, I think, really about what can go wrong. Yeah, is that what you're going to ask?
But before you go any further, I do want to say, I'm glad you said that, because when I hear lawyer, I just think like, oh, it's going to pull me out of my life. You know what I mean? It feels like, oh, I got to get all this stuff. I got to do all the things. So I'm glad I'm glad you reattacked that, because it's our perception of what does it mean to work with a lawyer in your business. And yes, ma'am. So from a legal standpoint, what are some of the things that can go wrong in a collaboration?
Yeah, and it's the same in a collaboration as almost anywhere in any relationship. When you're working with other people and you've got two people, almost every single thing that I have seen in 28 years ever go wrong was because of unclear expectations on either side. Yeah. If you don't set up the expectations in a relationship, it leads to misunderstandings. And when you leave people in a business relationship to fill in the blanks for themselves, they're going to make stuff up in their head. We all do it, right? We're going to make stuff up in our head. We're going to have way grander expectations than what the other person ever thought they were going to deliver. We're going to think, oh, well, the other person's handling this, or it's their responsibility to make sure this gets handled, or I'm pretty sure they're looking after the money, so I don't have to, or there aren't clear deadlines and clear delivery dates. And all of those things can go off track and lead to resentments, disappointments, dissatisfaction, and anger, So I think we all know that navigating relationships on their own can be sometimes challenging. But when you add to that this element of money, business and money, and shared responsibilities, you're creating a recipe for disaster if people don't have a roadmap and aren't clear on who's doing what. Yeah. Some specific things, if we want to get into like the nitty gritty of what can go wrong. Nobody knows who's doing what, right? That's like big things like who's creating the content or who's handling the deliverables, to little things like who's handling the day-to-day operations of the venture, right? The boring stuff like accounting and managing things. A huge place. I think a lot of you, maybe this is going to be a surprise because you haven't thought about this. A huge place that I see things go off track all the time with collaborations is intellectual property ownership. Meaning you're going to create some content in the collaboration, right? Maybe it's written materials or graphics or even just the name of the program or the event that you're putting on. Well, who owns that content? Yeah. Who owns it during the collaboration? Who owns it after the collaboration ends? What if some of the content was already created by one of the parties and they brought it to the collaboration? Does that single person still own it? Do they both own it? Things can get really, really messy here if we don't have a written roadmap to guide us. Another big one is when the collaboration ends, we don't know how we're going to untangle things. We don't know how we're going to get everybody separated. And then people are emotional. When a collaboration ends, people are trying to make decisions from an emotional place rather than having it already written. You just go to your contract, you just look at page 3, and you're like, okay, here's what happens when we're going to stop this collaboration. Here's our roadmap, our disaster map, right? I always say the only thing worse than a disaster is a disaster with no disaster plan. So your contract is your disaster plan. Yeah. Is that making sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So
yeah.
So how can contracts make collaborating safer, smarter, and easier in the long term? And like how can it allow us to have a positive experience?
Yeah. So it can be a beautiful experience when people want to combine their resources, their talents, their skills to work toward a common goal. But every single business relationship eventually will end. Maybe it totally ends as friends, like amicably, because one party wants to go in another direction, or sometimes it ends contentiously in an argument. Yeah, because people can't see eye to eye on a specific point. And I was just like sort of dovetailing into this. When you have a written agreement and you know how things are going to untangle, you keep your business out of the drama when the joint venture ends. So when you have a written agreement and you're going into this joint venture, you can set things up with your eyes wide open, all of the details set up to protect yourself and your friendship and all your hard work that you're each going to bring, right? Don't be like me. Don't get burned in a collab. You have all these details really hammered out beforehand. So everyone knows what's expected, who's doing what. You have the clear roadmap. You take the emotion out of it and you act like a serious business. I always say, a serious business needs serious policies. And here it's not because you're being difficult. You're protecting yourself. You're making sure that you're entering into things and setting yourself up. What I want to see is you're setting yourself up for success. There's so many moving parts, and you can see I'm super passionate about it. We want to make sure that you've already just addressed those little parts. And we can talk if you want about what are some of the things you might want, if that's interesting. What are some of the things you might want to cover?
Please tell us what are some musts, like absolutely. What are the musts that need to be in a contract?
Yeah. So you have to cover the money stuff. That is super, super important, right? People get kind of like sometimes weird about money, but the whole point of the joint venture, the collaboration, other than spreading your message further and wider, is because the two of you are hoping that or the three of you or the four of you are hoping it's profitable. So we've got to have all of the financial details. How are we dealing with the expenses? How are we allocating the profits? What are we doing with the operations? What are the duties and responsibilities of each of the parties? What's happening with that intellectual property that we talked about before, during, and after the joint venture? The intellectual property. You got three things: before, during, and after the joint venture. What are the responsibilities, or what we call in the law liabilities? Meaning just where can you get into legal hot water? So where can you get into legal hot water? Where are the legal responsibilities, and how are we going to split it up? How are we going to get out of the contract? And a favorite of mine, what is going to be our policy? And it's a favorite because nobody ever thinks of it. What's going to be our policy around resolving decision deadlock? So decision deadlock is when you have two people and you want to go left, she wants to go right, you want it red, she wants it green, you want it black, she wants it white. What do? Do we flip a coin? And that's fine. Do we have a chart, and whoever's birthday comes first makes the decision, is the tiebreaker the first time, and then the second person's the second time? But you got to keep track of that, right? I have several clients who are, just coincidentally, 3 different sets of clients who are in joint ventures who are all sisters, 3 separate groups. And 2 of them one of them has a brother, and he's their decision deadlock. He's like on the outside. And one of them has one of the sisters who's not in the joint venture, and she's the oldest sister of the 3, and she's the decision deadlock. The point is, it doesn't matter how you choose. What matters is that you know your system, so that you don't get to some kind of big decision thing and nobody can make a decision and everybody starts to get emotional and everything kind of goes off track from that beautiful plan that you've been creating, right? And then people start to feel like, I lost and I got burned and I have to choose between getting what I deserve versus like just backing down to avoid conflict, right? I want everyone to have what they want and not to treat a business relationship like a friendship. I mean, contracts can be super friendly, right? All of my contracts are written in plain English. That's like a big pet peeve of mine, right? You get a contract and you don't know what it says. You're going to give it to your clients or you're going to give it to your collab partner and they're going to be like, hey, Zay, I'm totally ready to join in with you. I just don't know what paragraph 7 means. And you're like, I don't know what paragraph 7 means.
Let me call Layne real quick.
So everything that I do is plain English so that it's friendly, it's clear, everybody knows what they're signing, right? I always say clear is kind. Yeah. And nowhere is that more apparent, I would say, than in a business relationship. So
that's great. Layne, I'm telling you, that what you just mentioned about the decision making, the policy, that's literally like what it means to have a win-win situation. And on a big scale, you know, have a win-win situation, and you know it's written in plain. Because I've experienced this before. We both experienced this, Isaiah and I. We both experienced this. Whereas like we have to come to a decision. If none of our decisions are fruitful for the vision, something has to happen. Otherwise, there's not gonna be no progress. We're just gonna be stagnant. And a lot of entrepreneurs find themselves stagnant because they can't find a middle ground. They can't find a decision that's gonna serve both parties. And what you just mentioned, that is literally it is the I think the main point within those checkpoints. So thank you for sharing, because
Of course.
I never heard anyone actually mention that it's actually part of the framework of an agreement. So
I said it's my favorite because everybody overlooks it. Nobody thinks about, well, hey, there's 2 of us or 4 of us or 10 of us. What if we split right down the middle? How are we going to handle that? Yeah. But I think my point is the time to make those decisions is at the beginning, when everybody is friendly and happy and clear and wants the best, not once you already get into the drama. Because once you get into the drama of something, it's like, nobody can think clearly. Yeah. And if you use a written agreement in your collaboration, you're going to have that roadmap. You're going to know, okay, hey, look, we just flipped to page 2. We flipped to page 4. We figure out, what did we say we were going to do? Who did we say was going to do that? What did we say what's the framework? How are we going to handle that? How are we going to get out? How are we going to get in? What are we going to do? People open up bank accounts together for a joint venture. People file trademarks together. Most of my businesses, I'm a trademark attorney. People all the time come to me and they want to file a trademark for a joint venture, to register the name of that joint venture. And I always say, I'm not registering any trademark for the 2 of you until I get you into a written agreement. Because what's going to happen is 2 people are going to be listed as the owners on that asset. And then they want to get out of the joint venture. And, we always hope that they want to get out of the joint venture just because of happy reasons. And maybe, one had a baby, or one's going off this direction or that direction, or they're moving to, I don't know, Australia, whatever it is, right? But sometimes it happens because the stuff hits the fan. And now we have 2 people owning, for example, a federally registered trademark, a federally registered copyright. And they're both owners. That's like, having a kid together. You got to figure out, how are we going to get out? Because every joint venture eventually ends. So starting it right is that really, you're going to thank me down the road. You're going to be like, oh, thank God I saw that presentation and I got myself hooked up and I got my stuff done correctly. Because when that thing ends, you're going to be happy that exactly the steps to take.
Yeah.
I feel like just fresh air right now, because what's coming up for me, and I'm putting myself on the line. There are some things that we avoid because we just don't know. But like, even in this short conversation with you, I'm just like, oh, okay, talking to a lawyer, it can be a beautiful thing, especially whenever you're getting the information you need in order to set you up for your future plan, or or your exit strategy, especially whenever you're looking to work with someone else. So it just I feel like a space opened up. I feel like, I don't mind calling the lawyer or talking to the lawyer, because it's also, making sure we have the information we need in order to have a successful plan. So, wow. Thank you so much, Layne. Thank you so much for this conversation. We do know that you have a free gift for the audience. And so could you please tell us more about that?
Yes, it is a checklist to get you started on your legal. So I know that if we make things complicated, nobody's going to do it, right? If we make it like, oh, it's hard for me to figure out, like, legal stuff is hard enough already, right? And I know a lot of folks get, I think, we've kind of covered this. A lot of folks get overwhelmed, maybe. A little bit intimidated maybe when it comes to the legal side. So I very, very intentionally make things teeny tiny, bite-sized, actionable chunks that are super relatable. So we've got this checklist for you, and it's really for someone who doesn't have any of their legal in place yet and wants to say, like, what do I need? or for somebody who's got some of the basics going, but isn't sure that they have everything that they need. So here's what's in the checklist. The checklist is all about, if you have one-on-one clients, you need this. If you have a course, you need this. If you have a website, you need this. And then it goes through step by step, piece by piece, plain English, so important. What each and every one of these contracts is, how it helps you, how you're going to use it. And for me, super important, why you need it. Because I love people to be empowered around the legal side of their business so that you just do it. You get in, and exactly what Zay said, breath of fresh air. It's like, I hear that all the time from my private clients. I hear all about like, oh, it's such a relief now that I've got my legal in place. I've got this confidence to know that I've really got a peace of mind. Everything is buttoned up, and I can then go on and you can go on and do all the things that you're really here to do. So we have that for you. It's at lanelyons.com/checklist. So you can jump on the website. You can definitely grab that checklist. It's just going to get you started with the journey to your legal.
Yeah, Zay's definitely jumping for joy. That's for sure. I can feel it inside. I'm telling you, Layne, she loves checklists.
And of course, I have a great collaboration agreement, a great joint venture agreement for you right there on the website. So when you get to that part, we got you all covered.
Thank you so much. But there are people at different levels of their business. For people who may be in a legal bind, or they really, want to work with you further in order to make sure they're setting themselves up, how can they contact you?
Yeah, you can shoot an email right there on the website. There's a contact page, which will kind of guide you through what you've got going. And you can always send an email to Layne@LayneLyons.com.
Wow.
Happy to help. That's what I do. That's what I live for.
Thank you so much, Layne. Any last words for the audience?
Yeah, just don't sleep on this one. Yeah, and really it's about, you can make your collaborations fun because you stay out of the drama, right? The business side can get kind of dicey. Having your legal in place is going to keep it so that it stays nice and flowing and harmony and happy and peaceful. That's what I want for all of you. So get your legal in place. Enjoy the rest of the summit. This has been an absolute pleasure. So much fun working with the two of you.
Likewise.
Thank you so much, lady. We'll talk soon.
All right. Aloha from Hawaii.
Talk to you soon. Bye. All right. Woo! Y'all, I feel like some freedom. You remember earlier when we said that, like, sometimes you really don't know what you need until it's in front of you. Yeah. Like, we knew, I knew, I'm like, ooh, I need to make sure. But I've been avoiding it because, again, my perception of talking to a lawyer was going like, oh, it felt like that. But with her energy, and again, she got the checklist. Y'all definitely make sure, like, for real, like, this needs to go in your calendar of a day that you're literally sitting down and going through this checklist. Because again, so many of the other speakers have already spoken about this. We get to make sure our foundation is set, especially before, getting into a partnership or relationship, business relationship with other people. So definitely make sure you take a moment, review the checklist, make sure you have everything on the checklist so you have a strong business foundation. Okay. So we're moving along. How y'all feeling? Like, what was your biggest takeaway so far today? What is the one thing you're going to implement? Definitely make sure you are coming in the chat. And I do want to reiterate, y'all, we are live. This is not recorded. Like, this is real time. So if you have any questions for the speakers, definitely let us know in the comments so we can answer your questions live. This is your event. You're here. So we definitely want to make sure your questions are getting answered. So, Devan, I'm going to let you introduce the next speaker.
Sure. Let me do it. Audience, prepare yourself. Put your seatbelts on again, even though you didn't take him off in the first place. Let's go. We have, guys, this is going to be, you're going to enjoy this because we get to find out how automating our business builds better relationships. Someone type better relationships in the comments. Just type it in. Type it in right now. All right? Because we are going to have the privilege of diving deep with Dr. Denise Dennis. Let me just bring her up before whilst I introduce her.
Hello.
Hey, Dr. Denise. So before we continue, let me just give you some props, all right? Guys, audience, listen, all right? Dr. Denise is a systems and automation strategist, all right, and a Keep certified partner. As the founder and CEO of Action Accelerated, she is committed to helping coaches automate their businesses so that they can regain their time, streamline their systems, and generate revenue. So literally efficiency, productivity, profitability, all in one, right? As a result of working with her, coaches provide a consistent, high-quality, automated experience at every stage of the customer journey, including client attraction, sales, program, and product delivery, and customer satisfaction. That's pretty much everything that a business needs. I'm so excited. So, Dr. Denise, how are you feeling?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to be here and to be able to talk with you and talk with your audience about how to automate their businesses so that they can automate and have better relationships.
Yes, and I love your company's name, Action Accelerated. It's so genius. So I want to ask. So let's get to the first question. So, what are the benefits of automating one's business?
Well, first of all, you said it right in the description about what I do. It's about consistency. We all need to show up consistently in our businesses. And the reality is we have so many things that we're doing to serve our clients, to fulfill on our business commitments, that it's difficult to make sure we're remembering to send out an email or to post on social or whatever else and to do all that manually. So when we automate the whole process, it allows us to show up consistently. It also just makes sure that our processes are efficient and effective, and it also can save us money because our time equals money. And if we're spending time sitting there typing up emails all the time, that's time that we're not spending doing things for or with our clients or bringing in new clients. And so it's going to save you money as well.
Guys, consistency. So that's personally something that I value. Consistency. I see myself consistent in different areas of my life, but my business, I get to be more consistent. There's always another level, guys. So everyone, whenever you feel like you're consistent in your business, no, there's more. There's more that can be done. There's more that you can really elevate, and that's why we're gonna get into it, because the automation that's where you get to be more consistent. So how does automation improve relationships? Like, people, when you hear the word automation, people are like, isn't automation tech? How's that even related to relationships? Like, what does that even mean?
Exactly. And I think that's the biggest misconception, is that people think, well, automated is very cold and impersonal. But the reality is, if you think about your relationships outside of your business, what makes the relationship stronger? Staying in touch, staying in communication, responding to that other person's needs. And so all of that we can bring into your company by automating it. So you can streamline your communications by automating, so that you're responding to people based on their particular needs. So if you are a pet store and you sell dog food and cat food, you only want to talk about cat food to the people who are cat owners. You only want to talk about dog food to the people who are dog owners. And so you can tailor your messages to the specific needs of your audience, and that's going to help build that relationship more closely. If we're talking about building relationships by collaborating, then we can use automation to determine who might be a good fit. We can send out a survey. We can respond to people's surveys. We can schedule times to talk. We can invite somebody to be on our podcast and book them on our podcast. We can invite them to be on a virtual summit. They can apply for it. We can send them the link to show up. All of that can be automated, and it makes the whole thing go more smoothly. We can also automate the process of reminding ourselves to pick up the phone and call someone. So sometimes we get so busy that we forget who we're supposed to call and why, we can use our automated system to remind us to follow up with this person. You know, I tried calling them, they weren't there, I left a message. I can set up a system to automatically remind me 2 weeks from now to try them again, or tomorrow, try them again, or to send them an email. So all the things that we're trying to walk around with in our head, reminding ourselves to do, we can set up automated systems to either do it for us or to remind us to do it. And that's going to build better relationships.
You know what? That's crazy. So guys, put me in the comments below if this actually resonated with you, because what I heard you say is literally, this actually can make us a better person. Like this, it's kind of deep in a sense, because I mean, as humans, like sometimes we're just like we disregard the little things, but the little things really are really important because they're very intimate things, like calling your loved one, or like calling someone that you want to share a message with that you care about. But because there's these areas of tiredness or whatever goes on in our life happens, we get out of our way, or our desired intention, and so then commitment goes away and all these other things. So the automation section is literally that mechanism that kind of bridges that gap between our intention and then what gets to actually happen. So
exactly
that's beautiful. Like, tailor your message. I'm gonna write that down.
And let me, while you're writing that down, you just made me think of something. Sometimes we get caught up in all the things we're doing throughout the day, but we meant to follow up with somebody with an email or whatever else. And so now, let's say you're one of the people like me who's a night owl.
Yeah.
I might be sitting in front of my computer at 1 a.m, and that's when I remember, I meant to send so-and-so an email. Well, I don't want to send them an email that shows I was sitting at my computer at 1 a.m, because that's not their business. So, but what I love about automation, it doesn't have to be some complex system. Exactly. You can use the functions of Gmail to schedule when that email goes out. So I write business emails all throughout the day or night, but I schedule them to go out during business hours. So I might write it at 2 a.m, but it's not going to actually be sent until 8 or 9 a.m. So it reaches the other person during business hours, so that it does two things. Number one, I didn't not write the email. I didn't forget to write the email, so I'm still reaching out, but it's also setting boundaries and making it clear. I don't want somebody getting an email at 3 a.m. thinking that they can send me an email and expect a response at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
so it helps set boundaries, but still also helps build and strengthen relationships.
Yeah. Okay. So that's, guys, literally, I'm telling you, this is so important, because. But no, let me get to the next question, because this is going deeper on automation. Because I heard the first speaker talked about this. I asked her about automation. She said like she automates almost everything, but what can be automated? Give us some examples of what can be automated that entrepreneurs miss out on and businesses miss out on.
All right, so many things. Okay, so let's say, so I work primarily with coaches, for example. Mm-hmm. And so some of the things that I have my coaches automate would be giving away a free gift. Everybody who's speaking today is giving away a free gift. That's part of one of the core things that people should automate in your business, because that's how you're going to build your email list. You say, when you're on a podcast, if you're on a summit like this, anytime you're on stage anywhere speaking in front of an audience, you should say, I have a free gift for your audience. Go to xyz.com. You send people there, you capture their name and email address, and now you have their information and you can market to them. So you have to, everyone within the sound of my voice, you want to make sure you have that automated. Once they get that free thing through email, in those emails, there should be a link for people to automatically, for example, schedule an appointment with you. That's another key thing I tell every entrepreneur to automate is a system for booking appointments, because you can use that when you do attend a networking event. You can do that when you again are speaking from stage, or in your follow-up emails, that can be your call to action. On social media, that can be your call to action. Particularly if you have a business where you have to talk to the person on the phone in order to close that sale, you want to make sure that people can easily get on your calendar.
Yeah.
It's also good for networking. So I use that a lot in my power partnerships, in building those strategic alliances, is automatically setting up a time where we can sit down, have a Zoom call or whatever, and learn about each other's businesses. So that's key as well. You also want to automate your networking follow-up. That's another way to build relationships. So I have an app on my phone. If I meet somebody at an event, I can take a picture or scan in their business card. It will automatically send them an email saying, it was great meeting you. Here's a link to schedule an appointment. Here's a little bit more about me. Here's a link to my blog. If you'd like to stay on my email list, click here. That whole process is automated. So really networking follow-up, booking an appointment, capturing leads. Those are some of the most important things that you want to automate. There's more, unless you wanted to ask another question.
You know, that last one you mentioned, I'm telling you, God, that's a major key. You know why? Because how many of us have collected business cards, like, and it went nowhere. But like nowadays, even like you can even have business cards with like the QR codes,
exactly,
and stuff like that. So like, imagine what you can build into your business card and into your because a business card, it's an invitation, right? It's an invitation. So, but what if you could automate the follow up as well? And that's what I heard.
Yes,
I was like, you can send a follow up email after your physical interaction. Now that's a gem right there. That's
what, people sometimes say, oh, the money's in the list. Like having a big email list is the end all be all. The reality is having a big list is meaningless if you're not following up. So rather than saying the money's in the list, it really is about the fortune is in the follow-up.
Yeah.
But we need that follow-up to be automated so that nobody's falling through the cracks, because some of those business cards you collected are going to be those high-end clients for you. Some of those people are going to be excellent power partners who may not ever buy from you, but they're going to be great referral partners, or that you're going to do an event together. And maybe some of those people are going to be just your business besties that you're going to just have that person you can vent to about your business when you need to vent. Yeah. But none of that's going to happen if you don't follow up on those connections.
Guys, okay, so this is an interesting question now. What process do you recommend for building or restructuring SOPs and systems in a business?
What I like to do is to just put myself on Zoom, either on Zoom, record myself doing it and explaining it, or I'll use a tool like Scribe, or Scribe. I was like, wait, what's the name of that? So I'll use Scribe, which is a tool that will basically capture what you're doing on screen as you're doing it. So if I'm trying to capture, for example, my process, this is literally how I used it recently. I needed to let my VA know how to post on social for me. So you log into Scribe and then you go through and just do the task, and it captures, go to such and such website and click here. And then it'll grab a screenshot showing you exactly where your cursor is at that time. And so it will literally build the SOP for you. Then you go back through and confirm that everything is the way that you want. And I usually pair that with a Loom video, which is just a short video, a video walkthrough of what I'm doing. So those two things together gives us captures the process and creates at least the first pass of an SOP. And then now that you have captured that, now it's about going through and saying, it's basically like, this is how I do it now, but now let's go back through and see, well, do I need all these steps? Are there things that I can eliminate? Did I leave something out of the things that I have created? What pieces do I need to do? Because I'll just say, as a business owner, only do the things that only you can do.
Cool.
Everything else.
Put that on down, guys. Write that down. Everyone write it down now.
You can do.
Yeah.
Everything else needs to be eliminated if it's not helping your business, or it needs to be automated so that it gets done. It's just that you don't have a human doing it. Or if it requires a human touch, because sometimes require a human touch, it requires a human voice, or requires a decision that needs to be made by a person. Still, that doesn't mean you have to do it. You want to automate how you get that to someone and delegate it to somebody else. So only do the things that only you can do. Everything else should be eliminated, simplified, delegated, or automated. Automated or delegated.
Guys, are you hearing this? Please, this is amazing. So Loom Scribe. So I know you didn't want to dive too deep, because I know I saw your face when you was like, oh, the automated apps. I was like, oh, there's so much. You probably have a dozen of them. But what is like your top 3? Like top 3 automated apps that help, that really help, not only help you build better relationships in your business, but really drive your business forward, you know?
Yeah. So at the very core of my business is Keep, Keap. And Keep is a marketing automation tool that I use for my business. I use it to capture leads. I use it for my long-term nurture sequences. I build all my landing pages in there. It has a booking link. It comes with a mobile phone. So my business line goes through Keep. I can use it for text messaging. I can do automated payments. I can do recurring payments. All of that I use inside of Keep. Now, I'm also biased because I am a Keep certified partner, and I can get a better price for me and a better price for my clients through Keep. But it really is the core of my business. And then the other tools that I use are things that I can use with Keep. So Keep runs a business. I use Basecamp for project management. Other people use ClickUp. Some people use Asana. Some people use Trello. It doesn't matter. What matters is, what is the system that you're actually going to use? So it doesn't matter how many bells and whistles and how wonderful a system might be for me. It's, what are you actually going to use? That's what the best system is going to be. And then I use Acuity for my appointments, even though Keep has a built-in tool. What I love about Acuity is that while most systems will link with your Google Calendar and will block out time, so people can't, if you have a doctor's appointment, somebody can't schedule an appointment at that time. What I like about Acuity is that I can override that. So if you wanted to meet with me during a time I had already had blocked out, I can go in and override it and still schedule our appointment there, even though there's something on my calendar. And I haven't found that in other apps. So those are really kind of at the core. And then I use Google Workspace for just about everything, so that everything talks to everything else.
Yeah, that's really, she used some of those ones as well. Acuity one, that's interesting, because I've never heard of that overriding, because I've never seen any other ones like that. But now you mentioned Acuity, so I'm like, okay, it's on my radar. But wow. So guys, this is, I'm actually speechless right now. This is genius. So how would you automate, I would say, how do you automate client attraction? That's interesting to me. So
so we start offline. So meaning you have to start with being clear on who your ideal client is. And I find it funny because I think just about every coach or consultant that talks about this starts at the same place. It is because that's where you need to start. Who is your ideal client that you're targeting? Once you're clear on who they are, what their pain points are, and so forth, then you can set up a lead capture system, which just means, again, having that standalone opt-in page, which is just a kind of landing page where people can sign up for whatever that free thing is in exchange for their name and email address, and maybe their phone number if you're going to use text messaging. The key is when you create that kind of opt-in page is the only choice they should have when they get to that page is sign up for your free thing or leave. You don't want to give them a lot of, or you can check us out on social, or you can check out, my website. Just do that one task. And then that free thing needs to be something that they would find attractive. Maybe it's a checklist. We heard people love checklists. So maybe it's a checklist. Maybe it's a short video series. Maybe it's access to a masterclass or a webinar. Maybe it's an ebook, whatever it is. They sign up for it. Your automated system is going to automatically deliver that to them. And so that's the capturing piece. But then again, the fortune's in the follow-up. So the conversation can't end there. The next thing you're going to do is have what we call a welcome sequence, meaning you got that free thing, but now let me tell you a little bit about me, about how well I understand what keeps you up at night and how I am the solution to what keeps you up at night and why you should want to work with me. So your follow-up emails should be explaining how they found you as a solution and taking them to the natural next step, which might be signing up for a call with you or buying a low price product from you so that you get them used to spending money with you rather than just seeing you as a source of free things.
I like that. Guys, literally, I'm telling you, really, automation can allow us to have better relationships. Automation can allow us to become better versions of ourselves and actually get intimate with the details of what we're actually sharing in our business. What we're actually, because we have to get into knowing what we're doing, and we then by that we get to be confident in it and just have better. Just enjoy our business. Like, have to be stressful. It just doesn't. And I just love how we have systems to support us. We have automations that support us now. It's actually easier than ever, but we're harder on ourselves. So it's like, what's going on? We get to address that, and so we get to not only address that but assess that. So I want to, you see what I did there? So I wanted to jump into talk to us about your free gift.
Yes. So I think it's really important to have a really clear snapshot of where you are now in any aspect of your life. So you're going to want to, in order to be able to not just grow your business, but scale your business to a point where you can step out, you can go on vacation, you can do other things, and your business is still operating. You can't do that until your business has a firm foundation that's going to allow you to scale. And so the free gift I have for you is my scalability assessment tool, which is a checklist that allows you to look at the different areas of your business and your life. And it asks you questions about, do you have this in place? Do you have this in place? Do you have this in place? And based on your responses, it helps you see, is your business ready to scale? Do you have more things that you need to develop? Are you at the very beginning stages and you have a lot of room to grow and scale? So it just helps you figure out where you are in scaling and just reminds you how important it is to pause, take time to work on your business rather than only working in your business.
Love it, love it, love it. Let's get some snaps for that. That was a spoken word right there. That's something, I don't know what it was. Yo, let's go. Okay, wow. So before we does anyone put some questions in the chats, audience? Because I want to, and whilst they're putting the questions in the chat, I really want to ask you, do you have any last words for the audience? Not even last words. Do you have any impactful words for the audience regarding automation and better relationships?
Yes. While I love automation, it's important to first eliminate as much as possible. There's things you're probably doing in your business that you don't need to be doing at all. So we're not trying to automate garbage. So, you don't want to automate bad systems. You don't want to automate unnecessary things. So the first step is to figure out what can be eliminated, then what can be simplified, then what can be automated or delegated based on whether or not it needs a human interaction or not. But don't jump into automation without being clear on whether or not that thing, that system needs to be automated or even needs to exist at all.
Let's get another snuff again, because guys, eliminate before you automate, and eliminate the garbage before you automate. Let's
yes,
eliminate the garbage before you automate, because we can't be holding on to baggage when we're trying to clear the path to our greatness. Like, what's going on?
Exactly.
Like, we get to be intimate, guys. We get to be intimate with what's going on. And so, Dr. Denise, really, thank you. Appreciate you for dropping these gems, these automation gems, and sharing your wisdom with us. Thank you. Is there, you want to jump on quick? So, guys, drop some fire in the chat.
Drop your fire. Definitely show Dr. Denise some love. I really appreciate that. One thing, I haven't started doing this yet, but I actually heard, instead of taking your checklist from week to week to week, try, if you don't finish everything on your checklist, throw that checklist away. And then on Sunday, or whenever you do your planning for the upcoming week, start from scratch. But I haven't tried that yet, because but I definitely get to. I feel like this was my reminder. But for those people who just have pages and pages of checklists, I will say I don't have pages of checklists, but I do have my little checklist. That is definitely something key that I get to implement as well. Eliminate the things, if I haven't done it and my life is, it hasn't affected me, it's just in my brain that I got to get it done, then eliminate it. So I really do like that whole concept of eliminate before we automate. Thank you so much, lady. It was so great connecting with you.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you all.
Yes, definitely, audience. Make sure you download her free gift. And definitely, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to her. Which platform would be best for them to reach out to you?
I'm actually on either Instagram or TikTok at Dr. Denise Dennis.
Okay, definitely reach out to her. Thank you, lady. This was a great conversation. All right, talk to you soon.
Bye.
Take care.
Woo! Yes, y'all. We only have a couple of more speakers. We're curious who has been. We know that we are streaming across about 5 different platforms, and I know other people are continuing to share. We want to know who has been watching with us all day. We have been on this live since 9 a.m. EST, and we're curious, like, how long have you been on this live? And it's okay if you pop in and out, but we're telling you, like, there has been so many gems. We're like, oh, we got homework to do. Yeah. And so it just, man, we're super appreciative of the speakers, because we were able to hit on every aspect of partnerships and collaborations, whether it was with relationships, the legal side, affiliates, how to do virtual summits with partnerships. So we definitely want to know what really stood out to you. Like, what is the one thing that you intended to get from this event and that you're now going to implement? Because we told you that this is not a regular virtual event. This is your event. We definitely wanted to make sure we were providing a resource that is helpful. Like, if you want more information, go to YouTube, right? Like, with love, go to YouTube. But we really wanted this to be a safe space for you to really learn how you can partner, level up, leverage your business. And we hope that we have provided. So definitely provide us feedback. Like, I'm really pushing for this feedback. I'm being courageous. We want to know, like, what was your biggest takeaway? And just remember, also watch your emails, because we are going to send all of the speakers free gifts. And also we do have an extra free event, for you to learn how to build your next virtual event that doesn't suck. With that being said, Devin, do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll introduce and then I'll let Zay get to it.
Yep.
Is that what you?
Yeah.
Zay likes my introductions.
I love his. Doesn't he do amazing with his introduction? Give some snaps for Devin, our co-host.
You are funny. You're funny. So, audience, prepare yourself. Right, we're about to cross between the world of business and teamwork. All right, that's what we're about to do. We're about to find out the power of cross-cultural teamwork and gain insights on business relationship intelligence and collaborations with no other than Deborah Osomo. Now, let me bring her on and tell you a bit more about Deborah. All right. Deborah is a teacher career coach. She supports educators globally to design, organize, and integrate technology effectively in their classrooms and edu-based businesses. She's passionate about helping educators step into their unique talents and network effectively to provide needed solutions and experiences inside and outside of the classroom. This is brilliant. Edu-based businesses. Okay. Deborah, how are you doing? It's great to see you. Can you hear us? Oh.
Uh-oh. You're blurring out a little bit. Oh, I think that's better.
Is it me?
Can you see us? Can you hear us? Yeah. You're getting better now. Can you see us? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
How are you feeling,
yes,
lady?
I can. I'm feeling good. Thank you so much. I love your energy.
Woo! Yes, I have so much energy. Huh?
Yeah. Can you hear me clearly? It's kind of like taking a little bit to get to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of
but
a
I hope
lag.
you can hear me though. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna contain myself, but I'll slow down a little bit so the lag can catch up.
Okay. But I can hear you perfectly though.
Okay. So beautiful introduction. Let's jump right in, because I think because it's sometimes I'm not going to say that word, but we're around people all the time, so we think like, oh, I know how to deal with people, I know how to handle people, but no, the answer is no, because there is a certain way how we communicate with other people, right? And just because we're around people all the time, that doesn't mean that we're good at people, right? People are complex, confusing, and so what you're talking about is cross-cultural teamwork. My first question for you is, how can someone increase their relationship intelligence, particularly in business and in collaborations?
I love this question. The first thing that everyone needs to, put in front of their minds, if they're ever wanting to think globally when it comes to partnerships and collaborations, is you need to be open to learn. You're not going to know everything right off the bat, because you are communicating with people who are probably around and people who have a certain way of doing things, right? So you have to be open to learn how they work, how they build relationships, how they talk, even down to the language that they use. Because sometimes, I could say, trunk, for instance, which is like the reference to the back of a car in the US. But if I go to the UK, it's called boot. So even the little words can be so different, and you have to be open. The second I would say is you have to be patient you might want to take a step back and think about how you can be a bit rough. Maybe you're both not understanding each other. Maybe, a third party needs to communicate more clearly, or maybe you just need to meet in person, right? To kind of just clear the air and things like that. You need to build in that patience, because sometimes it's necessary. A lot of time when it comes to collaborations and partnerships can be misconstrued, because a lot of the communication is over, social media or text or even Zoom, which is still not as effective as when you are talking to somebody face to face. Having that patience to, okay, I'm going to walk around a little person's head, maybe from a different perspective of what may they have, right? And then when you're replying, neutral zone, which is
Deborah
about this. Yeah,
Deborah, my apologies to cut you off, but I don't know if it's me.
Hello?
If you're watching live, let me know if Deborah is breaking up a bit for you, because what I want to ask you, Deborah, is to leave the Zoom, like clear out, and then come back, because you're breaking up for me. So I just want to make sure that people can actually hear you, so they can get the value that you're saying, because I can hear you, but it's very choppy. So if you're watching live, we are live. This is not pre-recorded, unless you're watching the recap of this amazing event. But this is live, so I want to know if you can hear Deborah, or if it's just my connection. Because if it's just my connection, then maybe I need to leave the Zoom or leave the restream and come back. But I just wanted to make sure that you all can hear her, because she was breaking up and kind of fuzzy, and I don't want that to be a distraction for what she's saying, because especially in the time that we have right now, in a click of an invite or a button, we can have an international business, and for those of you who do not know, okay, I think this may be better.
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you better. You're still a little fuzzy, but I definitely can hear you. Can y'all hear her? Let us know in the yep. So yep, everything always works out. We'll figure this out. But yep, somebody said you're sounding much better.
Okay.
Yeah. But just to close this, to bring you back in, lady, especially now with us always, being in this virtual world, right? In a click of a button, we can have an international business, especially if we're looking to expand our business with collaborations and joint partners. And so, like, even Devan, like, who would ever thought, for real quick, actually, I'll leave that for later. But can you hear me, Deborah?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I can hear you now. I just want to make sure everybody, can actually hear you, and the static wasn't going to distract them. But please proceed. Do you remember where you left off?
Yes. So I'm just gonna breeze through it really quickly. The first thing that I talked about was being open to learn. And then the second thing that I mentioned was learning patience as well, like adapting to patience when communicating with people. And then, the third thing that I want to mention is being flexible, because sometimes when you're collaborating on a global scale, the way that you envision it might not work out in the areas that you're trying to collaborate within. And you have to, you have to be open to that, because different cultures mean different communities, mean different needs, and they also mean, appreciating the information a lot differently than you would imagine or anticipate. So you need to also be flexible in that essence.
Okay, we're curious. Could you please share some specific examples of when you have been part of different cross cultural collaborations, and what were some of the factors that contributed to the success of the collaboration?
Awesome. So I'm actually in one right now. Probably the reason why I'm having a lag is because I'm right now in Nigeria and West Africa, and I'm working with some schools here as well as some educators here. So that's probably why I have some internet lag. But the culture shock can be real, especially if you're someone who is more westernized. And kid you not, I actually am ethnically from Nigeria. But, because of my exposure to the Western culture, I'm more westernized when I come about my thinking process. And so being able to adapt to how people think over here and how people react to information, how people think about collaborations, that they use, but more specifically, how they go about it. For me, it was a learning curve of I have to learn how to make it less complicated when it comes to the structure. So if you're someone who wants to work with, partnerships that have to do with third world countries, you definitely need consideration. Maybe like the internet may not be as good, or everyone has access to technology. Provide that experience. Are you still going to make that? Not everyone can afford what you're trying to provide as, a discounted price. Is it discounted for you, or is it discounted for the community that you're focusing on? So just taking all of that into consideration can really help when you're teaming up with people cross-culturally, because you're not just putting yourself into it, you're putting the audience into it, you're putting the partners that you have into it, and you're thinking about, if this is going to go well successfully the first time that we do it, it's definitely going to build more impact, and it's going to help me future pace what I want this experience to be like as we move forward, and if I want this to continue long term.
That is some gems right there. Because what stood out to me is, so we're talking about on a bigger scale. You're saying, if you're doing across, different countries. But even when you think about, like, even just on a local scale, sometimes, again, we're too familiar with people. Like, we think, oh, I know people because I'm around people all the time. But one thing we get to do in our business intelligence on our journey of being more intelligent in relationships is realize that everybody that we're interacting, even if they are westernized, right? We all come from different backgrounds and experiences. So what was your culture growing up? Even if you look like me, what was your culture? Because we all have different experiences and different journeys. So that really stood out to me. But absolutely, like, and so what's coming up is that's telling me, oh yeah, remember when you're talking to other people, when you're in conversation or in relationship with other people, show compassion, be open, don't be frustrated if they don't understand you, or if you just don't know what it is about them, right? We all human. so thank you for that. That's very insightful and definitely grounding, and so thank you for that reminder. So I think we kind of talked about this, but I'm gonna just to be a little bit more specific, what are some common challenges that arise when working in cross-cultural teamwork, and how do you navigate them? How do you navigate them to ensure effective communication and collaboration?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I missed the first part.
Okay, it's pig. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it's piggybacking. Is whatever? It's from the question that you kind of answered, but just to go a little bit deeper on it, what are some common challenges that people don't think about when working with cross-cultural teams, and how do you navigate them? Like, how do we really navigate the challenges specifically to ensure that there is effective communication and collaboration?
When you were speaking, one thing that stuck out to me is currency. I'm going to come from another global perspective. Currency can be a huge factor when collaborating, because you need to put into perspective that, hey, if I'm going to be using US dollars for this, when I'm thinking about the cost and the investment and all of that, what are they using, and how does it correlate, right? And vice versa. So that's really important. And even if you're going to bring it to a local sense, like how big is the company or the business that you're wanting to partner up with? Is it the same size as yours, or is it bigger, or are you the one that's bigger, right? And how are you going to compensate for that gap that exists? And if there isn't any gap that exists, are you willing to be forward to say, hey, we're going to split this half and half, 50-50, and we're going to be okay with it? So cost is definitely, currency is definitely one thing that people don't really think about. The second thing, which I hinted on, is being very, very upfront with what you want. A lot of the time, people are afraid to say what they want when it comes to, these kinds of teaming up opportunities, if I can put it that way, because they're just really excited about it, number one, especially if it's a big opportunity. They've never had it before. So they're willing to compromise a lot. And that's a risk because you tend to lose a lot out of that unless you are purposefully willing to compromise in that manner. But if you are not noticing that you're compromising just because of the excitement of it, you might want to take a step back and say, okay, what are my official goals? Like, what's my agenda with this, collaboration? What do I desire to accomplish by the end of this? What kind of result do I want to have? And what do I want to provide for this other side of the partnership, right? So that my mind is set, my mind is clear, I'm speaking on a neutral term. And a lot of the time as well, this happens when people partner up with friends, people that they already have really good relationships with. So they feel like, oh, it's a little bit uncomfortable to ask for this because I don't want to, burn that bridge. I don't want to be weird. But the truth of the matter is friendship is friendship and business is business. And you need to be able to divide those two things. And your partners need to be able to understand that as well. And I would say vice versa. If your partners have certain standards that they want you to meet as well, don't take it to heart. Don't be offended by that. Look into it. Research the contract they give you. See if it's plausible. See if there are things that can be moved around, shifted, adjusted, worked around, so that both of you are satisfied with it before you go ahead and put your signature on there. So that is so, so important. And then the third thing that I do want to mention that a lot of people don't realize as well, and that they think is too expensive, is to have a lawyer. If you have a business, you have a lawyer, you need to get a business lawyer. It is an expensive investment, but it is a necessary investment, because if you are planning on collaborating cross-culturally, globally, you need someone who's going to have your backing when it comes to legal advice, legal structure, who's going to tell you, hey, you need to do this for your business, you need to do that for your business. It's so important. One thing that I would recommend is the biggest really is trademarking, because when you are collaborating with people, you are sharing your information that is your own intellectual property, and trademarking protects you on that level. And so apart from that, there's so much more. I don't want to go into details because I'm not a legal, I'm not someone who's legally qualified to give you this advice, but I will say that, getting a lawyer is not too much of an expense when you want to step into this particular opportunity.
Wow. You hit it on the spot. Thank you. Because, and again, it's like things that are there, but we don't think about it. And yes, definitely make sure you are protecting yourself and being safe, especially whenever it's like, super cross-cultural and different countries. So, wow, that is so powerful. Thank you for breaking that down. And I want to ask, in your opinion, what are some strategies or best practices that organization can implement to foster a more inclusive and diverse workspace culture? And how does this ultimately benefit their cross-cultural teamwork and collaboration?
I love that question. So the first thing that popped into my mind was just having coffee with them, whether it's virtually or in person. I feel like when you have that kind of environment, everyone is free to, speak their mind, to introduce themselves, to have like a normalized conversation. I hope you guys can hear me. I
You
was getting
folks
a
for just
caution
a
sign,
moment.
but I feel like when you are able to just have a very relaxed environment. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Let me know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. If you're in the chat, remember we're live, so we definitely want to know, can you hear Deborah as she's speaking, or is she breaking up again?
Yeah, let me know.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
Okay. All right. So what I was saying was, okay, for a few seconds. All right. So what I was saying is just having a neutral environment where everyone's relaxed enough to introduce themselves, to talk a little bit about themselves. It helps to break those, weird gaps that people have and feel because they don't know who it is that they are partnering up with. So when you take the time to actually build the relationship aspect of it by finding out more about that person, not just about the work that they do, but like, who are they? It can even be down to their favorite food, right? Do you have similarities or not? Like, do you have similar values or not? Just little things like that can help to build a relationship so that you don't feel so estranged with the person that you're working with. And it also helps people to feel comfortable enough to bring their own ideas to the table or their own cultural perspectives. If you're working with someone who is from a different cultural background, they might be holding off because they feel like, oh, you're coming from a Western point of view, so I have to be Western. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people who are not Westernized, they feel like they have to change themselves so that they are more presentable. But the beauty of cross-cultural collaboration is when both sides are equally embraced as best as possible. It's never going to be perfect, but when both sides are making it, makes the magic happen. So just appreciating where the other person's coming from and then showcasing your own side can be super powerful when it comes to connecting with that person. And it shows, if you're collaborating with a business to bring forth a product, it shows that your relationship is strong when you're coming out together and when you're talking, when you're marketing. It's very obvious. I'll give a very, very real example. When you are seeing interviews of actors, when a new movie is coming out and they interview actors, you would easily notice the actors that are very comfortable with each other and the ones that aren't. And that's because the ones that are comfortable have taken the time to build and nurture that relationship. A lot of the time, none of them know each other before they start working on that movie. But when they start working on the movie, they make the effort to learn about this person, to spend time with this person. And it's really not different from when you want to partner up with people from other places.
Wow. I'm the speechless, and I don't think I'm too speechless too often, but like, because it's simple stuff, but it's things that, again, familiarity. I don't know how to say that word. Familiarity. I don't know how to say that word, but y'all, we too familiar. You know what I'm saying? We too familiar. Instead of like really, like what I'm hearing you say is like, see the person, cherish the person. Yeah, this is a beautiful a project or opportunity that we're creating together. But can I acknowledge you? Can I honor you? Can I get to know you? Yeah, we're gonna do some great things. We're gonna make some money. We're gonna support some people. But I see you. And so, wow, like this got me thinking, got a lot of things, making sure that I definitely am remembering that in our partnerships, we're looking at the person, not just the opportunity. So thank you so much, Deborah. We know that you have a free gift for the audience. Please tell us more about it.
Yeah, so one of the things that I notice people really stumble, or should I say people really struggle with, is creating content. And even if your desire is to partner up with people to build collaborations, it still comes back to the basics of showcasing what it is that you know, because the better you're able to do that, the easier it will be to approach people who you want to connect with, and for people who want to connect with you to find you as well. Because whether we like it or not, social media is one of the strong.
Uh-oh. Deborah. Uh-oh. Hopefully she comes back, because that is a pause. But, you know, depending on how this actually played out, again, oh, there you go. Can you hear me? You literally cut out, so we didn't hear the last part of what you said.
Oh, no. Well, I was just saying the free gift is for you to learn 30 days of you learning how to create content that speaks about you, speaks about your value, and helps you to connect with your audience, so that when collaboration opportunities come, it's going to be easy to implement all of that strategy.
Wow. And again, it just goes back, like, yeah, you want to be global and you want to, you know, collaborate international, but let's start with ourselves, so we know what core values that we even want before partnering, or, you know what I mean? We know what we're looking for in a partnership. So that is super important. Thank you so much for sharing that. And we're going to put your link right here on the screen. What I was going to say is we are going to replay this. And if it's too choppy, can we invite you back? And we may ask you the same question, but we really want, because what you drop some gems on here. Everybody drop some fire emojis in the comments for Deborah, because, like, seriously, like, it's just the simple things, because we get too comfortable in our life. So we really appreciate the gym. So if it's okay, depending on how the audio was, and even, I guess we can send out audio files, but we would love to invite you back, you know, even if it is okay, but definitely if it's too choppy, you know, we want to make sure people are hearing your message and not distracted by the static. There's a lag. Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. There was a lag. Wow. Thank you so much, lady. We definitely appreciate you, and we will be in contact with you soon.
Thank you.
Enjoy Nigeria. We definitely want to travel. That's on our travel list. All right. Talk to you soon.
Have a wonderful time, guys.
All right.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Woo! Wake up! Get your energy up! Wow, y'all, this event, I'm fired up. I am fired up. Like, again, sometimes we just need those little reminders. You know what I'm saying? So always being inside the room is what gets you back on the right path, right? And so definitely make sure you're watching your emails. We're definitely going to send out all the free gifts, and we have our last speaker, so make sure you show her some love. Stand up, get your energy up. We're going to finish today strong, and, you know, really pay attention, because what we're going to go into right now is, look at my
drum roll, please.
Automate collaborative events to create unforgettable experiences. And this is so important. And again, I'm going to keep asking you for your feedback, because we definitely value it, and we want to make sure we're putting on impactful events. But let us know in the comments, was this an unforgettable event? So we're going to go ahead and bring up Miss Jess.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Hi.
You're crushing it. 8 hours live.
Sheesh.
That's an accomplishment.
I
Congratulations.
thought it was 8 minutes, to be honest.
I'm joking. It's been high energy though. It's been great. How you feeling, lady?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Amazing. Like I'm
Awesome. Yeah, it looks that way. Thank you so much for having me.
I'm gonna let DeVan introduce you.
Oh, most definitely. I would love to. It's a pleasure. So, guys, we have come to this checkpoint, right? And you've heard about joint venture partnerships, you've heard about automations, you've heard about collaborations, you've heard about time bending. But what if all of that came together to create this wonderful experience that you will never forget, right? So we now get to automate collaborative events to create unforgettable experiences in record time. Guys, you get to save some time, efficiency, guys, all right? And so none other than the collaboration queen herself, Jess Kotzer. She's on a mission to help brands expand their reach. She is the brains behind hundreds of thousands of email list subscribers, all thanks to her promotion and partnership prowess. Jess has a knack for building strong communities by showcasing other brands' work, making growth feel less like a chore and more like a good time. With her extensive experience, she is a go-to resource for businesses looking to automate hundreds of hours of summit production work and unlock their potential in no time. So who's looking to maximize their business potential? Drop a me in the chat. Jess, how are you feeling?
I'm awesome. Thank you so much for having me. I think we're probably around similar age, millennials. We're millennials, right?
Most definitely.
And the fact that we can build brands really fast and aggressively, thanks to having all these tools at our fingertips, is really exciting to me. And the fact that it's getting easier and easier for older generations as well is also great.
Yeah, no, it's I'm glad you actually mentioned that initially, because I'm seeing 90-year-olds, 80-year-olds, they are learning this.
Yeah.
And some of them are actually enjoying it as well at the same time. So we're in an interesting world right now. And so yeah, definitely millennials, we're pioneers right now. We're literally at the forefront of something even bigger coming forward. And I know you're pioneering in terms of how the collaborations gets to be moving forward. And so I wanted to ask you, like, I know you've been doing this for a while, but like, what are some of the common challenges that event organizers face when trying to plan and host successful events and summits?
There are just so many things to do. And I find that people who organize events regularly either end up hiring team members or VAs because they can't do it all on their own, or they spend all their time on their events for 90 days or 6 months or whatever it is because it's so much work. And I like to break it down into workflows and, think ahead. It's a lot easier once you've done it once or twice, because then you know what you didn't know before. But once you have an idea, and you can also ask people who've already done it so that you don't need to go through this yourself. But just having the systems in place, I think we think strategy and we think timeline, but then we end up using, Google Sheets or Excel or Google Docs to just write down some notes. And there's so many things. There's hundreds of hours or thousands of hours of work to be done. So that's where I think people don't even start, or they give up before they get to the finish line.
Like anyone that's in the chat, how many people here have hosted events and organized events, and how many of you have actually faced the challenges that Jess has just mentioned? Because I know that's a big issue. No one wants to be going on these documents that they're not familiar with all the time and just doing stuff it's gonna just hold them back when they can really just seek to do better and seek to get better help. And it's really just taking ourselves out of the equation and putting the vision into the equation. So that's what I see you do. I love how you do that, and you do that a lot. You do it very well with automation. So I want you to I want to ask, like, can you share some examples of how automation has helped you like alleviate these challenges for like even your clients and your events?
Yeah, there's a lot. But when it comes to, we're past the strategy. We figured out what type of event we want to run and why and with who.
Yeah.
And then we have the timeline. So instead of just having a to-do list with a timeline, I like to build a back-end infrastructure. I like to make sure my back-end infrastructure is connected to everything, including the front of my website. So as soon as speaker intake information or contributor, if you're doing a product bundle instead, as soon as that's coming in through your forms, it's directly getting added to a database. So in the back end, you have your database, and in the front end, your beautiful website is just built on top of your database. So you're not copy pasting every piece of speaker information, like their headshot and their bio and their contribution image and URL and coupon, to a template. It's just done for you. So really figuring out where to streamline there. The backend infrastructure is huge, especially for speaker communications. And I'm sorry, I keep saying speaker, but it could be affiliates, it could be contributors. Your partner communication is the biggest part, because if your partners feel like buddies, they're going to promote the heck out of you. If it feels like a transactional relationship and you're just checking in with them with a script, basically like, hey, first name script, then yeah, they know it's bigger than an e-blast that they're getting because they're on your email list. Like, they know this is a partnership, they've signed a contract. But it's still really nice if you can automate your back-end infrastructure so that they get the script, you know, like the pitch or the onboarding email. But there's also a little personal connection field where you can say, hey, how's your mom doing after knee surgery? I know she just got out of the hospital. Or, hey, I discovered you on the Yakking show. I loved what you had to say about XYZ. And I think that if you spoke on fill in the blank, my audience would love it, though I'm open to suggestions. So you're really pulling personal bits into pre-scripted bits when it comes to communication. And then you can use things like Zapier or Make, some sort of automation aggregator to pull in things like contract to your database, or pull things in like, let's see what we have here. Pull things in like your transactions, so you actually can see in the back end. Here are the attendees coming in. Here's how much I made on the sale. Here's an affiliate who brought them in. Here's how much the affiliate made. And here's the processing fee. So here's the net of what I'm getting. And then you could even, with certain tools now, there's a great, I would love to nerd out with you another time, but there's a great website.
Yeah, let's do that.
There's a website builder called Softer that you can build on top of databases. And you can, depending on how many affiliates or how many sales each affiliate brings in, you can sort. You can push the ones bringing in the most to the very top of your page, or give them their own section. Like the top 4 get
That's really cool.
Bigger features, more real estate.
Kind of like an interactive leaderboard in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah, the leaderboard is for everybody to see. And that's great for, that's just gamifying promotion as well.
Yes. Wow, that's powerful. So what guys, literally what I'm hearing right now is literally Jess is really bringing intentionality, care, compassion to collaborations. When I heard the first thing you said is back end infrastructure. That's what I know is the wealth always happens from the back end, but the wealth is like in terms of impact as well. So it's like, you know your impact is, you're gonna have an impact. So you're not even worried, because you built that infrastructure, and the infrastructure has that vision built in. And I think some of the times we lose sight of that. And I'll be guilty of it. I've lost sight of that in the past as well. But I mean, of course, you learn, of course, you learn, you grow. that's how it goes. So I wanted to know, in terms of creating the infrastructure, with when it comes to automations, because automations is literally a theme that's going to be, it's going to be so important in how we operate. Because I once heard someone say we're in the era of ultra efficiency, and I was like, that makes so much sense. So how do you approach creating custom automations unique to clients' businesses and workflows?
So once you know the objectives, with a summit, a group promotion bundle, collaborations, they're going to have a fairly similar structure, but I'd use a database builder like Airtable or SmartSuite. So not a Google spreadsheet, not Excel, but something called a relational database, so that you can relate your partner details to their affiliate details. You can, because they're linked, you can look up their affiliate link at any moment's notice. You can, send automated emails from this backend system where all this information exists. So you could say, hey, first name, how's your mom doing after knee surgery? Hope she's well. Just letting you know, and here's the scripted part, just letting you know it's promotion period is coming. Here's your link. And you just insert their affiliate link to make it super, super stupid simple for everybody. So having the back end infrastructure is really key. And I like to think about it in terms of contacts. So you have your contacts table, let's call it. You have your communications with those contacts. So every contact gets a pitch round 1, pitch round 2. If they've already said I'm in, you don't send them pitch round 2. They're filtered out of that. Nice. And you also have a timeline. So you know exactly when you send an automated email to yourself to say, okay, it's negative 66 days out. It's time for onboarding, to ask for the onboarding, or to send the contract, reminder, the intake form reminder 1 and 2, the please sign up for your affiliate link now email, and the reminder for that, and the swipe files. So I like to lay out the timeline and then make sure that, like, on the summit dates, minus the days in my timeline, I'm sending those emails. Everyone gets their own email where there is an option for a unique field, a unique PS field, a unique personal connection field. But you can do it however you want. You can leave them blank. You don't need those things. So we have the timeline, contacts, communications, and then their affiliate information, deliverables information. That's where your intake forms exist. And by the way, with Airtable and SmartSuite, these database builders that are totally free, you can build intake forms right in the database. So you don't even need a type form or anything like that.
Well, I'm learning something new. Everyone put in the chat if you're learning something new. Type in new in the chat, because there's some things that I will not allow to go over my head right now. I will not allow it, because it is so important. You know what I mean? It's like everything, like what I'm realizing is that we get to create the process how we want to, and it's possible. Like whatever we're thinking, we can actually put that into an automation, Yeah,
you're essentially a no-code developer. You do not need to be a coder to build your own custom applications. And that's what's so cool about these database builders that are beyond Google Sheets and Excel, where you can be relating your data. So these are the workflows I go through, start to finish, with the speaker. There's pitch all the way to here's a thank you survey at the end. And if you know the workflow exactly, or as much as possible, then you have a better chance of articulating it to a infrastructure like a database, plus the automations that you're going to set up as well.
Yeah, no, that's real. So can you walk us through your process and any tools and resources that you use to achieve like your level of automation?
All right, process. So strategy, who am I making this event for?
Okay.
So what's the topic for what niche? And who are the brands that I want involved? Once I know who they are, then I know who I can pitch. I like to tier them. So, you know, my favorite brands I'm going to reach out to last, so that when I do, I can be like, you know, brand, these 3 other people are involved. And, you know, the more bigger brands involved, the more bigger brands want to get involved, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so we have the strategy, coming up with a timeline. My timelines are pretty much all the same. Like I have pitch round 1 starts like 70 days out, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And once you have your timeline, actually starting to build out the front and back end infrastructure. So I like to at least have a registration page and a partner info page, so that partners just feel a little more comfortable.
Yeah.
And especially if it's pretty and well designed, it seems to
Yeah,
be in your favor.
we like that as well. We like that.
You guys are good. Your automations are actually pretty awesome.
Appreciate it.
So having the front end to just sell the dream to your partners a little bit, and then the back end infrastructure is where I at least have my context table where I'm saving all their information. So what I think would be a great thing for them to speak on or contribute, where I found them if I don't know them, or, you know, if I do know them, that's where I ask how their mom's doing or whatever. So that's where I have the communications begin, the pitch. Let's start with the pitch, but also having a contract software like Dropbox Sign or PandaDoc, something like that, and having a Zap set up in Zapier. There's other tools as well, but I use Zapier to scrape the contract into the database. So if the email matches, then we'll link that to the person in the database.
Yeah.
And that way I don't bug them again. I don't say, in case you haven't done this yet, you still need to sign your contract. I just say, you have not signed your contract yet. Here's a link. Or I say nothing, because they're ahead, so they don't need to read extra text.
And you're certain about what you've done already. You know, the process is certain in itself.
Well, it's an art as well as a science, right? Like I've experimented with different ways of sending information. You know, you could send it all at once. Like, here's your contract, your intake form, your affiliate sign up, or you could space it out to give them micro actions. So right now I'm testing micro actions. So it's like, sign your contract. Once they do, then I send them their intake form. So more like baby steps. So sign the contract, intake form, affiliate sign up, promo materials. And the cool thing with these database builders is you can send them their swipe copy and graphics with their headshots automatically added to, graphic templates, and their affiliate links automatically added to the swipe copy. So it just makes it a lot easier for your partners, and you want it to be easy because I'm sure not everybody promotes. Some people with the biggest audiences, and you're like, yeah, they're going to be a great partner, don't even promote. So that's especially why for me, the most important part of the speaker communications is the ability to easily have that personal connection field where you can say your dog's haircut looks cute, or I just read your book, whatever it is. So they know it's like a live personal email, even though some of it's scripted. So I think
it's more important as well now in today's age, to be honest, because everyone's receiving so much emails, everyone's receiving so much information.
Yeah.
But is the information personal? It's like, how many has anyone told their next door neighbor hi lately?
I have to. My next door neighbors hang out on the driveway. You can't.
Well, we're the exceptions, but like in general, it's like we get to add a personal experience to our business and how we get to interact with others as well. And that's been a current theme around just this whole summit in itself. And I know you work closely with your teams and helping them learn how to collaborate more. So I want to know how has your team's marketing experience help inform your approach to event automation? So different types of events that you organize. How has your team's marketing helped and their collaborative effort?
That's a good question. I think just having a background in marketing makes you think in funnels and brand identity. So you sandwich the infrastructure with, just with strategy to show how you care. And I really love this coach, Franklin Taggart, who says marketing is making friends. And when you think of it like that, it's really simple. And to me, marketing, it's with your collaboration buddies and with your audience. So how do you present yourself? And I went to school for marketing, and I am kind of salty that they didn't teach me about sales and relationships. It was very just funnels and, earned, owned, and paid media and how to get attention, which is fine. But also being able to build relationships when, like you said, there's so much noise. We get so many emails.
Yeah.
So I think having a background where it failed a lot in marketing by just running ads and being like, why isn't this working? And just trying to focus on relationships without really, sales, marketing, they're both really important. And networking is important, but so is putting yourself out there on social media, even if it's just so people can check you out. So your collaboration partners, your prospects can check you out. So being visible, leveraging, I'm lazy, so leveraging your partnerships to make content. If you really want to get to know someone, you're thinking ahead, a couple of months ahead of your event, and you're like, this person, I've read their books and they're awesome. They're huge. I don't know if they'll partner with me. But if you think ahead and you reach out to them, thank them for a book they wrote or a lead magnet, and consume it and thank them for something specific about it, that's more likely to open a dialogue. And then you can also be like, hey, do you want to come on my podcast and talk all about it? And that's also gonna help build rapport before you're asking for anything. Because busy people, like two busy people, someone reaching out to be like, do you want to be on my podcast or collaborate, it's an ask. It's it's nice, but it's also, when you're really busy, you need to pick and choose. So I like to pick and choose based on vibe of people. And when you really start collaborating with all these people, you get to leverage your conversations with them. And podcast, that's just a really easy way to get a new person in your network, when it's still kind of a pitch, but they're going to be less averse to meeting you because they don't really have to do much. It's their time, but a collaboration is more like a pitch. We're saying, hey, do you want to just talk about yourself? It's an easier way to get those bigger names to talk to you.
Yeah.
So that's something I've thought about in the last couple of years for collaborations as a marketing strategy. How do you build rapport? How do you build trust with your collaboration partners? If borrowing audiences is important to you, that should be important to you.
That's wow. Because what I'm literally getting from you is literally your aligned and authentic marketing, but it's like you're very intentional, very intuitive with how you go about marketing. How because it gets to be how you see it. It gets to be like, it doesn't have to be, because again, this is something you said you're lazy, which is, it made me laugh because it made me laugh. but behind that, there's such authenticity. There's such what I get when I hear that. I like things to be efficient and work in a way that is not only right, but it's like it just benefits both parties as well. So it's like I don't want not wasting time.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate that, because I mean, look, there's different words for laziness, but like I appreciate that because I know you're not really lazy. It's just like you're just really like it's more to that. It's more depth to that. But no, that's very interesting. So I want you could you like share like a specific example about like how marketing automation has worked for, let's say, your clients achieving their goals, because I know like you've definitely achieved goals doing it in terms of your workflows, but how has it helped other clients in like different areas with their goals?
I guess low hanging fruit would be to talk about content automation. So something that we could all start doing content is emotional, especially if you're getting on camera. So something that you can do with or without fancy databases is repurpose your content.
Yeah.
If you're posting on TikTok, you want it to just automatically show up on Instagram and YouTube. You can leverage OpenAI and ChatGPT to turn your transcripts into blog posts or to turn it into tweets or whatever. But really start to think about how to chop up and cross post all of your content so that it's not such a big thing, because content it's a long game.
It is.
And it's really hard to keep up with content emotionally if you're trying to do all the things, but you don't need to do all the things anymore. You could do a thing. You would just post on TikTok every day and then really use your automations to go everywhere else without thinking about it. So that's one thing that I would recommend people check out if content is important to them.
Yes. No, I love that. Guys, put some fire in the chat for Jess. Let's go. Fire. Because I really know that's really I really appreciate this, because this is something that I'm telling you, like a lot of entrepreneurs overlook this.
Yeah, you can't in 2023.
You can't afford it.
Yeah.
We can't afford to overlook this. It's so simple. Let's just we get to adapt. We get to be flexible with the changing times, because we are the ones that's gonna help actually lift not only the economy but lift the impact that on the world as well. Like it doesn't matter what you do in your business or entrepreneur, there's still a level of impact that you get to have. But if you're not adapting with the things that's moving the needle forward, then you're really gonna stay stagnant. You're just like egging. I don't know what a good analogy is, but anyways, but I really appreciate you, and I know you had a free gift you want to share with the audience. Can you tell us more about that?
So for anyone interested in checking out database automation and building your back-end systems, you can hop over to my website and grab my free course where I talk about database design 101.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to speak to you more about the no code, because I'm really into SAS. SaaS.
Yeah.
So it's very cool.
Let me know if you're looking for communities. I'm in all of them.
That's cool. I love it. So guys, Jess, put some fire in the chat. Thank you, Jess. You've been amazing.
Thank you. You too. Hopefully you get some rest.
Oh no, we definitely will. There's no doubt about that. Zoe, you want to jump back on? You are muted.
Oh.
Yeah, you was muted, Zoe. Forgive me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo! Thank you. Wow, Jess. Wow. You are a genius. I think we just attracted tribes of geniuses. So wow, thank you for what you do on my behalf, because I'm that side where I don't know no tech. I probably won't join that community. Sounds too techy for me. But that's why I love having a partner who's all into the, what did you call it? What community
No
was it?
code.
No code.
Coding sounds like to me. But then again, one of the conversations we have been talking about throughout today. So it's a growing area for me. So get me, Jess, hold me accountable. Is maybe tech and all the no code. Maybe it's not as intimidating as it sounds, but me, if there's something we have to do on the tech side up until now, with Devan, he can take 3 minutes to do it. It takes me literally 3 hours, like not even joking. So I'm like, I know my strengths. Put me in front of people, but like trying to figure out all the things. So I really, really, really appreciate people like you. So y'all definitely download this gift that she's giving, so you can have access to this course about the database, because for me, it definitely will be a studying tool. So remember, we're running towards resistance. We're running towards the things that intimidate us in order to be more efficient, more profitable, and more productive in our business. Because again, even if we do hire out and partner, I'm enrolling myself to be a part of that community, because I spoke so fast. I'm like, I don't want to do it because I've been saying it for so long, but I'm enrolling myself that I get to at least have an idea of what's happening in the tech world, because we can't hire out if I don't even know what to tell the people. I won't be an efficient leader in the company. So thank you, Jess, for that little moment, that little breakthrough I just had. Yeah, so are there any last words that you would like to share? Or are there any last words you would like to share with the audience?
Just keep hanging out with collaborative people like us, like people who want to grow together and transform each other's lives and businesses. You can build brands faster together. Sounds cheesy, but it's true.
Better together. That's what they say, and it is true. And that's what we were just talking about. Like, we didn't want to host something that was just like, it's just another event. Like, literally, the theme of this event is to collaborate. And we even like we said before, we're definitely going to send out all the links, because we were here all day. If you were here all day, type all day in the comments. We actually, shout out to Jess for finishing us strong. We will be finishing up here in a few minutes, but we definitely want to, Devan and I, after we finish with Jess, we are going to do a recap. We're going to do our version, the quick and dirty recap. We haven't had time to process, but really just so we're taking our own advice and really, holding ourselves accountable, that we're not just doing another event. Like, what was that one takeaway that I got from each speaker? But like Jess was saying, being in the room, hearing that one little tweak, we don't need to do all the things. We heard speakers today who said, we get to trust ourselves and our intuition and our creativity on this journey. Oh, but while we are doing that, we also get to be in the room with the people who are on the path, en route to where we're going. So definitely collaborating, automating. All of our collaboration in our event is definitely going to help us level up to be more productive, more efficient, and more profitable in our business. So thank you so much, Des. We definitely will be connecting with you soon. We definitely will be connecting with you soon.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Woo! Y'all, we have been on live, and honestly, I know people. Some of the channels dropped.
Yeah, I just noticed.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened, and see, y'all, I get to hold myself accountable. I'm like, I was back here trying to figure it out. I'm like, I don't know how to get these people back online. So yeah, that's why it's good to make sure. And again, we are like on 5 different channels right now. And like we said, some of the channels drop. I don't know why. It's mainly on Facebook. But if you are watching this like on YouTube and you just came across this because we've been live all day, definitely make sure you join powerpartnerships.org. That is powerpartnerships.org. In order to be able to get access to all of the speakers' free gifts, we already have it automated. Shout out to our amazing VA, that you all will be receiving all of the free gifts. So you can literally take your time, take a moment to process and understand what these people were saying to you, because it was a very packed, delicious day, right? And so, it's just not like information going in one ear, and again, like we said, this was your moment, this was your event. We wanted it to be, really, really supportive to get you to your next level. So if you have any questions, definitely feel free to reach out to myself, reach out to Devan, reach out to any of the speakers that you saw. Like, literally, these people are giving you some amazing free gifts. And, one thing that we've done, we do, and we know you do because you're an entrepreneur, and this is what entrepreneurs do, is definitely just watching what other people do. It's one thing to just show up, get the information, but when you actually join these people's email communities and you're seeing how their automations are coming out, or you're just watching their content, it really kind of shows you the process. Versus sometimes, we hear something and it was like, I really can't relate. I can't ground it because I didn't see it. I just heard it one time. So,
yeah.
And just like many of the theme of us leveraging our business is really through partnerships, collaborations, just different ways to leverage. And like so many of these speakers have said, is we get to be in community. Right? Entrepreneur, you do not have to do life and business by yourself. You do not have to figure out all the things by yourself. All of these experts today literally gave you a peek, right? Because we only had about 15 to 25 minutes per speaker, but they gave you a peek of, oh, this is what I do. This is how I get to be a lazy entrepreneur. Oh, and lazy not in a demeaning way, lazy as in I'm living my life and not behind a computer, or not, stressed in my business. I'm literally an entrepreneur, not a entrepreneur, right? So, because when we set up automations and we set up systems and processes and SOPs, and we're being productive and not busy in our business, we get space in our life to live, to breathe, to be with our family, to be with ourselves, to learn new skills. So, being in a room, we definitely have the VIP insiders offer as well. This event is free. It's a free resource. We will have a recap. I think the recap is on, it's coming up. The recap is on, I don't want to tell you the wrong date, but watch your emails. Definitely make sure if you got the invite to this on your email, you're already on the email, so don't worry about it. But I'm just talking to the other channels because I know some of the channels went out. But we will be sending out a recap. I don't want to tell you the day, just watch your emails. Right? And then also we have a bonus day, right? The beautiful thing about doing our business or having a lifestyle business, I heard somebody say that today, is that we can pre-record. And there were some incredible speakers who pre-recorded work better. And so we will be dropping those on Thursday. They will be dropping on Thursday. So definitely make sure you are watching your emails in order to get free access to those bonus speakers. But going back and being in the room, I mean, like we said, we don't want this to be, oh, that was nice. That's why we've been encouraging you all to definitely let us know what questions. And sometimes you may be like me, it takes me a while to like process. And then I'm like, oh man, I should have asked this. So again, reach out to us if you have any questions, but come back and look at the thread. Hopefully the thread didn't go away, but look at the thread, look at some of the comments that people were typing in the chat. But we have a VIP insiders offer. And in that offer, you get full-time access to a library. So if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be chopped up so you can go directly to the interview and watch each speaker at the time that you need it in your business, right? Instead of watching 9 hours, we are champions. watching 9 hours of content straight. It
I know,
will
right?
literally be the speaker, what they spoke about, and you will have access to that in our membership. So if you upgrade to the VIP Insiders, you will get lifetime access to all of the recordings from today and the bonus speakers. You will get a discovery call with Devan and myself. In the discovery call, we talked about this. A lot of times, because we have been doing business by ourselves, because we didn't know there's no blueprint to entrepreneurships, but literally just picking up and talking to a fellow entrepreneur and saying, hey, I just need to talk. You know what I'm saying? I can't talk to my spouse. I can't talk to the kids. I mean, my friends, they don't understand the business stuff. My parents don't want to hear it. But literally, Devan and I, we open up our calendar and we will double check to make sure, those spaces aren't filled up. And we'll open up more because we really want to be here with you, right? We really want you to have a space in a community to where you have a space to talk. And people are using their discovery calls. So make sure if you already upgraded to the VIP, man, thank y'all so much for just being in alignment, right? But if you already upgraded, just book your call. Don't not show up to the call. We never know. It may be a resource for you to do something with us. It may be a resource for us to connect you deeper with one of the experts, or maybe just an opportunity that until we get on the phone, we don't know what each other need. So that's why we threw the VIP discovery call in the VIP, because we really want to sit down and give you space to just process where you are in your life, in your business. So you get the discovery call, you get the lifetime recordings, you get the discovery call. Also, we created an ebook. It is called 15 Ways to Be More Productive, More Efficient, and More Profitable in Your Business with Joint Ventures. We're giving that away to you in the VIP Insider. Also, we're going to host a masterclass. The date is to be determined. We're working on some last minute things with that, but you will get a masterclass on what we talked about in about 90 minutes. So that is coming up. Because I don't want you all to get confused. We will also, this is going to be open to everybody. We're also going to host a how to not have your virtual event suck next week. If you're on the email list, we can notify you so you can have free access to that with Michael Whitehouse. So that's for everybody. If you're on the email list, we will be sending out that email April 4th at 2 p.m. EST. April 4th at 2 p.m. EST. Mark your calendars for April 4th at 2 p.m. EST. We will be hosting a workshop with Michael Whitehouse. He was one of the speakers for today, and he is teaching no pitches, but teaching how to host virtual events that do not suck. Everybody has access to that. But what we were just talking about is the VIP Insider. The VIP Insider, it is a $27 upgrade. And in it, you get the lifetime recordings of today's interviews and the bonus interviews, lifetime access to the membership. On we have bonus interviews coming out on Thursday. You get that. You also get the discovery calls with Devan and myself. You get our ebook, 15 Ways to Be More Productive, Efficient, and Effective with Joint Venture Partners. And you also get a masterclass that we have not launched yet, but you'll get the email, all our VIP Insiders. And I almost forgot, next week for all our VIP Insiders, we're going to host 5 days we're calling it strategy calls, but honestly, all the VIP will be in a chat and community. We're going to create a community for you. So you'll get that in your email, VIP, check your email. If you're signed up, you're good. But if you're considering and you're like, man, this was a lot of great information, if you're just starting, you're like, I just want to be in a room and learn how to be in partnerships, then definitely come. But even if you were like, I already know what I'm doing, I just need to get in relationship, get in collaboration with some new people. All these people want to do collaborative marketing, joint ventures. So next week, Monday through Friday, we're going to send you the times that we're going live. We're going to be in the community with the VIP insiders, just so we can strategize together, see if there's some potential collaborations, right? It makes sense. When we, it makes sense that we host a space for you all to collaborate, because you're already entrepreneurs, so we definitely wanted to just throw that in. You won't see that on the opt-in page, but we will send an email out soon, within like the next 24 hours, of when we're gonna host that 5-day like momentum week. What do you have to add, Devan?
Well, firstly, thank you for everyone that's attended this event. This has been amazing. Let's take a moment just to breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. So, guys, this has been more than powerful. I hope you've taken notes. Firstly, join the VIP Insider, because you're just gonna get tons of value. And also, ask, like, after you leave this event, create a summary of your biggest takeaways of this event. Ask yourself, what strategic alliances, now that I've seen a whole scope of what that could look like, what strategic alliances can I cultivate to enhance my productivity, my profitability, and my efficiency? Let's ask ourselves that. Like, just make a list and just say, like, okay, now start from, like, what are your current business goals, and how can any of these speakers, whatever their messages were around strategic alliances, how can that help you achieve them? Like, what kind of organizations or individuals could be valuable partners for your business, and why? How can you approach potential partners in a way that creates a mutual benefit and a win-win situation? We've seen different speakers speak on these things. What steps can you take to establish and maintain strong collaborative relationships with your partners, with your affiliates, with whatever it may be? And how can you measure the success of your partnerships, and what metrics will you use to track your progress towards your goals? Now, that comes into automation. Now, how can you really automate your life, your business? And how can we be more efficient? How can we be more productive in learning the right things to say in terms of to create that sale, and create more profit within our business? Now, how can we be more productive by delegating tasks and eliminating what doesn't work for us, and being real with what doesn't work for us, delegating and automating? So many different things that we get to do. So really, the homework assignment for us, take some time to brainstorm, research, strategize. I mean, get the VIP insiders, and so you can be on the 5 days of momentum with us, so we can help you strategize these answers to your questions, right? We're gonna go through these prompts with you, and you get to strategize and answer these questions and consider how you can apply these insights to create a more profitable and productive and efficient, like, partnership in your business. And so really,
before you go, we're going to take about 10 minutes and we're going to rapid fire. We're going to tell you our biggest takeaways. And so in the chat, y'all, we see some people still on. So definitely engage, man. You're here. Like, let's connect. Let's collaborate. You get what I'm saying? Like, let's joint venture, but people can't joint venture with you if they don't see you and they don't know you, right? So we're gonna go through the speakers really quickly and just shoot off the first thing that comes off the top of our head, and then power partnerships. It's almost kind of like sad, like we've been building up and it's here, but power partnership summit version 1 is complete. But anyways, proceed. So this morning, high energy, awesome crowd. We started off with Miss Michelle Bell, how to create an efficient and profitable partnership. Devan, what was your biggest takeaway?
Ooh, with Michelle, that was big, because not only did she say we can automate everything, but what also came up for me is really taking time for yourself. What I heard from that is her really bringing, like, delegating herself, like really understanding that she matters in the business. If she's not okay, her clients are not going to be okay. Like, I heard self-care gets to be automated. That's what I experienced from Michelle, and she was so authentic in her sharing. She's like, yo, my kid, I left that mess so my kids can learn what it means to organize. You know what I mean? Like, that was funny to me, but it was so real, you know? How about yourself?
Definitely the work less, make more, because your system and everything is set up. And then also I heard make the offer. You know what I mean? We're entrepreneurs. Our job is to exchange value with people who we can best serve. So make the offer. That was my biggest takeaway. Okay, awesome. Going into Miss Sophie Riley, our girl again. Listen, power partnerships would not have been power partnerships without Sophie. She was definitely behind the scene, automating. You know, if you got your emails, say thank you, Sophie. What was your biggest takeaway from Sophie?
I mean, all right, I know it's about her. This is like the three things: YouTube, podcasts, blogs.
Yep.
How do we get to create the biggest impact in terms of reaching people, you know, and automating that reach? And YouTube, podcast, blogs. So
I would say simplifying the flow, lead magnet, upsell, welcome sequence. Lead magnet, upsell, welcome sequence. Awesome. Next speaker. And as we're going through this, type your biggest takeaways in the comments. We're going to go back. We're going to read the comments. We're going to see the comments. So, you know, again, this is just the first thing that comes up with our head. We want to know, like, what did you learn so it can, so we can remember like different things. We all heard something maybe a little different. So our next speaker was Joyce Layman. Creating a connecting advantage. What works, what doesn't work, and why it matters more than ever.
Ooh, Joyce was going in. Oh, well, there's so many. Whew. Okay, Joyce. She was saying a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But what one thing that really stuck with me is her really understanding your value to connect and not even finding out what's valuable to the other person to create that connection, and connecting them to another person who might be valuable to them, and they might be valuable to the other person, and then create that win-win-win situation just by that awareness of how this is how I can impact and contribute to someone. Like, it was so simple the way she broke it down. It's just like, whoa.
Definitely what stood out for me from Joyce is asking better questions when connecting and networking. That was my biggest takeaway. Our next speaker was Danielle Wiebe. How do we? Wiebe. Danielle Wiebe. Now, oh man, it's so amazing. Like, being in community, like that was a huge, and it was just personal impact, because literally we're in a mastermind together, and I've seen her throughout the mastermind. Then I met her, you know, at a physical event that, you know, from our mastermind, and then now we, you know, we're collaborating, right? And so my biggest takeaway for her, she was saying, you know, throughout her journey of becoming I'm going to call her a master collaborator, is, you know, figuring out what is the need, but also just having a vision for what you want to put out in the world, but figuring out the need, doing your market research, asking people like, hey, would this be a value for you? And then make the offer.
Yeah. Well, my biggest thing was when she mentioned, don't build your brand before you build community. Build community as you start your business. Build community from the get-go. Build it from the start. Like, if you're about to build a new brand, build your community now. That's my biggest takeaway.
Okay. Our next speaker was Miss Anna Gaeta.
Gaeta. I'm good at names.
Gaeta, right? And her talk was how to make time work for you, not against you. The time bending is like whoa. You know what I mean? I'm just like, girl, yeah. So just the time bending. And then also, I would say you can be happy now. There's no getting to happy. Be happy now, being present now, create it's happening now, as we're on our journey. So yeah.
Yeah, and literally when she said we already have the freedom, and
Yeah.
is because coming from someone where she mentioned her backstory, she literally found a sense of freedom in captivity. Do you know how that? I don't think you can't get any deeper than that, to be honest, in my opinion. And having freedom is just like freedom. Freedom is a desired experience, right? And our experience is brought about by our perception. So literally, your perception creates this experience, and experience helps us generate freedom. So it's like it really all starts in how we get to manage our mind and manage our brain and body with that. And I love how she mentioned to us bring, like, really evaluate how powerful you are within yourself, and how that affects how you get to collaborate and get to even step into what your business gets to look like as well. So that's powerful for me.
Yes, yes. Our next speaker was Miss Marianne McGuire. And she talked about how to use your intuition for creativity and business. So mind chatter doesn't block your happiness. And that was a very grounding conversation. Really, my biggest takeaway was trust myself, like trust my intuition, trust that, I am enough, trust that I am capable, I am powerful enough to execute the things that are in my mind without creating drama in my life. I can go deeper, but that's what my biggest takeaway was.
Yeah, it's realizing that we literally abundant enough to design what our business gets to look like, and we can merge both the exoteric and esoteric principles. Like people can be like, oh, it's woo woo, but there's principles behind it. Like there was still some action behind. Like you can be very loving, but still be very urgent and very rigorous. And so that's what brought up for me, where it's like she really balanced herself, was in balance, and understanding that you can allow your businesses and your clients and your partnerships to be the same way. So that's what I got from that.
Yeah. Real quick, y'all, we are going to have to negotiate like 5 minutes because we're going to go over about 5 minutes. So thank you for your time. We definitely want to respect your time. So we're asking to negotiate about 5 minutes of your time. Our next speaker is Miss Sheryl Plouffe. How do you say Plouffe? Plouffe, right? And her talk was about maximizing your impact, leveraging speaking engagements to establish yourself as a thought leader and attract new clients. And that was super. I just think, man, it was so good because she talked about being on other people's stages. In order to grow our business as entrepreneurs, number one, we need to market. If people don't know who we are or what we do, we ain't gonna bring value to the world. It ain't gonna be no transactions happening, right? We not gonna be no business, right? And so one way to leverage one of the pivotal point of our business, which is marketing, is getting in front of other audience and leveraging our marketing instead of us doing all the thing. Of course, have our own platform, but leveraging and getting on other people's stages creates content. It's a win-win. It also brings in leads, so that way we're not spending all our time with marketing and not scaling and doing other parts of the business.
Yeah, and I mean, in a nutshell, literally what she said is when marketing our business, literally speak before you create this. You can start speaking before you start really building.
Yep.
Like have your voice and have your message and get ready to share that like right now. And also just in terms of scaling, having fulfillment, having marketing, having sales are the keys to scaling. So those are big deals for me.
Yep. And our next speaker was Miss DeDee K. DeDee K. Y'all, I'm working on getting better with names. So if I mess up your names, please forgive me. And her talk was efficiency, productivity, and profitability. And man, you could tell she clean cut. She was ready, right? Definitely. My biggest takeaway from her is knowing your process so you can train your processes.
Yeah, that's I think that's it. The other thing as well is like health equals wealth. So we get to be business owners, we get to be but healthy business owners as well. Like we don't have to do things. We get to be be energetic. We get to be vibrant in the way, and we get to be how we see our business and how we want our business to look. We get to be the physical embodiment of that. But also, we the understanding of when hiring people, understand people's personality types when partnering. That's interesting to me when she mentioned that. Personality types when partnering. So that's my key.
Our next speaker was Michael Whitehouse, and he spoke about growing your audience authentically with summits that don't suck, or virtual events that don't suck. So definitely, man, like all I'm gonna say is we are hosting an event with Michael next week. Being on social media, y'all, social media is our space, in the times that we live in. So learning how to do virtual events that don't suck, that not only is beneficial for you, the host, the invited guests, but also the audience. Definitely be at the workshop next week. In order to get access, if you're not already receiving emails from Demand and myself, make sure you go to powerpartnerships.org. That's powerpartnerships.org, because we're going to send you the link in order to join the free event next week with Michael Whitehouse about growing your audience authentically with virtual events that don't suck. He's going to go a deep dive about 90 minutes for a free workshop so you can learn how to grow your audience with virtual events.
Yeah, and again, it was amazing. It was really refreshing actually to speak with Michael, because especially with the authentic marketing, and just we are who we are, and being entrepreneurs, we get to be entrepreneurs in action. So we get to understand that the title of our thing can change, the title of our business can change, the whatever the names don't matter, but what matters is the message we're bringing, is the vision we're bringing has to be consistent and has to be authentic and integral in how we approach anything, no matter what it is, automations, anything. And that was great.
Yeah. Our next speaker was McWilliams, and I was super excited because we already use affiliates in our company, but his talk was how to start and scale an affiliate program to $1 million a month. And would that be a nice cash injection? Yes, we're working to get to $1 million a month right now too. And so really just offering products and services to your community, your audience, that are complementary or supplementary to how you serve them. It's a win-win-win.
Yeah. Who's the speaker again?
Matt.
I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. I'm not gonna lie to you. But yes,
we almost done.
I know. Matt was powerful. So what came up for me was the simplicity of affiliate marketing, and how, and just even the relationship practices around that. Because when you had the idea on the toilet, and he was like, basically he was value driven, because he's like, okay, he's worried, but it's like, no, how can I actually bring value to the people that's really suffering? The companies that's going to take the fall for like the stuff. And then he got to tap into that database and like bring the value and bring it authentically and drive that forward. We get to find those blind spots in other people's area and other people's, our clients' or target audience, and really serve them in the best way that that would serve them, you know. So that's what came up for me.
Our next speaker was Ms. Layne
Lyons.
And she came all the way from Aloha City. I think that's
Hawaii.
And so, man, I was ready for this conversation as well, because her topic was the legal side of joint ventures. Make your collaboration safer, smarter, and a whole lot more joyful. So really, this opened up for me. It was super refreshing to not be afraid of the things that we've been taught, or we have a perception that may be bad. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, no, you need to be calling me before you get into any collaboration, before you get into any, any partnerships. You know what I'm saying? Like, get all your paperwork, set up the structure before you start, before you hit launch, because we never know how things end. And it just gives us a peace of mind, give us freedom, and then also just make us feel more professional. And we are more professional when our structures are in place.
Yeah, and also what we mentioned, like having agreements that are before, during, and after a partnership. That was very interesting. And even when people can't come to a decision, having something in place where it's like a decision is made anyway, so that there's progress is made, whether it's a fruitful partnership or whether it's a non-fruitful partnership. So there's still that win-win that I love how it's embedded into how it gets to be embedded to a contract in terms of partnerships. That was cool for me.
Yes. Our next speaker was Dr. Denise Dennis, and her talk was how automating your business builds better relationships, right? And so definitely it was just inspiration to see all these business owners who are tech like they're like, I know my tech. So I was just super inspired of her just saying, automating. What did she say? Eliminate things before automating. That was my big takeaway.
Yeah, so my biggest takeaway was the relationship piece, in terms of how really automations can actually make you a better person and actually a better business owner, because you can actually get intimate in a way where you wouldn't have if you didn't. And it's so key. Just like business cards, like we can literally imagine automating a follow-up sequence from your business card, reminding yourself of something that you said you was going to do. Like keeping yourself accountable in an automated way. That's for and being integral with how you want to actually be and show up in the world, how you want to actually care and contribute to people is genius.
Yep. Our next speaker, and she was tuning in all the way from Nigeria, honey. So we had to give her some grace. She did have a little bit of connection issues. So when we watch the replay, if it's too like if we can't really hear it, because her message is incredible. Her talk was the power of cross-cultural teamwork. Insights on business, relationship intelligence, and collaboration. And like literally, these are entrepreneurs really living like their wisdom, or living their topics, right? Because she literally is in Nigeria, has a cross-cultural, like literally international global partnership. And she I think the biggest thing that stood out for me with her was definitely in short, respecting other people's background and where they came from, and showing compassion, because we're all human and we all are figuring out this journey of life. I'm putting it in my words. We're all figuring out this journey of life, and especially whenever people are from a different continent, or different countries, we definitely get to be compassionate and be mindful that, this person doesn't have my experience or my perception, or they don't know what I've been through. I don't know what they've been through or what they experienced. So just when we're doing partnerships and relationships, know that people are coming with a story, right? And it can be beautiful as long as we're being kind, compassionate, vulnerable, and open, so we can grow and definitely have a genuine, intimate, thriving relationship. Because one thing, collaborations isn't just about the opportunity. It's also about how we seeing each other, how are we treating each other, how are we acknowledging each other and creating relationships, because those memories, those relationships are what count outside of building a business and opportunities.
Yeah, like I'm telling you, Deborah, she went deep on it. I think she literally almost covered everything, but in such a smooth way. It was crazy. But one thing that came up for me was literally having the ability to learning patience, and adapting to different cultures and communicating flexibly. Like understanding, where there might be a miscommunication based on someone not knowing the dialect or whatever it is, maybe Western culture versus Eastern culture, not understanding certain things and having patience with that, but also understanding that people do not, sometimes in different cultures, especially in business, people don't respond the same way that you expect someone to respond as they would in your area. So like Americans don't respond to certain things in business the way Nigerians would. Nigerians don't respond to the same way that Asians would. Like it's not the same. There's different dynamics into it, and we get to understand that and learn that.
Yes. And our last speaker of the day, remember we do have some bonus speakers that will be aired on Thursday. So if you're watching this on YouTube, you're probably not on the email list, so go to powerpartnerships.org so you can get access to the bonus speakers that we're going to air on Thursday. And so our last speaker who finished up today was definitely Miss Jessica Kotzer. And her talk was about automate collaborative events to create unforgettable experiences in record time. And man, she was just another tech genius that I will say I actually just had a mini breakthrough, because at first I'm like, oh, not me. I'm not in that club. But it's like, girl, don't block your blessings. Be open now. You can't be 10, be open, try new things. And I still have this block around tech. But in that moment with her, after 9 hours of filming today, I finally had a breakthrough of like,
oh man, that's funny.
I'm gonna be in your community, Jess. So thank you for that breakthrough. That was my biggest takeaway.
You are funny. Play too much. But no, real talk. No, it was good though. Like Jess, like I'm telling you, I love how she broke down those little nuances in terms of the intuitive side of how she's very strategic in her collaborations and very intentional. Like in every answer she gave, it was so intentional, so like very. There was a lot of care and compassion around it, if you noticed. But another thing as well is understanding there's levels to automation, there's levels to collaboration, and we just have to show up. We just have to understand what's going on. We have to just. There's database builders, build that database, build that infrastructure, because the wealth is on the back end. But now with automation, now with having these systems set up, we can have the infrastructure so strong. Our business foundations could get to be so strong, and now we get to show up even stronger because of that. So that's what was big for me.
Wow. And that leads us to this moment. And obviously we went over, but you all are still here. We still see people who are live on the different channels. And so you're here, so we're here. And we actually do have some comments coming through.
Yeah, let's read the Love Coco's one. That was she had a great share.
Okay.
She said every speaker had such great advice. My biggest takeaway was when Michelle talked about being able to delegate and being okay with asking for help. I'm working on that.
Yes,
love
ma'am.
That, love that. Love that.
She's showing up. She's showing up. She also said, what she say? That was a powerful share. And then she also ended with, the man is that you both are amazing for doing this powerful summit. Learn so much and so ready to level up. Yes. So, in closing, man, this event, wow, probably is one of my favorite one of my most favorite, like not even saying it to say it, but we really enjoyed just this whole process up to leading. I mean, up to getting here. So we just want to say congratulations to you for showing up. And you know, if you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to Devan or myself. You can find us. It's better to like email or text because we're there now. I mean, obviously we have our social channels. Feel free to hit us up on Instagram, DM or Messenger. We're there too, but definitely reach out and or you know, if there was a speaker where you were like, that's my person, that's who I need, reach out to these speakers. Oh, and by the way, make sure you are on powerpartnerships.org so you can receive the full list of all of their free gifts. We're going to be mailing that out, so you don't want to miss that. So if you're watching this on YouTube and you didn't get an email for us to join this event, we want you to get these free gifts. Like, these experts literally are giving amazing gifts, whether it's an opportunity to be on a discovery call and figure out how they can support you or refer you to someone else, or just be a resource, or just be, you know, hold space for you to process where you are in your company. Definitely make sure you are registered at powerpartnerships.org. We will be sending out follow-up emails with the gifts, with just the upcoming event next week with Michael. We also want to go ahead and the reason why we're offering this the VIP is because just the feedback that we got, and like we said, there's still people here, right? There's still
if you won this event and you enjoyed it, like really, if you really enjoyed it, you want the VIP Insider, because it's just gonna amplify the experience you already had. Because if anyone's watching this, you have a biggest takeaway. You know,
what I want to say real quick, I'm sorry not to cut you off, but it's the next step. So many times after we finish an event, it's like, okay, I go back to my life. I don't know. This event, the theme of this was creating collaborations, creating community, creating trust, creating love in our business. So we have a sense of belonging. So we have a sense of where, like, it's the next step. It's the next step, you know? So in the VIP Insider, the Business Insider, Devan just posted the link. This is what you get when you upgrade to this, right? You were on this summit about collaborations and partnerships. So that means you have some type of interest on collaborating. Next week, we're going to host 5 days, Monday through Friday, an opportunity for you to come and collaborate, or just let people know what do you do, because somebody in that room, somebody in that VIP Insider group, it's a very intimate group. They may be like, hey, you're my joint venture. I want to do something with you. So we're giving you the space. We're not guaranteeing you, and we're not saying, we're not in a legal place to say, oh yeah, you should do that. But we're holding a networking room, a networking space with other people who were on this event, to have their next collaboration, or there may be some people, this is their first joint venture, but literally just being in a room, seeing how people talk, seeing what they're doing. We have that space for you in the VIP Insider. So not only do you get the next week, 5 days straight, Monday through Friday, we're going to have some hours. It's going to be so simple, right? All these experts said, keep it simple. We're going to just literally send you a link. You join the link. We're going to be in the room with people, and you're going to just talk. We will have, like, obviously some framework. It's going to be we're going to make sure you're not like just coming and twiddling your thumbs. It will be engaging, but it's an opportunity for you to let people know what you do and how you want to collaborate, and you may find your collaboration in a room. So that will be next week. Also in the VIP Insider, we are hosting a masterclass on how to leverage with joint ventures. We have not announced that date yet. We will get back to you. But if you opt into the VIP Insider link, you will get the email for that. So you taken care of. Don't worry about the date. You'll get the replays. We will make sure you're taken care of to make sure it works. You also get 15 ways to be more productive, more efficient, and more profitable with joint ventures. That's the ebook Devan created. But we're going to give you that. And also we're going to host a discovery call. Oh, actually, I edited this stuff. I worked on that too. Hold on now, let me give myself some credit. Also we also will be we open our calendar just for VIP insiders. Just for VIP insiders, Devan and I, we are holding space. We have a discovery call session. It is not an upgrade. It's not a pitch. It's literally us just getting on a virtual talk, and we're just saying, like, can we support you? Oh, is there a problem in your company that we have a resource to? Oh, like literally just holding space. There have been people who have booked calls and they're like, girl, I just need to vent. And we just let them talk. And they're like, okay, thank you. So we offer that as well. And then also you get lifetime recordings of all of these, the ones from today and the ones that will be aired on Thursday. So make sure you go ahead and upgrade to the VIP Insider. The VIP Insider gives you all that. And some of the things that I just said is on that page, but we threw in a lot of bonuses over the past few hours, just listening to you all and making sure we are providing value. So definitely go ahead, go to the page. And if you don't see the bonuses on there, you get the bonuses. You get the bonus VIP Insider. And we want to say we're super excited to connect with you next week. Yeah. I don't want to end.
They doesn't know how to end. Unless,
I don't know how to end.
So I mean, we get to improve on that. So I love this. This is the joy of going live. And so, guys, finding joy is a journey. Okay, find your joy in the journey. Is that what it says? Oh, no. Find your joy in the journey. But anyways, thank you for if you made it this far, you've done amazing. Like
9 hours and 20 minutes. We are on it.
Let's go for real. And let's step into our greatness. Let's move forward and really again ask ourselves, how can we cultivate like strategic alliances and partnerships that's going to help us be more productive, more efficient, more profitable from now moving into next week, into next month, and the end of this year.
Next
right?
quarter, yep.
It's going to be amazing. So so we get to have a great next quarter. Watch this again. Share this to YouTube. Share this on your Facebook page, to different Facebook groups. Share this to any area of social media. Remember, we're YouTube, Total Freedom Events, Facebook page, Total Freedom Events. And yes, you will find us Instagram, Facebook, Zay Faith and Devan Edwards. So we thank you again.
Thank you for showing up for yourself. And we will connect with you soon.
Yes, take care, everyone.
See you later.
See you soon.